After Rebirth, I am the white moonlight of all big brothers. Chapter 902 to Chapter 945. The woman left with her tail between her legs. Xie Dingyuan and Jiang Fuyue were warmly welcomed by Mr. Zhao and checked into the room with the best view in the hotel. After walking for a day, both of them were a little tired, so they ordered room service for dinner. After dinner, they went out for a walk to digest the food and then went back to their room to rest. The sun set and night fell. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, one could clearly see the spectacular scenery of the tropical plants. It was like a colorful painting that slowly returned to black and white. Yeah. Xie Dingyuan came out of the shower in his pajamas, but the buttons were not done, revealing his sexy collarbones. It was quite seductive. Jiang Fuyue turned around, and as expected, her gaze fell on his slightly open collar. Ahem. The man coughed lightly, and his ears turned red. He was the one who was showing off, but he was also the one who was shy. Jiang Fuyue asked, "Are you done showering?" "Yes." "Do you want me to help blow dry your hair?" His eyes lit up, and he immediately took out the hairdryer and handed it over. Jiang Fuyue asked him to sit down, and she stood behind him. For a moment, there was a buzzing sound, and the warmth and touch went from her scalp to her nerves. "It's done." Jiang Fuyue put down the hairdryer, turned him over, and personally buttoned up his shirt. Xie Dingyuan's Adam's apple bobbed. "You don't like me like this?" "Like what?" Jiang Fuyue looked up in amusement, and there was a smile in the depths of her eyes. "Just a little, aren't you not used to it?" For someone who always buttoned his shirt to the last button, it was really hard for him to do this. "In front of you, I can." "Why? Are you trying to seduce me?" He paused, and then the corners of his mouth curled up, and he suddenly moved closer. "Are you going to take the bait?" The man's skin was cold and fair, and his eyes were deep and beautiful. When he focused on her and looked at her affectionately, it was amazing and lethal. In any case, Jiang Fuyue was stunned. The next second, the man reached out and pulled her into his arms, and the kiss followed. She responded enthusiastically. In the midst of their entanglement, both of them fell onto the bed. "Oh. I haven't showered yet, I'll wash it after I'm done." When he was washing, he did it again. The next day, the two of them woke up naturally. Thanks to the fact that they started early last night, they didn't end too late. After exercising, both of them had a good night's sleep. After having breakfast in the hotel, the two of them set off for the Skyview Tree scenic spot. Since they were both in Moonlight County, they didn't spend much time on the road. The 500-meter-long aerial corridor was connected to the Skyview Tree by thick ropes. Steel ropes were used to suspend the structure, nylon rope nets were used as guardrails, and alloy ladders were used as stepping boards. Xie Dingyuan pulled her to take a photo under a tree. Jiang Fuyue felt that the lighting was not good and wanted to change places. The man insisted, "It's right here." "Why?" "This tree is pretty good." Jiang Fuyue took a closer look and realized that it wasn't just one tree, but two trees intertwined intimately with each other. Xie Dingyuan said, "Even trees are in pairs. We want one too." Then, he pulled her into his arms and gestured to the tourists who were holding their phones. "You can take the photo now." "Thank you." After a few clicks, the image froze. A couple under a couple tree. That night, the two of them rented a car and left Moonlight County. They arrived at the city center near midnight and checked in at a comfortable hotel. When they finished showering, it was already past 1 o'clock. Xie Dingyuan turned off the bedside lamp and hugged Jiang Fuyue with his other hand under the blanket. "Good night." "Good night." They had a good night's sleep. For the next few days, the two of them didn't travel around the scenic spots. They just leisurely moved around the city center. During the day, they woke up naturally, had breakfast, and went out for a stroll. In the afternoon, when the sun was stronger, the two of them moved around in the hotel, swimming, sauna, back massage, watching movies. What other couples would do, they would experience it. They were like two rookies who had just opened the door to a new world. They were constantly trying to find something new and interesting. When the sun set in the evening, the two of them went out again to explore the old streets and taste the local delicacies. When night fell, they went to the flower market to buy a big bouquet of roses or peonies with a few yuan. They brought it back to the hotel and put it in a bottle, where they could stroll around the night market stalls, eat and drink, and walk and stop. The pace of life slowed down visibly, and satisfaction and comfort came with it. The two of them stayed in Bana for half a month and had to end their trip when it was close to the end of the year. Jiang Fuyue and Xie Dingyuan didn't go back to the capital directly. Instead, they went to Linhui first. After some discussion, Han Yunru and Jan Tar decided to spend New Year's Eve with their grandfather in the capital, just like last year. Jiang Fuyue's main purpose this time was to pick them up and also to visit her old friends and teachers in Linhui. She asked Xie Dingyuan to go back to the capital first, but he refused without thinking. He even complained, "You're chasing me out." Jiang Fuyue? She just felt that the new year was coming soon, and the Xie family would definitely want Xie Dingyuan to go back as soon as possible. What was the point of her hogging him? Jiang Fuyue was so considerate of him, but he was still not satisfied. "There are so many people at home. You don't need me." This was true. In the past, Xie Dingyuan would be in the laboratory at this time and wouldn't care about anything. The Xie family wasn't in a mess either. Everything was as usual and lively as usual. It didn't make sense for him to go back this year. Okay. In the end, Jiang Fuyue compromised and could only let him go back to Linhui with her. Imperial Heaven Palace, the villa district, outside the entrance of a certain villa. "Why are you still following us?" Jiang Fuyue was confused. Xie Dingyuan said confidently, "Going home." "Do you need me to remind you? Your house is next door." Oh. Back then, the two villas were next to each other. Xie Dingyuan thought that he had taken advantage of her because he was close to her. Now, he was an eyesore. Otherwise, he could live in his wife's house openly. Jiang Fuyue said, "In your dreams." Xie Dingyuan didn't think much of it. "Since I've met your parents, I'll be your son-in-law. It's only right for me to live in my fiancé's house. Do you believe that as long as you let me in, uncle and auntie will definitely let me stay?" Although he could only sleep in the guest room, Jiang Fuyue wasn't going to be provoked by him. "Hurry up and go back." Xie Dingyuan and his luggage were chased to the house next door. Jiang Fuyue, on the other hand, swaggered home. As soon as she entered the house, she smelled the aroma of food. Jiang Shaodi heard the noise and ran out of the kitchen. He was wearing an apron and holding a spatula in his hand. "Sister, you're back." This scene reminded Jiang Fuyue of the day when she had just been reborn. When she came home from school and opened the door, Jiang Shaodi came out of the kitchen in the same outfit. It was just that, the once old and dilapidated apartment building had been replaced by a spacious and bright villa. The skinny and timid little boy had also grown taller and stronger. He vaguely looked like an adult. The only thing that didn't change was the way he looked at Jiang Fuyue. His eyes were still bright and full of surprise. He also called her sister intimately and with dependence. "What delicious food did you make?" Jiang Chenxing took out a pair of slippers and placed them in front of her. "Scrambled eggs with tomatoes, braised chicken wings, and sweet and sour pork ribs." "Are they all meat dishes?" "No, the vegetarian dishes are stir-fried sponge gourd and mapo tofu." "Oh, right," he added, "there's also dried kelp soup." Jantar and Han Yunru weren't at home. They had lunch together. Jiang Chenxing scooped rice for her. "Sister, is it enough?" "Yes, it's enough." Then, he naturally took the basin and began to bury his head in the rice. Jiang Fuyue couldn't help but laugh. Jiang Chenxing looked up and blinked blankly. "Sister, what are you laughing at?" "Nothing, don't just focus on eating. You have to take some food." "Okay." He didn't take any food mainly because he was worried that Jiang Fuyue wouldn't be able to eat if he finished all the food. He wanted to let his sister eat first and he would take care of the rest later. Jiang Fuyue put the sweet and sour pork ribs in his bowl. Bowl. "Eat." The young man smiled shyly. "Thank you, sister." When he lowered his head, he couldn't help but blush. Jantar and Han Yunru had been gradually settling the relocation matters in addition to opening the restaurant as usual for the past few months. First of all, Chao Sampang and his fellow apprentices expressed their willingness to follow Jantar to the capital. Secondly, there was the issue of canceling the lease of the store. The couple went to the landlord, Jiang Wehui, and tactfully expressed their apologies. As they didn't finish the lease, they decided not to ask for a deposit as compensation to Jiang Wehui. Who knew? Jiang Wehui waved his chubby hand. Hey, what's the big deal? Is it worth the two of you coming here personally? You could have just told me over the phone. Han Yunru, no, we violated the spirit of the contract first. We only informed you when we were about to move out, it's fine. I'll return the deposit to you. I'll find someone to rent out the store soon. The place is prosperous and your business is good. It's now a tourist attraction. Speaking of which, I have to thank you. The price of the store has more than tripled. Jiang Wehui rolled his eyes. You're not going to continue? That's right, your daughter is so promising. Wouldn't it be easier for her to retire at home? It's quite tiring to be a catering business. Jantar, no, we're planning to move to the capital and continue to open the restaurant. The capital? Jiang Wehui's eyes lit up. Yes, brother Jiang, let me tell you. When my Henin went to school in the capital, I started to buy property there. I'm still in the rental business now. I have 2 stores and the locations are quite good. Originally, they were here to talk about canceling the lease. In the end, they solved the problem of the store in the capital. The second day after returning to Linhuai, Jiang Fuyue returned to Linan First High School. Yes, to visit the teachers. After Rebirth, I'm all the big boss's White Moonlight chapters will continue to be updated in the new Shuhai Pavilion. There are no advertisements on the website. Please bookmark and recommend the new Shuhai Pavilion. After Rebirth, I'm all the big boss's White Moonlight. Please bookmark, after Rebirth, I'm all the big boss's White Moonlight. New Shuhai Pavilion updates the fastest. During the winter break, apart from the 3rd year, all the other grades were on vacation. Therefore, the school building seemed a bit deserted. Yuanzhou, really? I don't think so. Old Su, what about you? Su Jing took a sip of hot tea and slowly shook her head. Junior brother 903, another year has passed. Please wait a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. On the 2nd day of the Lunar New Year, Jiang Fuyue officially visited the Xia family. It was actually a meeting with the parents. Everyone in the Xia family was nervous because of this. Old Madam first asked Old Master Xia to customize a new set of clothes. Lower the collar a little. You'll look more energetic this way. The tailor immediately agreed. Xia Zhendong stood in front of the mirror and looked left and right. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. It looks good. Why do you have to change it? Old Madam waved her hand. She didn't want to explain at all. Don't ask. You won't understand even if I tell you. Old Master Xia. Can't you save me some face in front of outsiders? In the end, it was done. Old Madam nodded in satisfaction and decided on the spot. That's it. It's settled. Get it done as soon as possible and send it over. I'll wear it on the 2nd day of the Lunar New Year. The tailor laughed. Don't worry. I'll send it on time. Are you going to a banquet? Old Madam smiled and shook her head. No. It's just a family banquet. That's quite grand. It's our son's first time bringing his girlfriend home. As parents, shouldn't we look more energetic? Oh. Meeting the parents? Then it should be more exaggerated to show the importance of the girl. Old Madam agreed. I think so too. Xie Zhendong couldn't help but whisper, it's not that bad, what do you know? Old Madam also personally drafted the menu for the day. From the main dishes to the small desserts and drinks, she did everything herself. On the day of the meeting, Old Master Xia and Old Madam Xia put on new clothes. The 7 sisters of the Xia family all came with their families. Xia Yunshu sat on the sofa, looking a little unnatural. Isn't it just a meeting? Do you have to make such a big fuss? Xia Yunzhao was sitting next to her and heard every word. If you want to continue to annoy Xiaojiao, just put on this ugly face. I won't stop you at all. Xianxia's expression changed slightly and she pursed her lips. Previously, she contacted Xianxia privately and instigated her to go against Jiang Fuyue. Not only Xiaojiao, but the whole family now had opinions about her. Old Madam didn't want her to come today. She came back on her own accord. During this period of time, Xianxia had thought a lot. She faintly realized that her previous behavior was very inappropriate, but she couldn't bring herself to apologize. In addition, she didn't have a good impression of Jiang Fuyue from the beginning. It was difficult to change this fixed impression in a short time. He couldn't advance, he couldn't retreat, he was stuck in the middle, neither up nor down, so his whole body felt awkward. He could not be kind, nor was he in a position to be fierce. Xianxia replied sullenly. I know. You don't have to tell me. Xianzhao stopped there and didn't say anything else. Soon. They're here, the servant's excited voice came from outside. The Xie family instantly became nervous. Old Madam, can you see if my hair is messed up? Old Master, it's not messy, it's not messy. What about my bow tie? Is it crooked? Seems a little, then help me adjust it. Done. Xia Yunzhao also subconsciously held her breath and looked expectantly at the entrance. Zhong Yunyi chuckled in her ear. Why are you so nervous? Those who know would think that you are meeting your future sister-in-law, but those who don't know would think that you are meeting your daughter-in-law. What are you talking about? Be serious. TSK. Zhongxiang played games all night yesterday. Why didn't you do anything? You only know how to scold me. As he spoke, he felt wronged. Xia Yunzhao rolled her eyes at him. You're really getting better and better. You're comparing yourself to your son in every aspect. If it weren't for your obvious double standards, would I stoop down to his level? Zhong Yunyi snorted. Ever since Zhongxiang joined the army, the problematic boy with middle school syndrome turned into a young commander. Regardless of whether it was the Zhong family or the Xie family, their tolerance towards him rose to a new level. Last week, the little brat started his vacation. He stayed at home playing games all day and did not even pick up his broom when it fell, although he did not pick it up either. However, Xia Yunzhao acted as if she did not see him and let him live freely and lazily. Zhong Yunyi could not even say a word about him. Our son has been in the army for half a year. It's so hard. What's wrong with coming back to relax for a few days? This was what Xia Yunzhao said. Fine, I can't afford to offend my son now. Don't interrupt, Xia Yunzhao warned. Little Jiao and the rest are here. Zhong Yunyi shrugged and raised his head to look at the entrance. However, a deep glint flashed across his eyes. Xie Dingyuan and Jiang Fuyue were warmly welcomed as soon as they entered. Of course, the main one was Jiang Fuyue. "Io. Yeah, you're too polite. You didn't have to bring gifts when you came." Since they were guests, the most basic etiquette was still necessary. Jiang Fuyue prepared 2 bottles of Bordeaux dry red wine and a fruit basket. Xie Dingyuan carried all of them. It was not expensive, but it was not rude either. She smiled and greeted them generously. "Uncle, Auntie, Happy New Year." "Happy New Year, Happy New Year." Fu Wanshou nodded vigorously and smiled until her face was full of wrinkles. Xie Zhendong was more practical. After praising her, he directly gave her a red packet. It was very light and not bulging. But the moment she took it and held it in her hand, Jiang Fuyue knew that it was not cash, but a bank card. Then, Xie Dingyuan introduced her to her 7 sisters. Starting from Xie Yunzhao, all the way to Xie Yunqi. Yes, Xie Yunqi, who was always running news and hosting shows all over the world, was also present today. Compared to the previous 6 sisters, who were pampered and lived a rich life, Xie Yunqi looked healthy and cheerful, full of vitality. Jiang Fuyue greeted them one by one. Xie Yunzhao heard her and immediately smiled. She took her hand and said intimately, "You don't have to be so polite. We'll be a family in the future. Come, let's sit in the living room and chat." Jiang Fuyue followed her inside and sized her up at the same time. The woman's eyes had an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Soon, she realized that this was Zhongxiang's biological mother. Xia Yunxiang and Xia Yunlan walked behind and whispered, "Our Xiaojiu has good taste." Old Madam used to joke that he was almost 30 years old and had never been in a relationship. She said that he would marry a fairy in the future. In the end, he really did get a fairy. So he didn't like her before because he didn't like her. Now that he likes her, do you see? He follows her everywhere like a silly donkey. It's as if someone wants to snatch his wife away. Wasn't he following her everywhere? He followed Jiang Fuyue the whole time, carrying wine, fruit baskets, and even bags. Xie Yunxiang was a little jealous. My husband has been with me for decades, but he has never carried my bag when we went shopping. He said that he was a sissy and that it was bad for his image. Xie Yunlan sighed. Our Xiaojiu has finally understood. Don't use the excuse of being a straight man. No matter how straight a man was, when he met the woman he loved, his EQ would be off the charts and he would turn into a pile of cotton candy. If he didn't, it must be because he didn't love her. Or rather, he didn't love her enough. Jiang Fuyue was led to the sofa and sat down. A few of her sisters sat beside her. Xie Dingyuan was pushed aside. Old Master Xia and Old Madam Xia sat opposite her. They smiled and looked at her. The more they looked at her, the more satisfied they were. Jiang Fuyue had a good memory. Very quickly, she compared each sister's ranking, appearance, and name. She remembered them clearly. Especially Xia Yunxian and Xia Yunmiao. Both of them looked very similar, but Jiang Fuyue could recognize them at a glance. She even accurately called out their ranking. Xia Yunzhao saw this and was quite surprised. But on second thought, this lady was an academic like Xiaojiu. She was in the scientific research field, so her IQ was high. So, it was not strange at all. Apart from the adults, the juniors were all present today as well. In terms of seniority, they should call Xie Dingyuan uncle. There were many familiar faces, such as Jiang Fuyue's roommate and classmate, Sun Xiaoqiao, Ming Wei and Sun Jiuxiao, whom she had met once before. However, Zhongxiang did not see them. Yeah. Sun Xiaoqiao immediately sat down beside Jiang Fuyue and held her hand. I heard from my mom that you're coming to the Xia family. I almost got a shock. I didn't expect it to be true. Hee. After meeting the parents, you'll be my future auntie. Speaking of this, she was happy but also a little distressed. Classmate will become auntie. You'll be one generation higher than me. Why do I feel a little strange? Hey, it's okay. We'll always be friends. Jiang Fuyue did not even need to say anything. She could already mentally prepare herself. Very, very strong. In addition to the big red packet from Old Master Xia, Xia Dingyuan's 7 sisters also gave her gifts. Basically, it was jewelry. There were earrings, necklaces, bracelets. The only special gift was the crocodile skin Himalaya from Birkin. Besides being the only bag among a bunch of jewelry, it was also because it was a second-hand bag. Xia Yunxian hissed softly and asked in a low voice, "Who gave it to you?" Xia Yunzhao glanced in Xia Yunshu's direction and frowned. This was the first time a girl had sex, and the man's sister gave her a second-hand bag. What were they trying to imply? This fourth sister still did not learn to be obedient. Xia Yunshu felt wronged. She usually liked to collect bags, especially those from the H family. Her house was full of her favorite bags. This Himalaya Birkin was her favorite. Not only did it have a diamond buckle and horse hoof print, but it was also bought at a high price from Christie's. It cost 7 figures. After all these years of collecting, the market price had doubled. Because of what had happened before, she had always felt guilty. Even if she wanted to apologize, she had never done so. Therefore, she reluctantly took out her best collection, the king of all bags, and gave it to Jiang Fuyue as a form of apology. She did not consider that the word second-hand would cause ambiguity. After all, Himalaya was priceless. Who would care if it was second-hand? Xia Yunshu was at a loss. The atmosphere was a little tense. But at this moment, Jiang Fuyue suddenly said, "The bag is very nice. Fourth sister, are you willing to give it to me?" Xia Yunshu, who was suddenly called out, was stunned. Of course. How could she go back on what she had given away? Even if I want to donate it to the school as teaching aids? Ming University had opened a new course called Luxury Appraisal with the aim of training high-end appraisers for the fashion industry. When the news was released, it attracted countless enthusiasts. There were even rich women in their 30s and 40s who signed up for the course. The popularity was beyond imagination. One of the courses was Luxury Bag Appraisal. Most of the big bags from the C, L, and H families were collected. After all, Ming University was not short of money, and the students of Ming University were not short of money either. They were only missing a diamond buckle Himalaya. Xiaoshan ran over to Jiang Fuyue and asked if she could get it. Jiang Fuyue was confused. Was it because of her usual dressing that he misunderstood? Did he think that she had a Himalaya? Xiaoshan touched his nose. I don't know if you have a Himalaya, but I'm sure you have more money than you can count. Was there a problem with him suspecting that Jiang Fuyue had a Himalaya? Xianxia said, since I'm giving it to you, you can use it for whatever you want. Then I'll thank fourth sister on behalf of Ming University. Xianxia lifted her chin, but her expression was still a little awkward. It's nothing. If you want, I have other limited edition collections. When she said that, not only were her friends surprised, but Xianxia herself also found it unbelievable. Everyone knew that the fourth son of the Xia family was crazy about bags. He could touch her, but there was no way he could get his hands on her bags. Jiang Fuyue, on the other hand, had a calm expression on her face. Her gaze was calm as she replied, sure. Xianxia curled her lips in satisfaction. Xianzhao was confused. Xianxiang, I don't understand this situation. Xianlan, shouldn't they be incompatible? Why are they so harmonious? Xianxian, this is the first time I see fourth sister being so generous. Xianxi, didn't she say that fourth sister might be targeting Jiang Fuyue today and asked her to keep an eye on her? How can she keep an eye on her? When Xia Dingyuan brought Jiang Fuyue to visit the old house, her friends went up to Xianxu and asked her, fourth sister, did you take the wrong medicine? There's something wrong with your attitude? Or are you secretly preparing a big move? Xianxu glanced at her friends and pursed her lips. Who are you looking down on? Can't I be nicer to Xiaojiu's wife? Everyone was confused. Xianxu snorted. She was too lazy to explain. She just felt that Jiang Fuyue had good taste and knew that her Himalaya collection was beautiful. Look at how ignorant they were. They only knew how to hold on to the second hand. They were worse than a young girl, it seemed that. Jiang Fuyue was not so unpleasant to look at. At least, she was good-looking and had fair skin. Soon, it was time for dinner. Almost all the dishes on the table were Jiang Fuyue's favorite. Xie Dingyuan winked at her, obviously wanting to take credit. After dinner, Jiang Fuyue said goodbye. Xie Dingyuan said, I'll send you off. Digression, it was time to meet the parents. Tisk, it's okay. We'll always be friends anyway. There was no need for Jiang Fuyue to say anything. She could already mentally prepare herself perfectly. Very, very strong. Other than the old master's big red packet, Xie Dingyuan's 7 older sisters had also received it. Number 905 Parents Meeting, no regrets likes please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Jiang Fuyue applied to major in civil engineering, highway engineering, and minor in road engineering, bridge engineering, highway survey and design, surveying, descriptive geometry, engineering drawing, computer foundation, reinforced concrete, hydraulics, and bridge hydrology. When the news came out, the whole school was in an uproar. What? Sister Yu wants to transfer to engineering? I thought she would major in clinical medicine, physics, or chemistry. She's a Lasker Prize winner, but she wants to build bridges and roads? I feel like this world is a fantasy. I counted 3 times. Sister Yu's major and minor professions are 11 professions in total. I was King shocked. Why? Sister Yu is so strong in single subjects and has excellent academic results. Why would she suddenly want to major in such a practical field? According to what I know, those who study civil engineering, especially highway engineering, are exposed to the elements. It's very tough, so almost all of them are men. There are no women. What do you think Sister Yu wants? TSK, why do you have so many Ys? I suspect tuition is just playing around. Maybe she's tired of high precision and wants to try something more down to earth. Oh my god, do you have to hurt me like this? I don't even have enough brains to learn one major. Sister Yu wants to learn 11 majors in one go. She's already on her knees. A god is a god. No human would do such a thing. I've carefully analyzed the specializations that Sister Yu has chosen. If she can master all of them, then Sister Yu alone will be a proper engineering team. F***CK. The moment Xiaoshan saw the web application page, he was also stunned. After a long time, he came back to his senses. You want to study civil engineering? Jiang Fuyue nodded. No. Why? You're doing well in other subjects. Why? Do you want to take things too hard, Jiang Fuyue? I want to try new things. Xiaoshan, there are many new things. Why do you want to build roads? Jiang Fuyue said, the experience of human history and the expansion of cities and towns tells us that if you want to get rich, you have to build roads first. Xiaoshan, ? You're not rich enough, Jiang Fuyue. It's not rich when one person is rich. It's when everyone is rich. Xiaoshan, leave. Okay, Jiang Fuyue happily said goodbye. As the living signboard of Ming University, the supernova of the academic world, and the great devil who was likely to rule the domestic scientific research field in the future, Jiang Fuyue's every move had always been closely watched. Sure enough, within 2 days, the news had spread throughout the university and academic circles. Everyone had the same question in their hearts: what happened to her? As representatives, Su Kaiqing and old Peter came forward to show their concern. Has everything been going well recently? Was life enjoyable? Was love sweet? Are your family and friends still healthy? Did you fall and hit your head? Did he wear a protective suit during the experiment? Did he inhale any hallucinogenic gases? Or did he accidentally ingest divine drugs? Jiang Fuyue was expressionless. Speak human. Su Kaiqing said, oh, and asked, why did you switch to engineering? Here we go again, Jiang Fuyue smiled and repeated for the nth time. If you want to get rich, you have to build roads first. If you want to get rich quickly, you have to build roads. There are no roads in the countryside, so getting rich is difficult. Su Kaiqing. All Wei is dead, Ozil, I'm dead, old Peter, are you freestyle, improvising? Jiang Fuyue maintained her smile. Do you need me to do it again? Su Kaiqing, goodbye. The two left in a sorry state and bumped into Xiaoshan, who was waiting at the door. Su Kaiqing, sorry, I can't persuade her. You should find someone else. Old Peter nodded. Me too. Xiaoshan. Oh my god. Who can control Jiang Fuyue? Suddenly, he thought of the Jiang parents. They might be useful. At the Han family villa. Xiaoshan took the hot tea from the servant and glanced at Jantar and Han Yunru, who were sitting opposite him. The man was tall, strong, and honest with a simple face. The woman was tactful, elegant, and still charming. Jiang Fuyue's height was like her father's, but her eyes were very similar to her mother's. She picked the strong points. Tisk, could this be the so-called chosen one? Xiaoshan thought sourly in his heart. Principal Xiao, why did you come here personally? Han Yunru asked in a gentle tone. Do you know that Jiang Fuyue has chosen a new major and direction? The couple looked at each other and shook their heads. Han Yunru, we never interfere with Ye's studies. She always makes her own decisions. Jantar added, we can't do anything about it either. Xiaoshan. Wasn't this a little too honest? Jantar responded with a silly smile. I know that Jiang Fuyue is very opinionated, but the direction she has chosen is ridiculous. Do you know what she has chosen? The couple shook their heads again. Xiaoshan, she is majoring in civil engineering and highway engineering. She also minored in road engineering, bridge engineering, highway survey, and design. Jantar was dizzy from hearing so many professional terms. Han Yunru also didn't quite understand. Xiaoshan. To put it simply, she wants to build roads. Jantar, building roads is good. If you want to be rich, build roads first. Han Yunru nodded. Good roads lead to good business. Xiaoshan, ? He suddenly understood why they became a family. Do you know how talented Jiang Fuyue is in physics, chemistry, biology, mathematics, and medicine? He didn't want to give up and was still trying to struggle. Jantar, I'm not too sure. Han Yunru, I think I know a little. These parents are amazing, Xiaoshan, let me put it this way. If Jiang Fuyue continues to develop in these fields, in less than 10 years, the domestic academic community will be swept away by her. She will also become the second truly all-round scientist in the history of human science after Da Vinci. The couple seemed to be stunned and looked at each other. Xiaoshan thought to himself, now you should at least persuade your willful and mischievous daughter, right? But the reality was, Jantar, if Yeye studies road construction, can't she continue to develop in these fields? Can't she sweep away the domestic academic community? Can't she become the second truly all-round scientist after Da Vinci? I don't believe it. Han Yunru, since she's already all-round, then she must know how to build roads and bridges, right? Xiaoshan, ? Sorry, I shouldn't have come today. I was too careless. Eh? Principal Xiao, why are you leaving? Why don't you stay for a meal? Try my signature dish. No, I'm afraid that if I stay any longer, I'll vomit blood before I even eat. Xiaoshan tried to persuade her but to no avail. In the end, he had no choice but to accept with tears in his eyes. But at the same time, he also gave Jiang Fuyue a difficult problem. In view of the fact that student Zhang's new major is too different from his original major, and that he has too many minor majors, from a humanistic point of view, the school has considered that it may exceed the student's actual ability. Therefore, we have organized a relevant examination to examine student Zhang's personal level. To put it simply, he was going to take a test, Jiang Fuyue, okay. Xiaoshan, why don't we just forget about it? The girl raised her chin and looked at him arrogantly. You can forget about it, but what about the school board? Xiaoshan face-bombed. His face was full of regret. Initially, he was just joking and didn't really want Jiang Fuyue to take the exam. However, some B** starred had actually reported it to the school board. Xiaoshan couldn't back down, so he had to bite the bullet and agree. But he was also worried that he would offend Jiang Fuyue. Under the double pressure, it was torturous. He lost a few more strands of hair. Jiang Fuyue snorted. She didn't look angry. This tells us that being kind to others is being kind to ourselves. If we hurt others, we hurt ourselves. Xiaoshan. He felt that he was hit hard by her again. Cry. A week later, the exam began. Jiang Fuyue chose 11 majors, and each major had a set of exam papers. In total, there were 11 sets of exam papers. The professors of the relevant majors would personally set the questions. No matter how knowledgeable Jiang Fuyue was, it was impossible for her to know all the knowledge of 11 majors. Otherwise, what was she studying? She could just be awesome. However, the exam questions were set by the professors of this major, so it was obvious that they were related to professional knowledge. Isn't this making things difficult for Sister Yu? I heard that the school board also said that the professors shouldn't set the questions too simple. After all, the person doing the questions is Jiang Fuyue. F***ck, the school board is too despicable. Are they deliberately causing trouble? I feel that those old guys are watching a show. The more trouble there is, the more twists and turns the plot will be. Sister Yu won't fail, right? This is a new major. She will definitely be at a loss if she dives in. Don't worry, there is no exam that the genius girl can't pass. Yes. You can always trust her. The school arranged the exam for 3 days. On average, there were 3 to 4 subjects per day. It's too troublesome. Jiang Fuyue sat in the empty examination room. I have to finish all the subjects today. Huh? The invigilator was stunned for 10 seconds before replying. Jiang Fuyue asked, can't I? I'll go get the other test papers right away. Just like that, from 8 o'clock in the morning to 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Jiang Fuyue finished all the exams at the speed of 1 set of test papers every half an hour. After she came out, she went to the cafeteria for a meal. This speed. I won't believe it even if a knife is held to my neck. Someone. Kill me to celebrate Sister Yu's death. I heard that the group of old men in the school board are beating their chests and stamping their feet. Regardless of the accuracy, Sister Yu has grasped the momentum well. Although it's impossible, I still want to ask, did she read the answers in advance? There are only things that we can't think of. There's nothing that Sister Yu can't do. The next day, the results were out. Out of the 11 test papers, all of them scored full marks. All the teachers were silent. The school board was speechless. Xiaoxian was dumbfounded. Just 1 week? She had finished all the relevant knowledge for 11 majors. Xiaoxian asked, "Are you possessed by an alien?" Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. "Who told you that you have to understand all the knowledge before you can take the exam? Then what else? Focus on the key points and crazily do the questions." "What questions?" "Of course it's the final exam questions for all the majors in the past few years." "How many sets did you do?" "In total, 172 sets." Xiaoxian was speechless. Was she the devil? "Oh, yes, I also did the pre-exam questions." Jiang Fuyue didn't know if other people's bets were accurate or not. Anyway, 95% of her bets were accurate. "So, Principal Xiao, can my application for a change of major be approved now?" Xiaoxian thought, would he dare not to let me pass? At this point, Jiang Fuyue became a third-year civil engineering, highway engineering, student. It was very magical. In the next 2 months, Jiang Fuyue went to class on time and never missed a single class. Therefore, the frequency of people seeing her in school suddenly increased. Someone said, the moon god is either in class or on the way to change classes. There were 11 majors. Assuming that each major had 5 compulsory courses, there would be 55 different courses in total. And Jiang Fuyue had to go for all of them. If the time for 2 classes clashed, she would usually choose to listen to half of them. If the 3 classes clashed, then the 3 classes would each be allocated a quarter of the time, which would add up to 3 quarters. The remaining quarter would be used to change classrooms. Very, very good. Sister Yu is Neza in disguise, right? 3 heads and 6 arms. The high-quality top student of the human race has a prototype. In the future, if you haven't learned more than 10 majors, don't consider yourself a genius. A real genius can carry 11. Are geniuses now also becoming self-taught? I have a curse in my heart, but I don't know if I should say it or not. However, Jiang Fuyue didn't always maintain this frequency of classes. 2 weeks later, when she figured out the teacher's class schedule and predicted the teaching progress of each major, Jiang Fuyue began to do subtraction based on her specific situation. How to subtract? First of all, surveying, descriptive geometry, engineering drawing, and computer basics were all related to computer graphics. She could refer to the textbooks and practice on the computer by herself. Moreover, her progress was more than 10 times faster than the professor's class. Therefore, there was no need to go to these 4 majors. Then, there was overlap between bridge engineering and bridge hydrology, so she only needed to listen to one. Jiang Fuyue chose bridge hydrology. The reason was that bridge hydrology included hydraulics in addition to bridge engineering. The scope was wider. In this way, there was no need to go to hydraulics class. In the end, there were only 3 courses left: road survey and design, road engineering, and reinforced concrete. Jiang Fuyue would only attend when she went to the construction site to teach on-site. She found that there was still a big gap between practical operation and theory in books. Sometimes, in the face of unexpected situations, theory might not be useful. Experience had to be relied on. At this time, the value of an experienced worker was highlighted. Jiang Fuyue began to run to the construction site by herself and dealt with these old masters. She listened and learned. In return, she would treat them to lunch every time she went. In the free time, Jiang Fuyue used all of it to self-study. Her progress was far ahead of the classroom. In any case, when the professor was still explaining the concepts related to surveying, Jiang Fuyue had already started to use the level, theodolite, total station, and RTK to operate. Apart from that, Jiang Fuyue had an even more important matter. But at the same time, it also gave Jiang Fuyue a difficult problem, in view of the fact that student Zhang's new major is too different from his original major, and that he has too many minor majors. from a humanistic point of view, the school has considered that it may exceed the student's actual ability. Therefore, we have organized a relevant examination to examine student Zhang's personal level. To put it simply, they wanted to take a test. Jiang Fuyue, okay. Xiaoshan, why don't we just forget about it? The girl raised her chin and looked at him arrogantly. You can forget about it, but what about the school board? Xiaoshan held his forehead, his face full of regret. He was just saying it, and he didn't really want Jiang Fuyue to take the exam. But who knew which bastard directly reported it to the school board? Xiaoshan couldn't back down, so he had to bite the bullet and agree. But he was also worried that he would offend Jiang Fuyue. Under the double pressure, it was torturous, and he lost a few more strands of hair. Jiang Fuyue snorted softly and didn't look angry. This tells us that being kind to others is being kind to ourselves. If we hurt others, we hurt ourselves. Xiaoshan. He felt that he had been hit hard by her again. Cry. A week later, the exam began. Jiang Fuyue chose 11 majors, and there was a set of exam papers for each major. So there were 11 sets of exam papers. The professors of the relevant majors would personally set the questions. No matter how knowledgeable Jiang Fuyue was, it was impossible for her to know all the knowledge of 11 majors. Otherwise, what was she studying? She could just be awesome. However, the exam questions were set by the professors of this major, so it was conceivable that they would be related to professional knowledge. Isn't this making things difficult for Sister Yu? I heard that the school board also said that the professors shouldn't set too simple questions. After all, the person doing the questions is Jiang Fuyue. F*CK, the school board is too despicable. Are they deliberately causing trouble? I feel that those old guys are watching a show. The more troublesome it is, the more twists and turns the plot will be. Sister Yu won't make a mistake, right? This is a new major, and she will definitely be at a loss if she digs in. Don't worry, there is no exam that the genius girl can't pass. Yes. You can always trust her. The school arranged the exam for 3 days, and on average, there were 3 to 4 subjects per day. It's too troublesome. Jiang Fuyue sat in the spacious examination room. I'll finish all the subjects today. Ah? The invigilator stared blankly for 10 seconds before replying. Jiang Fuyue, I can't do that. I'll go get the other tests' exam papers. Just like that, from 8 in the morning to 2 in the afternoon, Jiang Fuyue finished all the exams at the speed of finishing a set of papers every half an hour. After coming out, they went to the cafeteria for a meal speed arse. Kill me to celebrate with Sister Yu. Regardless of the accuracy, Sister Yu has grasped the momentum well. Although it's impossible, I still want to ask, did she look at the answers in advance? Only we can't think of it. Sister Yu can't do it. The results were out the next day. Out of the 11 test papers, all of them scored full marks. All the teachers were silent. The school board was speechless. Xiaoshan was dumbfounded. Just 1 week? She had finished all the relevant knowledge for 11 majors. Xiaoshan, are you possessed by an alien? Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. Who told you that you have to understand all the knowledge before you can take the exam? What else? Focus on the key points, then crazily do the questions. What questions? Of course, the final exam questions for all the majors in the past few years. How many sets did you do? In total, 172 sets. Xiaoshan, exclamation point. Was she the devil? Oh, yes, I also bet on the questions before the exam. Jiang Fuyue didn't know if other people's bets were accurate or not. Anyway, 95% of her bets were accurate. So, Principal Xiao, can my application for changing majors be approved now? Xiaoshan, would he dare not to let her pass? At this point, Jiang Fuyue became a third-year civil engineering major, highway engineering. It was very magical. In the next 2 months, Jiang Fuyue attended classes on time and never missed a single class. Therefore, the frequency of people seeing her in school suddenly increased. Someone said, the moon goddess is either in class or on the way to change classes. There were 11 majors. Assuming that each major had 5 compulsory courses, there would be 55 different courses in total. And Jiang Fuyue had to go for all of them. If the time for 2 classes clashed, she would usually choose to listen to half of them. If the 3 classes clashed, a quarter of the time would be allocated to each class. In total, it would be 3/4. The remaining quarter would be used to change classrooms. Very, very good. Sister Yu is Neza in disguise, right? 3 heads and 6 arms. From then on, the high-quality human genius has a prototype. In the future, if you haven't learned more than 10 majors, don't consider yourself a genius. A real genius can carry 11. Are geniuses also starting to roll in now? I have a curse in my heart, but I don't know if I should say it or not. However, Jiang Fuyue didn't always maintain this frequency of classes. 2 weeks later, when she figured out the teacher's class schedule and predicted the teaching progress of each major, Jiang Fuyue began to do subtraction based on her specific situation. How to subtract? First of all, surveying, descriptive geometry, engineering drawing, and basic computer science were all related to computer graphics. She could refer to the textbooks and practice on the computer by herself. Moreover, her progress was more than 10 times faster than the professor's class. Therefore, there was no need to attend these 4 majors. Then, there was overlap between bridge engineering and bridge hydrology, so she only needed to listen to one. Jiang Fuyue chose bridge hydrology. The reason was that bridge hydrology included hydraulics in addition to bridge engineering. The scope was wider. In this way, there was no need to attend hydraulics classes. In the end, there were only 3 courses left: highway survey and design, pavement engineering, and reinforced concrete. Jiang Fuyue would only attend when she went to the construction site to teach on-site. She found that there was still a big gap between practical operation and theory in books. Sometimes, in the face of unexpected situations, theory was not necessarily useful. It was still necessary to rely on experience. At this time, the value of experienced workers was highlighted. Jiang Fuyue began to run to the construction site by herself, dealing with these experienced workers, listening and learning. In return, she would treat them to lunch every time she went. In the free time, Jiang Fuyue used all of it to self-study. Her progress was far ahead of the classroom. Anyway, when the professor was still explaining the concepts related to surveying, Jiang Fuyue had already started to use the level, theodolite, total station, and RTK to operate. In addition, Jiang Fuyue had a more important thing to do. 907 As everyone knew, there was a dilemma in civil engineering: it was difficult to get single and difficult to get a certificate. According to incomplete statistics, there were dozens of certificates recognized by the state for engineering majors. There were registered structural engineer, registered architect, registered geotechnical engineer, registered cost engineer, registered consultant, registered fire engineer, and so on. The difficulty of the exam was different, and the gold content was also high and low. Jiang Fuyue studied while preparing for the certificate. She majored in highway engineering and finished the textbooks for 18 professional compulsory courses in one go. She had to thank the seniors who were in the same major as her. They were the ones who sent the books. Jiang Fuyue summarized that highway engineering could be generally divided into 4 aspects: roadbed, pavement, bridges, culverts, and facilities along the route. Roadbed was mainly earthwork, retaining wall, slope protection, drainage ditch, etc. Pavement included subbase, base, and surface layers, such as mud-bound gravel pavement, asphalt pavement, and cement pavement. Bridges and culverts were bridges and culverts. Facilities along the route, such as safety protection facilities, signs, lines, and greenery. Starting from these 4 aspects, Jiang Fuyue developed a strict learning plan to achieve the effect of all aspects at the same time. After learning all these, the next step was theoretical mechanics, structural mechanics, material mechanics, and elastic mechanics. Fortunately, she had a foundation in these theoretical things, so she could learn twice the result with half the effort. In addition, Jiang Fuyue also self-taught highway engineering design software, bridge engineering design software, and cost estimation software. These were all things that were often used in practical operations. She filled her time to the fullest, and every minute and second was incomparably fulfilling. But it made someone suffer. Yeah, I'll pick you up at night to go to the apartment? No, I still have classes tomorrow. She sighed. Then go to bed early, I'll hang up first. Wait. Yes? Jiangfuyue, the day after tomorrow, I don't have classes. Xie Dingyuan was excited. Okay. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Xie Dingyuan drove to the school gate early in the morning and picked up Jiangfuyue. The two of them went back to the apartment. As soon as she entered the apartment, she went to the study. Xie Dingyuan suggested, let's cook together for dinner? Jiangfuyue, let's order takeout. She could continue with her studies after dinner. Xie Dingyuan had no choice but to listen to her. After dinner, Jiangfuyue put away the takeout boxes in the trash can and wiped the table. Then she nodded in satisfaction. Seeing that she was going to the study again, Xie Dingyuan stopped her. Don't be in a hurry. Rest for a while before you continue with your studies. Okay. Jiangfuyue started to walk around the living room. 2 minutes later. I'm going to the study. Xie Dingyuan said helplessly, you're really stuck at 2 minutes. Jiangfuyue, didn't you say so? He was speechless. What should I do? If my girlfriend loves studying too much? After Jiangfuyue went in, Xie Dingyuan sat on the sofa and took out his phone. He opened a certain website and typed this title in frustration. Within a few minutes, he received a reply, 1L, who's studying? 2L, bro, are you at advanced Versailles? I'm so envious of you. My girlfriend is always so nosy. I'm going crazy. I wish she could be so engrossed in her studies that she would forget about me and let me play games, gather together, and have supper. Just thinking about it makes me happy. 3L, bro, don't be ignorant of your good fortune. If my girlfriend is as hardworking as your girlfriend, I'm willing to shorten my life by 3 years. Amen. 12L, now you're not comparing whose girlfriend is prettier. You're comparing how hardworking you are? Do you have to be so introverted? 27L, it's good for your girlfriend to be good at studying. For example, you can unlock new positions. I mean knowledge. Hehe, 28L, the commenter above must be an old pervert, right? Xie Dingyuan flipped through a few pages. They were all teasing him and were not serious at all. Suddenly, he paused and looked at one of the comments, then make yourself more attractive than studying. After reading it, he was lost in thought. Then, Xie Dingyuan admitted defeat. How could he be more attractive than studying? As expected of a scientist, this awareness was appropriate. At 11 o'clock, Jiangfuyue finished all the arrangements and ended her studies for the day. Xie Dingyuan, you're done? Yes. Drink a glass of milk before taking a shower. Thank you. After taking a shower and doing some basic skincare, Jiangfuyue lifted the blanket and lay down beside Xie Dingyuan. This was the most relaxing time of the day for her. Xie Dingyuan, are you tired? She shook her head gently. Why do you suddenly want to learn civil engineering? Jiangfuyue lay flat. Under the light, her eyes seemed to reflect the stars. They were shining brightly. It's not sudden. I've always wanted to learn. What about after you learn? Her eyes lit up. Building roads. If Duofu wanted to connect with Huaxia and go global, the problem of roads and bridges had to be solved. Otherwise, it would be an isolated island that no one cared about. Xie Dingyuan. Jiangfuyue suddenly called his name. Yes? When we're free, let's travel to Duofu Island? Duofu Island? The man was a little surprised. Why do you want to go there? Can't we go? Cough. Not really. Maybe the conditions are too difficult. Even the most basic water and electricity supply haven't been solved yet. Jiangfuyue raised her eyebrows. How do you know so much? Xie Dingyuan, I've been there before. She was a little surprised. When? About 5 years ago. I went there to collect specimens of Lord How Island's stick insects. Jiangfuyue suddenly sat up and stared at him. Xie Dingyuan was confused. What do you think of Duofu Island? He thought for a long time and slowly spat out 2 words, primitive. This was a more euphemistic way of saying it. To put it bluntly, it was poor, backward, and conservative. I want to build roads and bridges to Dwafu Island. Do you think it's possible? There were 2 clusters of flames burning in her eyes. Xie Dingyuan knew that she was not joking. It's possible. As long as you wanted to do it, there was nothing you couldn't do. Jiang Fuyue smiled and fell into his arms. She reached out and pinched the man's face. Ah Yuan, you're so cute. He trusted her unconditionally. The man blushed. She didn't know if it was because of pinching or because he was embarrassed. Cough. Aren't you sleepy? I'm not sleepy. Jiang Fuyue smiled and blurted out. The man's eyes darkened and his voice was low and hoarse. Then let's do something else. An hour later. Jiang Fuyue, you bastard. We agreed to do it twice. Xie Dingyuan. Aren't you not sleepy? Jiang Fuyue, I'm sleepy now. Very sleepy. Very sleepy. Xie Dingyuan, your voice is full of energy. You don't look like one. Jiang Fuyue, you, a muffled groan escaped from his throat. Good girl. At the beginning of March, Jiang Fuyue took the second-level architect exam. There were a total of 3 exams. The difficulty was low and it was a necessary certificate for the engineering profession. In the same month, she took the second-level architect exam. The difficulty was also not high. There was a requirement of working years, but it was not strict. Jiang Fuyue's internship experience at the construction site could be used. In June, the results came out one after another. Jiang Fuyue passed Level 2 Architect, Level 2 Cost Engineer, Certified Safety Engineer, Supervising Engineer, Consulting Engineer, and Level 1 Architect. The news spread on the internet. Sister Yu is awesome. 6 certificates in less than half a year, including Level 1 Architect. I'm kneeling. I just want to know. Is there anything the moon god can't do? Don't you think it's strange? Why did Sister Yu take these certificates? These are all for construction. Don't ask why. It's just for fun. Life is too boring. Learn something new. Why else? Is Sister Yu really going to work at the construction site? She's a high-tech talent. I suddenly feel a little sorry for Professor Xia. His girlfriend is too outstanding. He's under a lot of pressure. Professor Xia is also awesome, okay? He's just too low-key. I'm begging Sister Yu to write a secret book of engineering examinations. The engineers are crying and drooling. I'm also an engineer. I've studied for 4 years, but I'm not as good as Sister Yu, who just changed her major. I'm starting to doubt my life. To be honest, I haven't passed the consulting engineer exam yet. I don't even dare to think about becoming a level 1 architect. Xiaoshan looked at the pile of certificates in front of him with a numb expression. He was wrong. He shouldn't have doubted Jiang Fuyue's intelligence, and he shouldn't have set up obstacles for her to change her major. Because, it hurt to be slapped in the face. There was another big event in June, Jiang Xiaodi's middle school exams. After the Chinese New Year, he came to the capital. His purpose was to adapt to the teaching rhythm and lifestyle here. However, he would still be a student in Linhui. He would officially transfer over when the first year of high school started. Therefore, Jiang Xiaodi had to go back to Linhui for the middle school exams. For this reason, Jan Tar and Han Yunru delayed the opening of the new store so that they could take care of their son without any distractions. Jan Tar and Han Yunru were there to accompany him on the 3rd day of the exams. After the exams. How do you feel? Jiang Qinxing answered honestly, should be okay. In mid-July, the results of the middle school entrance examination were released. The not bad that Jiang Qinxing mentioned was a total score of 723, ranking 31st in the city. It was a full 30 points higher than the first and second mods, which was considered an exceptional performance. Not bad, son. Jantar felt gratified. It was rare that his son did not despise him. With his daughter in front of him, most of the time, he was in the state of drinking milk that brings good luck to his children. Now, out of the blue, he seemed to have suddenly understood his son's strengths. Han Yunru was also very happy. Han Qishan gave his grandson a full set of electronic products as a reward. There were new phones, new tablets, new computers, sports watches, and so on. There were more than a dozen of them. Xianxia gave her a pair of limited edition sneakers. I asked Da Ting. He said that boys like this. Therefore, she asked her friend to get more than 20 pairs of shoes overseas. The reason was, it's convenient to change. The Han family's 3 uncles also expressed their opinions. Han Heng's gift was the most special. He gave Xianxia an original song. Of course, he was not the one who wrote the lyrics and the song. I've already bought the copyright. You should like it. Xianxia really liked it after hearing it. Wu Qian had already paved the way for him to debut. Now that everything was ready, he only lacked a representative song with the potential to become a hit. Xianxia was good at singing, dancing, rap, and many musical instruments. He could be said to be an all-round ace. Nowadays, the idol market changed quickly and the competition was fierce. If he wanted to debut at a high starting point, it was best to become a hit. As long as he stabilized the traffic, he could maintain his popularity. However, good songs were hard to come by. Wu Qian had invested a lot of time and money to cultivate an original song, but there was no effect. As long as there was no good song, Xianxin's debut plan could not be realized. Han Heng was in the industry for many years. Although he was usually like a fool, he was still very sensitive in these aspects. He noticed Xianxin's dilemma, so he asked his friend to write this song and bought the copyright for him. Thank you, little uncle. Han Heng touched his head. It's my duty. After all, you can be considered to have inherited my legacy. The happiest person was Wu Qian. He got a good song without wasting a single cent. Xianxia, we'll start recording tomorrow and try to make the album next month. Then, he would debut. This month, there were 2 happy events. In addition to Jian Shaodi getting good results in the middle school exams, Han Yunru and Jan Tar were also moving to a new home. After New Year's Eve, the couple returned to Linhui. After finishing their work, they officially moved to the capital. Before this, Jiang Fuyue had already bought a detached villa in Xianxia. Because the renovation was not finished, Jan Tar and Han Yunru were still living in the Han family. Originally, the old man's meaning was, we're all family. Why move out? Can't such a big place fit you too? Han Xishan selfishly wanted his daughter and son-in-law to live with him. However, Han Yunru and Jan Tar needed to open a store, so it was inconvenient for them to go in and out. In addition, Xianxia was only a 10-minute drive away from the Han family, so the old man thought about it and agreed. Han Shen, if it was with Dad's old temper, he would definitely yell at you. In the past 2 years, maybe because Yaya was by his side, he changed a lot of his bad habits. He's already learned how to cultivate his body and mind. Han Yunru, that's good. On the day of the move, the whole family went out to warm the house. Xie Dingyuan also brought gifts. Just a little something. Jantar, you're too polite. We're all family. The word family made Xie Dingyuan relaxed and satisfied for the whole day. At 10 in the morning, they first cooked sweet dumplings, which symbolized reunion. There were sesame peanuts and red bean fillings, both of which were made by Han Yunru herself. She was very good at making desserts. The dessert factory was in Linhui, so it was convenient to make use of the local cheap labor. However, the market covered the imperial capital. She also personally went to the stores, retailers, and negotiated contracts with people. She did not idle at all. Jantar's original words, my wife is not a cook. She's a beautiful CEO. After eating the sweet dumplings, Jiang Fuyue brought Xie Dingyuan to tour the new house. How is it? I chose it. Did he dare to say no? You have good taste. The villa had a total of 5 floors. There were 2 floors underground and 3 floors above ground. There were 2 front and back gardens and 5 balconies of different sizes. The flowers in the garden had just been planted and had not grown yet. Fortunately, the lawn was covered, so it was not bare. Xie Dingyuan sighed softly. Jiang Fuyue, what's wrong? Why are you sighing? When I came, I looked around. And? There are no more unsold villas. It seems that my wish to be closer to you cannot be realized for the time being. Why? Do you want to be next to each other like the Imperial Heaven Palace? Of course. Why not? However, the current situation did not allow it. Jiang Fuyue's mouth twitched. The man whispered in her ear, "It's convenient for me to be closer to you. First get the moon." Oh my god, Han Ting and Jiang Qinqing happened to walk over. Seeing this, they immediately covered their eyes. Han Ting, brother-in-law is so clingy. Jiang Qinqing, that must be because my sister is too beautiful. Even a person who was usually so cold and aloof couldn't hold it in. Han Ting. Can you be more obsessed with your sister? Jiang Shaodi pursed his lips and snickered, "My sister's charm is 100%. Oh, he really dared. Jantar was in charge of lunch. It was a sumptuous feast that looked, smelled, and tasted good. It was a double feast for the eyes and taste buds. In any case, Han Ting was so full that he almost vomited. Oh my god, uncle's cooking is too delicious. Han Heng stuffed a piece of pork rib into his mouth. As he chewed, he snorted, "Do you think he opened a restaurant for free?" I think so." Han Ting scratched his head tactically. Jantar, who was praised, was embarrassed. "These are all home-cooked dishes with ordinary ingredients. Eat more if you like." Okay, Han Ting did not stand on ceremony at all. He thought that if little aunt and little uncle could live with them, wouldn't they be able to eat such delicious food every day? Sigh, it's all grandpa's fault for not making them stay. Han Qishan, achoo, who's scolding me? Han Ting buried his head in his food guiltily. After lunch, Jantar and Han Yunru cleared the table. Jiang Fuyue and Jiang Qinqing also went to the kitchen to help. Xie Dingyuan sat on the sofa and chatted with old Master Han and the 3 Han family uncles. She could not help but look into the kitchen. Ahem. Han Qishan coughed lightly. Xie Dingyuan calmly retracted her gaze, but it drifted over again after a short while. Han Shen and Han Ke looked at each other. Was this the sour smell of love? Han Heng had always been a big-hearted person, so he did not notice Xie Dingyuan's gaze. Eat some fruit. Jiang Shaodi came out of the kitchen and put a plate of peeled fruit on the coffee table. Qinqing. Uncle, you called me? Han Shen, a silly goose landed in our house. A silly goose? Jiang Shaodi was confused. Han Heng suddenly looked up, a goose? Where is it? Can it be eaten? Why don't we kill it and make it into roast goose tonight? Everyone, Xie Dingyuan, ahem. I'll go to the kitchen to take a look. After that, she got up and left. Han Shen sighed, the silly goose flew away. This time, Jiang Shaodi understood and could not help but snicker. Han Heng was still not in the right state. Where did it fly to? Why didn't I see it? Big brother, point at me, I'll go and catch it. I promise I'll catch it. As he spoke, he began to roll up his sleeves. Han Shen face-bombed, third brother, sometimes I wonder how you got to where you are today in the entertainment industry with that IQ of yours. Han Heng seriously thought about this question. Maybe I'm lucky? Didn't you see the marketing account saying that I'm the lucky emperor? Don't be too envious, Han Shen. Sorry, you're a silly donkey, it's my fault. In the afternoon, the whole family gathered together to play mahjong. Yeah, you play. Han Shen called out. Don't. I still have something to do, I have to go to the study later. Han Ku, then let Xie Dingyuan play for you. It's the same for both of you anyway. Jiang Fuyue had a strange expression on her face and her eyes were a little complicated. First uncle, second uncle, are you sure? Of course. Let us win some money from the younger generation, okay? Yes. Jiang Fuyue nodded, okay, then Xie Dingyuan will play for me. The man obediently sat down and gave her a reassuring look. An hour later, Jiang Fuyue came out of the study and was about to pour herself a glass of water. When she walked to the living room, she realized that other than the sound of mahjong, there was no sound at the mahjong table. Was no one talking? When she walked closer to take a look, good lord, Han Heng had already lost and was lying on the ground, looking like he had nothing left to live for. Han Shen and Han Ku were still struggling to hold on, but it was a pity that they were going to lose. Only Xie Dingyuan was sitting steadily on the fishing platform and winning a lot of money. Han Ting whispered to Jiang Fuyue, brother-in-law, do you know how to count? What do you mean by counting? It means to remember all the cards, who has played what is left in their hand, and which hand to play. He knows in his heart which hand to play. Then he should know how to count. Han Ting was shocked. Jiang Fuyue, is it very difficult? Han Ting, ? It's not difficult, I know how to count too. Han Ting? At this moment, Xianxia suddenly said, I know how to count too then. A soul asked, Brother Ting, don't you know how to count? Han Ting? Are you demons? The innocent young man's heart was full of holes. Don't stop me, I want to go back to the village. This is 2F** king complicated. Han Heng was also depressed. Although Han Shen and Han Ku had also lost, they didn't lose as much as he did, 30,000, Xia Ding Yuan, touch. Han Heng, 70,000. Touch again. Han Heng? Are you purposely making things difficult for me? Xia Ding Yuan, it's just a coincidence. Han Heng, 1 circle. I don't believe you will touch it again. Xia Ding Yuan, I won't touch it again. A smile crept up the corners of his mouth, but the next second, Xia Ding Yuan, I won. Han Heng? You touched 37,000, Hui Tong? What's that? Xia Ding Yuan, 147s, just right. Han Shen, thank you, third brother, for saving me from danger. When the cards were turned over, they were all scattered in 147 tubes. Looking at Han Ku, she also had 2 147s. Could it be that everyone had a cannon in their hands, but he alone lit it up? Han Heng, I'm not playing anymore. It's boring. Han Shen and Han Ku immediately agreed. Gambling a little was good for the mood, but gambling too much was bad for the body. It was about time. Xia Ding Yuan didn't have any objections. The 4-person game ended. A certain someone happily took the money and went to share the spoils with Jiang Fuyue. After this game, the 3 Han brothers secretly swore that they wouldn't let Xia Ding Yuan on the table during festivals in the future. Moving to a new house was something to be happy about, but the news was spread to the ears of the old madam of the Jiang family, Qiao Shufan. Great! Our eldest son's family is rich now, and he even forgot the surname of his ancestors. He moved to the capital without saying a word. Does he even care about me, his biological mother? He left Linhui just like that. He's being led by the nose by a woman. I think he'll even forget his surname in the future. Scolding filled the entire house. The old ones were furious, and the young ones didn't dare to speak. When the old madam was almost done venting, Jiang Qin rolled her eyes. Mom, I heard that big brother and sister-in-law bought a big villa in the capital. TSK, what's the price of housing in the capital? It's the number 1 in the country. I heard that 1 square meter is worth a small storefront here. Moreover, it's a villa, so it must be even more expensive. How much is it? Qiao Shufan was stunned. Is it that expensive? Of course. It's at the foot of the imperial city. I heard that some of the good locations can't be bought even if you have money. It must be Han Yunru who instigated it. That wastrel. Third brother, call your eldest brother now and ask him to come back immediately. Jiang Ting said, yes, I'll call him right away. That night, Jantar received a call from his biological younger brother. Xia Dingyuan sighed softly. Jiang Fuyue asked, what are you doing? Why are you sighing? When I came, I looked around. And? There are no more unsold villas. It seems like my wish to be closer to you can't be realized for the time being. Why? Do you want to be next to each other like Imperial Heaven Palace? Of course. Why wouldn't I? Unfortunately, reality didn't allow it. Jiang Fuyue's mouth twitched. The man whispered into her ear, it's convenient for me to be closer to you. Get the moon first. Oh my god, Han Ting and Jiang Chenxing happened to walk over. Seeing this, they immediately covered their eyes. Han Ting said, brother-in-law is so clingy. Jiang Chenxing said, that must be because sister is too pretty. Even someone who was usually so cold couldn't control himself. Han Ting. Can you be more obsessed with your sister? Jiang Shaodi pursed his lips and snickered. My sister's charm is 100% dizzy. Oh, he really dared. Jantar was in charge of lunch. It was a sumptuous meal that looked, smelled, and tasted good. It was a double feast for the eyes and taste buds. Anyway, Han Ting was so full that he almost vomited. Oh my god, Uncle's cooking is too delicious. Han Heng stuffed a piece of pork rib into his mouth and snorted as he chewed. Do you think he opened a restaurant for free? I think so. Han Ting scratched his head tactically. Jantar, who was praised, was embarrassed. These are all home-cooked dishes with ordinary ingredients. Eat more if you like. Okay, Han Ting didn't stand on ceremony at all. He thought that if little aunt and little uncle could live with them, wouldn't they be able to eat such delicious food every day? Sigh, it's all grandpa's fault for not making them stay. Han Shishan said, achoo, who's scolding me? Han Ting buried his head in his food guiltily. After dinner, Jantar and Han Yunru cleared the table. Jiang Fuyue and Jiang Chenqing also went to the kitchen to help. Xie Dingyuan sat on the sofa and chatted with old Master Han and his three uncles while looking into the kitchen. Ahem. Han Shishan coughed lightly. Xie Dingyuan calmly retracted his gaze, but it soon drifted over again. Han Shen and Han Ke looked at each other. Was this the sour smell of love? Han Heng had always been carefree, so he did not notice Xie Dingyuan's gaze. Have some fruit. Jiang Shaodi came out of the kitchen and put a plate of peeled fruit on the coffee table. Sinking star. Uncle, you called for me? Han Shen said, a silly goose landed in our house. Dumb goose? Jiang Shaodi's eyes went blank. Han Heng suddenly looked up. There's a goose? Where is it? Can it be eaten? Why don't we kill it and make it into roast goose tonight? Everyone, Xie Dingyuan said, ahem. I'll go take a look in the kitchen. After that, he got up and left. Han Shen sighed. The silly goose flew away. Jiang Shaodi understood this time and could not help but laugh. Han Heng was still in a daze. Where did it fly to? Why didn't I see it? Big brother, point at me. I'll go and catch it. I promise I'll catch it. As he spoke, he began to roll up his sleeves. Han Shen facepalmed. Third brother, sometimes I wonder how you got to where you are today in the entertainment industry with your IQ. Han Heng seriously thought about this question. Maybe I'm lucky? Didn't you see the marketing account saying that I'm the lucky emperor? Don't be too envious, Han Shen. Sorry, you're a silly donkey. It's my fault. In the afternoon, the family gathered together to play mahjong. Yeah, you play. Han Shen called out. Don't. I still have something to do. I have to go to the study later. Han Ku, then let Xie Dingyuan play for you. It's the same for both of you anyway. Jiang Fuyue had a strange expression on her face. She had a complicated look in her eyes. First uncle, second uncle, are you sure? Of course. Let us win some money from the younger generation, okay? That's right. Jiang Fuyue nodded. Okay, then Xie Dingyuan will play for me. The man obediently sat down and gave her a reassuring look. An hour later, Jiang Fuyue came out of the study and was about to pour herself a glass of water. When she walked into the living room, she realized that other than the sound of mahjong, the mahjong table was silent. Was no one talking? When she walked closer, she saw that Han Heng had already lost and was lying on the ground. He looked like he had nothing left to live for. Han Shen and Han Ke were still struggling to hold on. Unfortunately, they were bound to lose. Only Xie Dingyuan was sitting on the fishing platform and winning a lot of money. Han Ting whispered to Jiang Fuyue, brother-in-law, do you know how to count cards? What do you mean by counting cards? It means that he remembers all the cards. He knows who has played what is left in their hand, and which hand to play. Then he should know how to count cards. Han Ting was shocked. Jiang Fuyue, is it very difficult? Han Ting, ? It's not difficult. I know how to count cards too. Han Ting? At this moment, Jiang Shaodi suddenly said, I know how to count cards too. Then, a soul asked, Brother Ting, don't you know how to count cards? Han Ting? Are you demons? The innocent young man's heart was full of holes. Don't stop me, I want to go back to the village. This is 2F asterisk king complicated. Han Heng was also depressed. Although Han Shen and Han Ku also lost, they didn't lose as much as he did, 30,000, Xia Dingyuan, touch. Han Heng, 70,000. Touch again. Han Heng? Are you trying to make life difficult for me? Xia Dingyuan, it's just a coincidence. Han Heng, 1 circle. I don't believe you will touch it again. Xia Dingyuan, I won't touch it again. A smile crept up the corners of his mouth, but the next second, Xia Dingyuan, I won. Han Heng? You touched 37,000, Hui Tong? What the hell? Xia Dingyuan, 147s, just right. Han Shen, thank you, third brother, for saving me from danger. When the cards fell, they were all 147s. Looking at Han Ku, he also had 2 4-cylinders. Could it be that everyone had a cannon in their hands, but he alone lit it up? Han Heng, I don't want to play anymore. It's boring. Han Shen and Han Ku immediately agreed. Gambling a little was good for the mood, but gambling too much was bad for the body. It was about time. Xia Dingyuan didn't have any objections. The 4-person game ended. A certain someone happily took the money and went to find Jiang Fuyue to share the spoils. After this game, the 3 brothers of the Han family secretly swore that they would never let Xia Dingyuan sit at the table during festivals in the future. Moving to a new house was supposed to be a happy thing, but the news was spread to the ears of the old madam of the Jiang family, Qiao Shufan. Great! Our eldest son's family is rich now. He even forgot his ancestors' surnames and moved to the capital without saying anything. Does he even care about me, his biological mother? He left Linhui just like that. He's being led by the nose by a woman. I think he'll even forget his surname in the future. The whole house was filled with scolding. The old ones were furious and the young ones didn't dare to speak. When the old madam was almost done venting, Jiang Qin rolled her eyes and said, Mom, I heard that big brother and sister-in-law bought a big villa in the capital. TSK, what's the price of housing in the capital? It's the first in the country. I heard that 1 square meter of it costs as much as a small shop here. It's a villa, so it must be even more expensive. How much is it? Qiao Shufan was stunned. Is it so expensive? Of course. It's at the foot of the imperial city. I heard that some of the good locations can't be bought even if you have money. It must be Han Yunru who instigated it. That wastrel. Third brother, call your eldest brother now and ask him to come back immediately. Jiang Ting said, yes, I'll call him right away. That night, Jantar received a call from his biological younger brother, 909-inch big brother, it's me. Jiang Ting? Yes, that's right. Jantar frowned subconsciously. What's the matter? Look at you, you're treating me like an outsider. Can't I, as your younger brother, call and greet you? Jantar didn't know how to be a sweet talker and didn't know how to respond, so he just kept quiet. In any case, the other party would be the one who couldn't hold it in. Sure enough, big brother, actually, I do have something to do, hee. Jantar, I heard that you and sister-in-law bought a big villa in the capital and moved in already? It must have cost a lot, right? Jantar, it's okay, I can live in it. Jiangting pursed his lips. A big villa, of course they could live in it. Jantar, and we didn't buy the villa. Huh? Then who bought it? Yaya. Hey, isn't what Yaya owns yours? You raised her, so why can't you live in it? Ha ha ha. He felt that he had said a very good joke and immediately laughed. Jantar was indifferent and only said, we're going to sleep, you should rest early too. Don't, big brother, we just said a few words. Why do you want to rest? I have something to do tomorrow. Huh. The other party sneered and changed his attitude so quickly that it was as if the brotherly respect from a second ago was just an illusion. Big brother, you're rich now, so you don't care about us poor relatives anymore. Well, it's normal for people to forget about their blood ties when they're too far away. Jantar frowned. I never said that. But that's what you're doing. You're annoyed after saying a few words. If that's not disdain, then what is? Third brother, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't beat around the bush, it's more straightforward. What do you think? The other party was silent for 2 seconds. Okay, since you asked me to say it, I'll say it. Mom knows that you moved to Linhui, so she's very angry now and wants you and sister-in-law to come back immediately. Under the light, Jantar's eyelids were lowered, so Han Yunru couldn't see his emotions at the moment. But it didn't seem too good. Okay, we'll go back tomorrow. Jiang Ting raised the corner of his mouth in satisfaction. No matter how rich he was, wasn't he still that simple, honest, and almost stupid big brother? After the call, Jiang Ting called the old lady. Mom, don't worry, I've already conveyed your message. How did big brother react? Can't you guess it? Of course, he agreed immediately. Mom, you're the best. You just said a few words and big brother acted like it was an imperial edict. The old lady's sharp and proud laughter came from the other end. The next day, Jantar brought Han Yunru back to Linhui. Jiang Fuyue was afraid that they would be taken advantage of and wanted to go back with them. However, Jantar said, yeah, you do what you need to do. I'll take care of it. Don't worry. Looking into his determined eyes, Jiang Fuyue was stunned for a moment and nodded. Oh, okay. After the two of them left, she suddenly realized something. The person who made the decision this time was actually Jantar? Every time he encountered such a problem, he would usually subconsciously ask for Han Yunru's opinion and then say, I'll listen to my wife. But this time, he bypassed Han Yunru and made the decision directly. Rare, too rare. When the two of them left, they seemed to have only carried a small close-fitting bag and didn't bring any big luggage. Jiang Fuyue couldn't help but ponder. At 2:00 in the afternoon, Jantar and Han Yunru were already sitting in the old lady's house. Jiang Teng, his wife, and Jiang Qin were all there. Old Madame Qiu Shufan sat on the sofa with a sullen face and put on the airs of an elder. She had the air of an old lord in a big family in ancient times. Where's second brother? Why didn't he come? Ugh, Jiang Ting pursed his lips and felt that the old lady had no sense of propriety. She obviously knew that his eldest brother and sister-in-law had something against his second brother. Jiang Qin also secretly glanced at Jantar's expression. Sure enough, it was colder. Ever since Yang Jinqiu's incident, Jiang Hua had taken the initiative to avoid appearing in front of Jantar and Han Yunru many times. The main reason was that it was too embarrassing. Not only did he covet his sister-in-law, but his wife also almost killed her and was even sent to the police station. What kind of nonsense was this? Although Jiang Qin was thick-skinned, she still had basic ethics and morals. If this spread out, wouldn't she be embarrassed as well? How could she raise her head in front of her in-laws? Mom, second brother said that he's on a business trip and can't come. I told you before, why are you still asking? Jiang Qin's tone carried a hint of complaint. If she angered her eldest brother and sister-in-law, then what about their next plan? How could she bring it up? How could they talk about it? Old madam, really? You're old and have a bad memory. You deserve to be disliked. Jiang Qin really wanted to roll her eyes, but in the end, she controlled herself. Mom, what are you talking about? I didn't mean that. Alright, since eldest brother is back, let's have a good talk today. Jantar sat upright in silence. When he heard this, he only nodded softly. Qiu Shufan's eyes flickered. I heard that you moved to the capital? Jantar, yes. How long do you plan to stay? We plan to settle down permanently. Bang, she slammed her hand on the coffee table. This is ridiculous. I'm not dead yet, but as the eldest son, you can't wait to go somewhere else. Is this your filial piety? Was it this woman who instigated you? Old Madam pointed at Han Yunru with a sharp gaze. When you married her, I knew that she was a troublemaker. She would only cause chaos in our family and make us restless. Han Yunru frowned and was about to explain. Jantar beat her to it. It has nothing to do with Aru. This was a decision we made after discussing it. You decided? What did you decide? Move to the capital? You don't know anyone there. Why should you move there? Isn't it because of this woman? I heard that she found her parents and they happen to be from the capital. How do you explain this? Jantar, Aru's parents are indeed in the capital, but we moved there mainly because the two children will be there in the future. We can't stay in Linhui forever. It's only a matter of time before we move to the capital. Then you don't care about your biological mother? Jantar, I will pay you alimony on time every month. With that little money, do you think I'm a beggar? Jantar looked up coldly as if he had seen through everything. Just say it. What do you want? Old Madam coughed softly. Since you've gone to the capital, I won't force you to come back. But you have to let me move into the villa here. She asked for Imperial Heavenhua Mansion. Jiang Ting and Jiang Qin's reaction was not surprising at all, which meant that Old Madam had already informed them in advance. In fact, he might even have listened to their instigation. Jantar's heart sank. But he was not as upset as he thought. He even breathed a sigh of relief. Mom, the villa in Imperial Heavenhua Mansion belongs to Yaya. I can't make this decision for her. Old Madam's face darkened and she sneered. You're Jiang Fuyue's father. Isn't her villa your villa? Why can't you make the decision? I think you're just trying to shirk responsibility. You don't want me to live comfortably. Jantar nodded. You can say that if you like. I don't care. Now, not only were Old Madam, Jiang Teng, and Jiang Qin shocked, even Han Yunru stared at him as if she had seen a ghost. Did Jantar just say that? It sounded a little like a hooligan. If she didn't want to give it to him, she could scold him as much as she wanted. Old Madam was dumbfounded. She did not expect her usually honest eldest son to have such a reaction. Jiang Ting and Jiang Qin were also a little confused. Big brother was not like this before. Whenever Mom had a request, he would try his best to fulfill it, even if it was harsh on himself. Wasn't it just an empty villa? He had made so much money from the restaurant. Jiang Chenxing and Jiang Fuyue could also make money. Han Yunru even opened a factory. Their family's annual income was at least tens of millions, right? A small villa was nothing to Jantar. He did not expect him to be so stingy. Jiang Ting said, Big brother, Mom just wants to live in a better place. In the past, our family couldn't afford to buy a high-end villa like the Imperial Heaven Palace. But now, it's different. You have the ability to give Mom a better life. Just a little bit, Jantar was expressionless. I'll say it again. The villa belongs to Yaya. I don't have the right to let anyone move in. TSK, excuses. Jiang Fuyue is just a kid. Why would she want a villa? How can you say something like that? Jantar, just because you're willing to treat your child as a child doesn't mean that our Yaya is a child. Have you seen a child who developed a virus vaccine and won a world-class medical award? Jiang Ting choked. For the first time, he was rendered speechless by Jantar. Yes, who dared to say that Jiang Fuyue was a child? Was there such a powerful child? Jiang Qin rolled her eyes and said, Big brother, can you discuss this with Yaya? Yaya is so sensible. It's impossible that she won't let her own grandmother live there, right? Jantar shook his head. Yaya won't agree. You didn't even ask. How can you be so sure? Jiang Qin pursed her lips. She felt that Jantar was just making excuses. Jiang Fuyue's disapproval was just an excuse. In the end, he still couldn't bear to part with his villa. Since you don't believe me, I'll make a call. You can ask Yaya yourself, Han Yunru suddenly said and dialed the number. Jiang Qin's expression changed slightly. She wanted to stop her, but it was too late. After the dial tone, the call was picked up. Hello, Mom. What's the matter? Han Yunru, I'm not the one looking for you. Your aunt has something to say. Ugh, at this point, Jiang Qin could only bite the bullet. Yeah, I'm your aunt. You should remember me, right? Yes. Her tone was cold. Jiang Qin's smile froze. It's like this. Didn't your parents move to the capital? So? Her calm tone was like an unfathomable ancient well. It's that we want to. It's not us. It's my mom, your grandmother. She wants to. Jiang Qin suddenly couldn't continue. That feeling of panic and shortness of breath made her inexplicably want to run away. She didn't know why, but she felt that this niece was more difficult to deal with than Jantar and his wife combined. Jiang Fuyue, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up first. Hey! Wait! Jiang Ting rushed up and gave Jiang Qin an exasperated look. Then, he smiled at the phone and said, You, I'm your uncle. Your aunt is not good with words. Let me do it. Okay. Actually, it's not complicated. Isn't the villa in Linhui vacant? I was thinking. No, it's your grandmother who wants to move in. But your father said that this villa is yours and that you have to agree to it personally. So, don't you think it's time for you to let your father know? Jiang Fuyue, indeed, that's right. Hee, we're family. Look at how reasonable our Yaya is. She's not like Jiang Kai at all. If I have a daughter like you, I'll wake up laughing in my sleep. He was full of flattery. Jiang Kai, who was not present, was confused. Her father? Uncle, you might have misunderstood. What I mean is that you should ask for my opinion. That's good. Because other than asking for my opinion, no one else can make the decision for me. After all, this is my villa. Jiang Ting's expression stiffened. Yes, you're right. But yeah, old madam is your elder. She's your grandmother. You can't refuse to let her live in your villa, right? Uncle, are you trying to moral blackmail me? Jiang Ting's face turned green. You, don't be angry. I'm just kidding. Question mark. Jiang Ting couldn't breathe, neither could he swallow. He could only choke on his own words. Actually, I think Uncle's house is quite spacious. Why don't you bring Grandma over? I'm worried about her living in the villa alone. If she lives with you and Auntie, there will be someone to take care of her. Isn't that great? Jiang Tang and Lu Shuting's expressions changed at the same time. You can't say that, Jiang Fuyue didn't give them a chance to speak. There are so many stairs in the villa. You're worried about Grandma living in there alone, aren't you? Jiang Tang was embarrassed. Yes, I'm worried. At this moment, old madam suddenly said, then let third brother and his family live in the villa with me. It'll be easier for them to take care of me. Jiang Ting's eyes lit up. Lu Shuting's eyes also flashed. That was the Imperial Palace, the famous wealthy district in Linhui. If she could live there, she would be so proud. She would be able to walk with her back straightened. Jiang Qin was unhappy. Why should third brother and his family live there? What about our family? We want to live in the villa too. That's only fair. Sister, why are you joining in the fun? Go to the side and wait. Third brother, don't go too far. Usually, when you swindle food and drink from Mom and squander her money, I've turned a blind eye and didn't say anything. But you're going too far now. You're taking all the good things for yourself. Do you think I'm stupid? Jiang Qin. Watch your words. What do you mean by swindle food and drink? Mom was willing to provide me with food and drink. She wants me to come back to visit her. So what? Who told you not to bring a gun? Serves you right for not having a share. Bah, I've never seen someone as shameless as you. You even sucked old madam's blood. Among our siblings, you're the most cunning one. Jiang Qin, you're going too far, aren't you? Jiang Ting's eyes were fierce. Yo! What, are you going to hit me? Try hitting me. I'll call the police and put you in jail. I'm your brother. Have you ever treated me as your sister? You want to snatch and fight for everything. You're the greediest in the family. How dare you call yourself my brother? Forget about it. Jiang Ting and Jiang Qin were already at odds with each other before the issue of whether they could stay in the villa was resolved. One of them was used to being domineering because of his mother's favor, while the other had accumulated resentment for many years. Neither of them was a good person. They kept on talking, exposing each other's shortcomings and undermining each other. Jiang Fuyue ended the call happily. Jantar and Han Yunru looked at each other. Well, you should solve your own problems first. We'll talk about the rest later. They could still hear their quarrel when they went downstairs, accompanied by the sound of smashing and smashing. Old Madam's shrill voice stopped them. Are you two trying to piss me off? Han Yunru stole a glance at Jantar's expression and found that there was no emotion in his eyes. Han Yunru knew him too well after living together for more than 20 years. His expression was purely the expression of someone looking at a stranger. She was secretly surprised. That night, they didn't go back to Yutian Mansion, which was almost empty. Instead, they checked into Linhui Hilton Hotel and prepared to go back to the capital early the next morning. But early the next morning, old madam called them to the house again. After a night, Jiang Tang and Jiang Qin looked much calmer. At least they could sit on the sofa and drink tea peacefully. Old madam's complexion didn't change. She still looked shrewd and calculating. "Mom, why did you call us here?" Old madam coughed lightly. "It's about the villa. Last night, I discussed with third brother and youngest brother, and we decided that third brother's family would stay with me in the villa." She made it sound as if she had already agreed to let her live in the villa. Jiang Ting nodded immediately. "Yes, everyone was too impulsive yesterday. After that, I thought about it. We shouldn't have done that." Xiao Shufan said, "Third brother has a bad temper. He doesn't mean anything bad. As his elder brother and sister-in-law, please forgive him. Don't lower yourself to his level." "Yes, yes, yes. The result of our discussion is that our family will move into the villa with Mom. This is also to fulfill our filial piety for you." "That's right." Lu Shooting chimed in. "In the future, when you're tired of living in the capital, you can come back at any time. Just stay for a few days as a distraction. There are so many guest rooms anyway. If you're too busy, it's okay if you can't come back. Anyway, Jiang Tang and I will take care of Mom. There won't be any problems." Han Yunru was so angry that she laughed on the spot. What did she mean by fulfill their filial piety for them? Shouldn't Jiang Tang, as the son, and Lu Shooting, as the daughter-in-law, be responsible for supporting old madam even at the worst time? Jantar gave his mother almost everything she asked for, not to mention the alimony he transferred to her on time every month. And what did she mean by "there are so many guest rooms anyway"? They hadn't even given out their own villa yet, but the other party was acting like the owner and even arranged for them to sleep in the guest rooms. Jiang Tang and Lu Shooting were college graduates, but what they did was worse than a beggar on the street. Beggars at least knew how to bow and say thank you when they were begging. This couple directly stretched out their hands and asked for it, and they even acted so righteously. If they didn't give it to them, they would be sinners. Han Yunru suddenly felt sorry for Jantar. His silence didn't mean that he didn't understand. Naive didn't mean that he was stupid. He was just too kind, too tolerant, too indifferent, and too easy to bully. Before he met her, when Jantar was still an apprentice of Chao Ji, he didn't know how old madam exploited him. When they got married, all his assets were less than 2,000 yuan. After that, he was kicked out of the house by old madam. It was ridiculous. Jantar was a chef since he was young. He worked hard to support his mother and sister-in-law, but he didn't save much money himself. When he was down and out, he didn't even have anyone to help him. Now that he was finally rich, this family was like a cat that smelled fish, trying to squeeze every last bit of value out of Jantar. These were all his blood relatives, his family. How sad. Han Yunru silently held her husband's hand and gave him strength. "You still have me." Jantar turned and smiled at her. "Don't worry, I won't let you down again." Their eyes met, silently conveying their trust. Jiang Qin didn't object to the arrangement of Jiang Ting's family moving into Imperial Heaven Hua Mansion. After all, they were fighting like dogs yesterday, and couldn't wait to tear each other apart. In just one night, they suddenly reached a compromise. There must be something fishy. Sure enough, old madam changed the topic. "Since third brother has enjoyed a good life with me, we can't mistreat his family. After all, she's my daughter and your youngest sister." Jiang Ting hurriedly agreed. "Mom is right, we can't mistreat little sister. But what should we do?" "Old madam, I've already thought about it. Once you leave, the villa will be empty, and Jiangji restaurant won't be able to continue its private kitchen. Why don't we let your sister and her family run it? Isn't this the best of both worlds?" Old madam smiled with satisfaction. Jiang Tang and Jiang Qin also agreed. No one asked for Jantar and Han Yunru's opinion. Even if the villa was theirs, the private kitchen was theirs. Big brother, since you've moved to the capital, you can give me the restaurant and its signboard. You can't take it away anyway. That was Jiangji Restaurant's private kitchen. With a golden signboard, as long as they opened the door, they wouldn't have to worry about customers. Countless netizens would come and take pictures of the restaurant. They could earn hundreds of thousands a day, right? If she took over the restaurant, wouldn't she be rich? Jiang Teng was a little jealous. That was a real business. If he knew, he wouldn't have stayed in the villa. If Jiang Qin liked it, let her stay. The restaurant was the real golden hen, he was too careless. Little sister, do you know how to cook? With your cooking skills, don't let the customers eat it. It's not worth it if you have to stay in the hospital. Jiang Qin snorted and mimicked his sarcastic tone. Don't worry, third brother. Our old Lu is the best at cooking. Haha, the siblings went back and forth, but the smell of gunpowder could still be smelled. In the end, old madam jumped out and made the decision. Okay, it's settled then. Big brother, hurry up and get the paperwork done. Your sister can open the restaurant earlier. Suddenly, Jantar sneered. It was indescribably sarcastic and biting cold. Mom, do you really think I'm easy to bully? I'll make it clear today. Don't even think about the villa or the restaurant. Old Madame Zhang's eyes widened. Are you crazy? Why don't you agree? Because my daughter bought the villa and I founded the Jiangji Restaurant's private kitchen. If I don't give it to you, do you want to snatch it from me? Old Madame Jiang suddenly realized that the way her eldest son looked at her had changed. It was no longer the tolerant, or peaceful look from before. After my rebirth, I am the white moonlight of all the big bosses. Good news came after the Jiang family was dealt with in 9/11. Please wait a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Self-recommendation was not allowed for the Nobel Prize in Medicine. Every year, confidential documents would be sent to those who had the ability and qualifications to nominate candidates for the award. There were usually 1,000 to 2,000 candidates. Every February, the jury would screen and approve the recommended candidates, and this process was completely confidential. The list of nominees would be announced in July and August. The winners would only be officially announced in October. The award ceremony would be held in December. The list of nominees announced in August was also called the Wild List. As mentioned earlier, the selection process for the Nobel Prize was completely confidential, so this list was naturally unofficial. Strictly speaking, it could only be regarded as a prediction. It was a list of medical scientists who had outstanding performances this year and previous years but had missed out on the Nobel Prize. It was not as accurate as everyone thought. In the past, there had been cases where the winners were not from this list. Therefore, when the outside world began to cheer and celebrate, the two people involved were not very excited. Jiang Fuyue felt that Xie Dingyuan had a higher chance of winning the award. As for herself, forget it. It was probably because the unscrupulous foreign media saw that she was a hot topic and wanted to use her to attract attention and eyeballs. It was a bit similar to the fandom behavior. In this regard, many academic celebrities and experts in this field popularized the public on social media. Senior Boy EV, the list is unofficial, and its credibility is questionable. I'm afraid some fans will like it for nothing. Contemporary Xianxia SNV. Before discussing whether Jiang Fuyue can win the award, let me show you a set of data. The Nobel Prize in Medicine was awarded 140 times between 1901 and 2050. There were 249 winners, and only 22 of them were women. The average age of all the winners was 58 years old. The average age of the male winners was 57 years old, and the average age of the female winners was 63 years old. In summary, it was not difficult to see that Jiang Fuyue did not have an advantage in terms of gender or age. Instead of hoping that Jiang Fuyue would win the award and have such unrealistic dreams, it was better to look forward to Xie Dingyuan. He should be a hot favorite for this year's Nobel Prize in Medicine. Academic Circle V. Jiang Fuyue's probability of winning the award is 0.33%. Xie Dingyuan's probability of winning the award is 45%. Let's wait for the results in October. Professor Xia has reached a certain level of maturity. I hope that he won't be a burden this year and will become a god in one fell swoop. As for Sister Yu, I can only say that her fate lies in the future. The netizens were ecstatic at first, but they quickly calmed down after reading the science report. The wild list is harmful. It's a mistake to celebrate too early. Sister Yu is amazing. Just the fact that her name is on the same list as Professor Xia's is enough for me to brag about for the rest of my life. When I was Sister Yu's age, my name only appeared on the list of truants and flunkies. I didn't even dare to think about the Nobel Prize. Even if Sister Yu doesn't win an award, it will still be a success in another sense. Fans, you don't have to brag awkwardly. It's not easy to wind things up when you're too awesome. Jiang Fuyue's appearance on the Nobel Prize wild list is like a peacock sneaking into a phoenix's nest. Her style is instantly lost. Upstairs, you're the one who King left. You're quite good at slandering people. If you have the ability, make your name appear on the list. Oh my god. I don't understand what everyone is arguing about. At this time, I just want to quietly watch the couple. Your name and my name appearing together represents the glory of the country. What kind of fairy love is this? So this is what the strong duo in the novel looks like in reality. I'm in love. Whether it was on the internet or in the academic circle, there were not many people who were optimistic about Jiang Fuyue. Even she knew that it was unlikely, so she did not take the list seriously. It was not that she was not confident, but she was clear-headed enough to have an absolutely objective understanding of the situation and herself. Anyway, she was still young. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Let nature take its course. When it was time to win an award, it would naturally be her turn. There was no need to force it. Xie Dingyuan, you're optimistic. This is called having a good attitude. Is there a possibility that we can win an award together? Jiang Fuyue struggled out of his arms. She could not help but roll her eyes. You really dare to think about it. The man touched his nose, pulled her back, and hugged her tightly. It's not illegal to think about it. How proud do you think our children will be when they see their parents standing on the Nobel Prize podium together in the future? Jiang Fuyue, ? Children, what was in this person's head all day long? He muttered softly. Anyway, there will be one sooner or later. Actually, it was not uncommon for an award to be given to 2 or 3 people. On the contrary, it was very common for the Nobel Prize in Medicine. From 1901 until now, this award had only been given to one person 39 times. However, it had been given to 2 people 53 times, and it had been given to 3 people 48 times. Moreover, after entering the 21st century, it was rare for a single person to win an award. Usually, it would be shared. Therefore, Xie Dingyuan's idea was not purely unimaginative. We still have to have dreams. What if it comes true? This was his original words. The parents of both parties were also concerned about this matter. Xie family, old Madame Xia was grinning from ear to ear. Io. Yaya and Xiaojiu are both on the list. They're really a couple. They're always in pairs. During this period, Fu Wanqiu had become a hardcore fan of the Yuanyue couple. She was also the moderator of the chat group. Every day, she would check in on Weibo, leave comments, and post updates. Old Madame Xia had originally wanted to join the Q group. However, when she heard that she had to do questions, she immediately asked her to leave. The chat group was more suitable for her. Ever since she became a couple, she no longer felt sore when she walked and smiled more. It could be said that she felt refreshed. She was now more and more satisfied with Jiang Fuyue. She could not wait to order Xie Dingyuan to marry her immediately. Xie Zhendong nodded happily. Both of them are good children. Xie Yunzhao, maybe this is what it means to be a good match. Equal status and a strong union. Xie Yunshu could not help but roll her eyes and mercilessly burst their fantasy. The popular science on the internet said that this is a wild nomination. It doesn't count. Old Madame Xia, so what if it's wild? It doesn't matter if it counts or not. Xiaojiu and Yaya are on the same list anyway. Others, yes. Xie Yunshu, ? A bunch of people joined together to refute her, but she could not do anything. Most importantly, she did not feel angry, even she was shocked by her own reaction. Didn't she hate Jiang Fuyue? What was going on? Can you work harder? Knock. Old Madame Xia and Xia Yunzhao exchanged a knowing look. Cough. Fourth brother, come here. I'll teach you how to become a couple and pick up candies. Come on, come on. It's very fun. Then let's try it, at the Han residence. Han Qishan, oh my god, this is a Nobel Prize. Han Shen, calm down. However, he stared at the list again and again. Han Ku, our Han family's genes are strong. I won't be surprised if Ye gets a Chinese medal in the future. Han Heng, the internet said that this nomination is better than my 3 Best Actor awards. What kind of look is that? It's obviously better than a Grand Slam, okay? San Jin, I'm not worthy? Best Actor, then I'll leave? But why do I hear that this list is not very reliable? Maybe the foreign media is exaggerating. Han Qishan, what do you know? Our Nanan's name is already very good. Otherwise, why would it be Jiang Fuyue and not Wang Fuyue or Ma Fuyue? That's right. At least it shows that Ye has the ability to fight for it. Xie Dingyuan is also here. The two of them are really, 2 words appeared in Han Shen's mind. A good match. Han Qishan exited the popular science video. I'll give Ye a call. Even if we don't win the award, don't be discouraged, Han Ku, don't. Ye's mentality is very stable. She doesn't need us to comfort her. Han Qishan rolled his eyes. What do you know? It turned out that Han Ku was right. Jiang Fuyue was very normal. She didn't need anyone to comfort her. She thought it through very clearly. Therefore, Han Qishan only cared about her health. He asked her to come back for a meal when she was free and play a few rounds of chess with him. It would be best if she could stay for a few days. Recently, Han Ting went out to compete to earn money. There was no one to accompany him, the nomination was over. Jiang Fuyue didn't care about it. Xie Dingyuan also didn't take the initiative to mention it. The two of them lived their lives as usual. Every day, they studied, worked, ate, and slept. When they were free, they would meet, go on dates, go shopping, watch movies, and occasionally cook and sleep together. During this period, Jiang Fuyue signed up for 4 exams, Level 1 Price Designer, Level 2 Fire Engineer, Level 2 Structure Engineer, and Level 2 Architect. Among them, the Level 1 Price Designer exam focused on measurement and pricing. Therefore, there were a lot of calculation questions and a lot of calculations. Fortunately, calculations were not difficult for her. The Fire Engineer exam focused on liberal arts. There were more standards and memorization. The Level 2 Structure Engineer exam was a design exam. There were 18 specifications and had a very high requirement for professional knowledge. The Level 2 Architect exam required hand-drawn drawings. Jiang Fuyue spent most of her time on this. The passing rate was only 1%. When the 4 exams were finished, it was already late autumn. On the day the results were released, Xie Dingyuan treated Jiang Fuyue to hot pot. Celebrate. You didn't even ask me about the results. We don't even know if it's good or bad. You're already celebrating? Xie Dingyuan, do you still need to ask? Is there a moon god in the world who can't take the exam and get a bad score? Jiang Fuyue smiled. That's not necessarily true. There's no what if. You trust me that much? Xie Dingyuan, I trust myself. Trust yourself for what? He was proud. I have good taste. I picked you to be my wife at first sight. TSK, who's your wife? Don't call me that. It's just a matter of time. Get used to this name first. Jiang Fuyue's mouth twitched. Hurry up and make a reservation. Xie Dingyuan chuckled. Come out. What? I've already made a reservation. I'm at your door. Jiang Fuyue immediately ended the call and rushed out. She saw a black Mercedes-Benz parked quietly outside the iron gate of the villa. The driver's window rolled down, revealing a man's smiling face. His beautiful eyes were curved into beautiful arcs. Jiang Fuyue ran over. When did you arrive? A while ago. Why don't you come in? Cough. It's not convenient. Actually, he was afraid that Jantar would ask him to stay for dinner. How could he take Jiang Fuyue out if that was the case? Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. Didn't you say that you're the son-in-law that our family approves of? Why is it inconvenient now? Yeah. The man looked helpless. Do you really want me to say it clearly? Then say it. Then I'll say it? Say it. Cough. I want to take you out for hot pot. After that, I'll eat you. Hooligan. You're the one who asked me to say it. Jiang Fuyue, shut up. Wait. After that, she ran back into the house. 20 minutes later, she changed her clothes and hairstyle. She opened the car door and sat in the front passenger seat. Let's go, Xie Dingyuan stepped on the accelerator. The car shot out like an arrow and sped towards the hot pot restaurant. Xie Dingyuan had already practiced ordering, serving, and boiling the dishes. He was familiar with the process and his movements were nimble. Jiang Fuyue especially liked eating hot pot with him. She just had to sit down and eat. Others would do the rest for her. It was very blissful. After eating hot pot, Jiang Fuyue took him for a walk to digest the food. The two of them bathed in the moonlight. The cool autumn wind blew in their faces. The atmosphere was excellent. Time flies. It's just the Lunar New Year, and now it's September. Xie Dingyuan held her hand and interlocked their fingers. Yeah, you'll graduate from your undergraduate degree next year. Why are you suddenly talking about graduation? There's no end to learning. It's still early to graduate. Jiang Fuyue had plans to study further. She had mentioned it to Xie Dingyuan before, and he had expressed his support. Nothing. I just suddenly thought of it. After walking through the avenue, they would reach the shopping mall. Jiang Fuyue, let's go shopping. The new autumn clothes are on sale. In the end, Jiang Fuyue only bought 2 sweaters and a jacket for herself. However, she bought a lot of things for Xie Dingyuan. There were clothes, pants, shoes, and belts. Xie Dingyuan, we have a lot of things at home. How can what I bought be the same? He obediently shut up. Jiang Fuyue laughed. That night, she stayed at the boarding house and did not go home. However, she still called home. As for the reason, she picked a random one. Han Yunru and Jantar were not clueless. They just turned a blind eye to it. Han Yunru thought that it was funny when Jantar first found out about it. He sat upright on the sofa and was angry for the whole night. Jantar vividly portrayed the sadness, annoyance, and anger of a macho man who had his little jacket stolen. Xie Dingyuan, that bastard. Han Yunru heard him scold the thief. I'm going to break his legs. Han Yunru retorted. If you really break his legs, your daughter will be the one who will feel sorry for her. Jantar was so angry that he had a heart attack. Afraid of breaking the vase. Afraid of breaking the vase, Xie Dingyuan was that shameless rat. In the middle of the night, Han Yunru went downstairs to get some water. She found that Jantar was still sitting there motionless. He raised his hand occasionally, as if he was wiping away his tears. Han Yunru quietly returned to her bedroom and pretended not to see anything. The next day, Jantar digested the news. He even reminded Han Yunru to remind her daughter to be careful and protect herself. She was still so young. She was not in a hurry to be a mother. Her old father was also worried sick. In the blink of an eye, it was October. It was a good season for harvest. On the second day of the National Day holiday, October 2nd, the Nobel Prize in Medicine Selection Committee announced the final winner. Fortunately, calculating wasn't a problem for her. The fire engineer exam focused on liberal arts and was more standardized. The secondary architecture exam was a design exam with 18 specifications. It required a lot of professional knowledge. The secondary architecture exam required hand-drawn drawings. Jiang Fuyue spent most of her time on this. The passing rate was only 1%. It was late autumn when she finished all 4 exams. On the day of the results, Xie Dingyuan invited Jiang Fuyue to eat hot pot. To celebrate. You didn't even ask me about the results. We don't even know if it's good or bad, and you're already celebrating? Xie Dingyuan said, do you still need to ask? Is there a moon god in the world who can't pass the exam and get a bad score? Jiang Fuyue smiled. That's not necessarily true. There's no what if. You believe in me that much? Xie Dingyuan said, I believe in myself. Why do you believe in yourself? He said proudly, because I have good taste. I picked you to be my wife at first sight. TSK, who's your wife? Don't call me that. It's just a matter of time. Get used to this name first. Jiang Fuyue's mouth twitched. Hurry up and make a reservation. Xie Dingyuan chuckled. Come out. What? I've already made a reservation. I'm at your door. Jiang Fuyue immediately ended the call and rushed out. She saw a black Mercedes-Benz parked quietly outside the iron gate of the villa. The driver's window rolled down, revealing a man's smiling face. His beautiful eyes were curved into beautiful arcs. Jiang Fuyue ran over. When did you arrive? A while ago. Why don't you come in? Cough. It's not convenient. Actually, he was afraid that Jantar would ask him to stay for dinner. How could he take Jiang Fuyue out if that was the case? Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. Didn't you say that you're the son-in-law that our family approves of? Why is it inconvenient now? Yeah. The man looked helpless. Do you really want me to say it clearly? Then say it. Then I'll say it? Speak. Ahem. I want to take you out to eat hot pot. I'll eat you after that. Rogue. You were the one who told me to say it. Jiang Fuyue, shut up. Wait for me. After saying that, she dashed back into the house. 20 minutes later, she had changed her clothes and changed her hairstyle. She opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat. Let's go. Xie Dingyuan stepped on the gas pedal, and the car shot out like an arrow, speeding towards the hot pot restaurant. Order, serve, and rinse the dishes. Xie Dingyuan had already been practiced. He was familiar with the process and his movements were nimble. Jiang Fuyue especially liked to eat hot pot with him, because when she sat down, she just had to focus on eating, and other people would do the rest for her. He was very happy. After eating the hot pot, Jiang Fuyue took him for a walk to digest the food. The two of them bathed in the moonlight as the cool autumn breeze blew in their faces. It was neither hot nor cold, and the atmosphere was excellent. Time flies. It's just the Lunar New Year, and now it's September. Xie Dingyuan held her hand and interlocked their fingers. Yes, you'll graduate from your undergraduate degree next year. Why are you suddenly talking about graduation? There's no end to learning. It's still early to graduate. Jiang Fuyue had plans to study further. She had mentioned it to Xie Dingyuan before, and he had expressed his support. Nothing. I just suddenly thought of it. After walking down the avenue, the shopping center was just one more road away from them. Jiang Fuyue, let's go shopping. The new autumn clothes are on sale. In the end, Jiang Fuyue only bought 2 sweaters and a jacket for herself, but she bought a lot of things for Xie Dingyuan. There were clothes, pants, leather shoes, and belts. Xie Dingyuan, we have a lot of things at home. How can what I bought be the same? He obediently shut up. Jiang Fuyue laughed. That night, she stayed at the boarding house and did not go home. However, she still called home. As for the reason, she picked a random one. Han Yunru and Jantar were not clueless. They just turned a blind eye to it. Han Yunru thought it was funny when she recalled how Jantar sat on the sofa and was angry for the whole night. Jantar vividly portrayed the sadness, annoyance, and anger of a strong man who had his little jacket stolen. Xie Dingyuan, that bastard. Han Yunru heard him scold the thief. I'm going to break his legs. Han Yunru retorted. If you really break his legs, your daughter will be the one who will feel sorry for her. Jantar was so angry that he had a heart attack. Afraid of breaking the vases. Afraid of breaking the vases, in the middle of the night, Han Yunru went downstairs to get some water. She found that Jantar was still sitting there motionless. He raised his hand occasionally, as if he was wiping his tears, Han Yunru quietly returned to the bedroom and pretended not to see anything. The next day, Jiantar digested the news. He even asked Han Yunru to remind Jiang Fuyue to be careful and not kill anyone. She was still young and was not in a hurry to be a mother. In the blink of an eye, it was autumn in October. It was a good season for harvest. On the second day of the National Day holiday, October 2nd, the Nobel Prize in Medicine Selection Committee announced the final winners, Xie Dingyuan, Jiang Fuyue, and Germany's biochemist, Albrecht Kossel. The three of them shared the 2054 Nobel Prize in Medicine. When the news spread back to China, the whole country was shocked. Xie Dingyuan was a popular candidate, so it was not strange that he won the award. However, Jiang Fuyue also won the award. This meant that Xianxia had produced two Nobel Prize winners in the same year in the same field. Moreover, the two of them were a couple. This had never happened before. It was unprecedented in history. Oh my God! The moment I saw Sister Yu's name, I was dumbfounded. Didn't they say that wild nominations are not trustworthy? Those internet celebrities and experts who swore that Sister Yu would definitely not win the award. Your face is hurt? This time, there shouldn't be anyone who will jump out and say that there's something going on behind the scenes, right? Look carefully, this is the Nobel Prize, the highest award in the world. A year ago, the Lasker Prize, and a year later, the Nobel Prize. Professor Xia and Sister Yu have been quietly accompanying each other and moving forward hand in hand. This is the most beautiful form of love. In a battle of strength, the strongest is king. Professor Xia and Sister Yu deserve the award. I don't know why so many internet celebrities were criticizing Jiang Fuyue a while ago. I was thinking that since she had won the Lasker Prize, which is known as the bellwether of the Nobel Prize, would it be strange if she won the Nobel Prize as well? That's right. Sister Yu had won the Lasker Prize before. This is a very obvious hint. What a bunch of zhuge liang. It's a pity that it was only after the fact. No matter what, Professor Xia and Sister Yu won the award at the same time and won glory for the country. This is a great thing. After Professor Tu, two more local scientists have won the Nobel Prize in Medicine. Congratulations! Professor, Sister Yu, the light of Xianxia, the eternal God. Xianxia Science Official V, great scientists, for the country and the people. Purple Light China Official V, unparalleled scholars. Common Interest V, salute. Choose one thing and spend the rest of your life with a clear conscience for the country and the people. Central TV Quick Watch V, there's no such thing as peace and quiet. Someone is just carrying the burden for us. They are the real stars. The officials stepped in to protect them. At that moment, many netizens had tears in their eyes and noses. It's said that all roads lead to Rome, but scientific research is the most difficult one. It's tedious and painstaking. It's because of thousands of scientists like Professor Xia and Sister Yu that they have integrated their youth into the long river of learning that they have today's glory and brilliance. The country will not forget. The people will not forget either. Searching for and spilling blood for the cause of science. This is the idol of the young generation. As for those entertainment stars, there's no need for that. Cheering for Professor Xia. Banging against the wall for Sister Yu. The Linhui Municipal Government Publicity Department immediately sent congratulatory messages to the Xianxia Academy of Sciences and Ming University. Jiang Fuyue has won the 2054 Nobel Prize in Medicine. Congratulations, congratulations! The Xie family, Jiang family, and Han family also went crazy. Xianxia was as excited as a child despite her age. Got it. Got it. Both of them. Xie Zhendong turned his head and quietly wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. Yuan is great. Yaya is great too. Xie Yunzhao couldn't help but burst into tears. As his elder sister, she had seen with her own eyes how Xie Dingyuan had come step by step to where he was now. He used to be arrogant, lonely, and untainted. It was as if he was drifting away from the world. Now that he had a partner who loved him wholeheartedly, he finally had a little bit of humanity. Xie Yunzhao silently thanked Jiang Fuyue countless times in her heart. She was the one who made Yuan's life complete, interesting, and full of vitality. The Jiang family, Jiantar and Han Yunru hugged each other tightly. Yaya did it. She really did it. Jantar nodded. Yes, our daughter has always been the best. He was weak and humble for half his life. What did he do to deserve it? As for Xianxia, he cried even more miserably than his parents. Big drops of tears fell down his cheeks. Now, not only was his sister the best in his heart, but she was also the best in the eyes of everyone in the world. He didn't know why he was crying. It felt like, the person you cherished the most in your heart was finally seen and worshipped by the world. The Han family, the old man's WeChat, Weibo, and short videos were all posted. The picture was the Nobel Prize winner list. This is my granddaughter. Who doesn't know her? Reply, who dares not to know her? I don't dare not to know her. I still have this bit of common sense. Smile, where's your grandson-in-law? Why didn't you post it together? Sister you is beloved. The professor is an accident. Got it. I feel like you're too arrogant, but I have to admit that you're qualified. They're both grandsons. My grandson skipped class yesterday and his parents were called to school. Those with grandsons should learn from them. Just sneak around and don't compare. If you compare goods, you'll throw them away. If you compare people, you'll die of anger. Han Heng put down his phone. He had just finished posting. In the past, there were people who said that Jiang Fuyue was the niece of a certain award-winning actor. Now, it's directly said that this award-winning actor is Sister Yu's uncle. He had been in the entertainment industry for half his life, but he still couldn't catch up to his niece who was in her early 20s. Han Heng wasn't depressed about this. He was only gratified. Han Shen shrugged. I turned off my phone. Recently, my business partners have been calling to ask if I have any plans to dabble in genetic engineering. The conditions are very generous. One look and I can tell that they want to use Ye's name. Han Ku, my side is even more exaggerated. The business partners directly stuffed their only daughter in their family and said that she's going to be my wife. Wow, I didn't know that you had such luck with women. Luck with women my ass. They said that it's fine if you don't get a marriage certificate, don't hold a banquet, and don't even love, but you must have children. They clearly want to freeload off our family's excellent genes. It's ridiculous. The news spread to Ming University and Jiang Fuyue's former alma mater, Lin'an First High School. Countless students were excited and encouraged. Some of them had either witnessed the birth of a legend with their own eyes, or were walking the path that the legend had taken, going to the school she had gone to, staying in the classroom she had stayed in, and doing the questions she had set. How fortunate, the benchmark in front of them stood tall and straight. Only then would they, the latecomers, have the goal and motivation to chase after it, right? Stanford University, in a study room. Ling Xian slumped down on his tablet, a bitter smile creeping up the corner of his mouth. Beside him were piles of reference books and scientific research materials, and in front of him was a thesis that he had written halfway. Before going abroad, he had vowed that he would return in a gorgeous manner in the future and amaze her. And his 3 consecutive years of hard work had not been in vain. He had gotten the only direct PhD in the entire department as he wished. Just when Ling Xian thought that he had run far enough and could slow down and take a break, Jiang Fuyue had already won the Nobel Prize. The Nobel Prize, the highest scientific award in the world, the honor that all scientists dreamed of. Some people's dreams came true when their hair turned white, and some people didn't even receive the award in person when they were still alive. But she, in her early 20s, she had already reached a height that countless people could not reach in their lifetime. Ling Xian could no longer deceive himself. In this lifetime, he would never be able to catch up with the girl that he had once rejected and heartbroken. For the rest of his life, she would only be the unreachable white moonlight, the cinnabar mole hidden in the deepest part of his heart and carefully not told anyone. He admitted defeat. He also gave up. The once high-spirited teenager, after the baptism of time and the grinding of reality, finally began to slowly admit his mediocrity and ordinariness. Perhaps growing up was accompanied by the shattering of ideals, and the ridiculous pride in his bones was crushed bit by bit. Oh. Look. Xian, is he crying? I think he might have fallen out of love. But in fact, his state is worse than that. It's like he has lost his faith. In a military base, in a simple screening room, the evening news was playing. Xie Dingyuan and Jiang Fuyue won the Nobel Prize in Medicine. This is our country's first time breaking the absolute dominance of Western countries in the field of the highest science and technology awards after Professor Tu. This is of epoch-making significance. ECI bumped his shoulder. Hey, your uncle and Jiang Fuyue won the award. Zhongxiang, I saw it, I don't need you to tell me. Let me interview you, how do you feel right now? Zhongxiang looked at the TV screen, his eyes showing nostalgia, but more than that, there was a complicated feeling. ECI, actually, I gave up a long time ago, but here, he patted his heart, I've been holding back, because I'm not convinced. I've thought countless times, why can my uncle do it, but I can't? I've never figured out this question. But just now, when I saw them standing together at the academic conference, I suddenly understood that not all feelings can be reciprocated, and that not all people you like will like you back. Jiang Fuyue and I don't even have common topics to talk about. Even if we were to be together, it would only end poorly. She saw things more clearly than I did, and she was always clear-headed. I was the only one who was still confused. In the blink of an eye, it was December 6th, and the whole family celebrated Jiang Fuyue's birthday together. On the 10th, she and Xie Dingyuan took a special plane to Stockholm to attend the Nobel Prize award ceremony. December 10th was also the anniversary of Nobel's death. The award ceremony was held at the Karolinska Institute. Most of the guests present were from the four major Nobel Prize judging organizations: the Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences, the Karolinska Institute, the Swedish Academy of Arts, and the Nobel Foundation's recommendation list. In addition, members of the Swedish royal family would attend every year, and they would invite foreign envoys. The remaining spots would be reserved for the media, social activists, and students. The award ceremony would first award the Nobel Prize in Physics and Chemistry, followed by the Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine. Jiang Fuyue, Xie Dingyuan, and another Nobel Prize in Medicine winner, Albrecht Kossel, were arranged to sit together. Before the ceremony began, the three of them whispered in English. "Oh. So you're a couple? That's incredible." Kossel was in his 50s this year, but he looked like he was in his 40s. There was no generation gap at all when he chatted with the two young people. On the contrary, he was humorous and gentlemanly, giving people a feeling of politeness and freshness. Jiang Fuyue had a good impression of him. Xie Dingyuan said, "Maybe you'll become husband and wife soon." Kossel said, "That must be exciting. I wish you success." "Thank you." After they got to know each other, they began to talk about professional topics. A lot of professional terms came out of the three of them. The reporters sitting in the back, who were eavesdropping, were confused. Then, they found a professional interpreter and asked, "What are they talking about?" Interpreter, it should be something academic, because, I don't really understand. It was 5 p.m. in Stockholm on the 10th, and 11 p.m. in Xianxia on the 10th. More than 1,000 guests were seated, and the award ceremony officially began. According to the rules, each Nobel Prize winner could bring no more than 19 family members to the award ceremony. Therefore, everyone from the Xie family and the Han family came. They were arranged to sit in the middle, and they could see Jiang Fuyue and Xie Dingyuan sitting in the first row at a glance. Han Yunru was so nervous that she drank water for the umpteenth time. "Is it about to start?" Jantar scratched his head. "It should be soon." In fact, he didn't understand a single word. The broadcast was in a foreign language, but it didn't matter what was said. The most important thing was to see his daughter stand on the podium. Fu Wanqiu pushed her glasses up the bridge of her nose and craned her neck to see more clearly. Xie Zhendong was still calm. He coughed softly and reminded her, "The physics and chemistry prizes will be awarded first. It's not a Yuan and Ye's turn yet. Why are you so anxious? Can I take a look at the two children?" Jiang Shaodi and Han Heng had already set up their cameras and aimed them at the stage. "I never thought that I would be able to attend such a grand occasion in my lifetime." Han Heng rubbed his hands. "It's worth it." Jiang Qinxing's eyes also lit up. This might be the closest he had ever been to science. This year's physics prize was awarded to two scientists. One was from the Cosmic Ray Institute in our nation, and the other was from Queen's University in Kingston, C Nation. Jiang Fuyue. They discovered changes in the characteristics of neutrinos through oscillation experiments, which proved that neutrinos have mass. They changed the world's understanding of the internal structure of matter and their view of the universe. Kossel casually asked about their achievements. Jiang Fuyue happened to read their papers, so she answered casually. "Oh my god!" Kossel exclaimed. "Jiang, you seem to be very good at physics too?" Jiang Fuyue, just a little bit. A little, only a little bit. Xie Dingyuan snickered on the side. Yes, it was indeed a little bit. When it was time to award the chemistry prize, Kossel couldn't help but ask casually again. Jiang Fuyue, Thomas Lindahl, Paul Modric, and Aziz Sanjar. Their achievements are mainly in the study of the mechanism of genetic repair. At the molecular level, they revealed how cells repair damaged genes and protect genetic information. Kossel, ? Why do I feel like she's here to receive the physics and chemistry prizes? Xie Dingyuan continued to snicker. However, Jiang Fuyue gently elbowed him. Control yourself, there are so many reporters behind us. Xie Dingyuan, who's the one who's not controlling themselves? Huh? He raised his voice. Cough. Isn't that what Kossel asked? I was just saying it casually. Xie Dingyuan couldn't help but want to laugh again. Huaxia time. At 12 a.m. on the 11th, it was finally time for the physiology or medicine prize. Han Yunru, it's here. It's here. Jantar wanted to stand up, but fortunately, he controlled himself. Han Xishan gripped his cane tightly in excitement. Fu Wanqiu and Xia Zhendong held each other's hands tightly. They didn't even hold each other's hands so tightly when they were vowing their marriage vows. Xie Dingyuan, Jiang Fuyue, and Kossel went on stage together. Under the solemn sound of the symphony, they each received their gold medals and certificates from the King of Sweden. Of course, there was also a considerable amount of prize money that would be divided equally between the three of them. Jiang Fuyue stood in the middle, Xie Dingyuan on her left, and Kossel on her right. The three of them held up their gold medals and certificates, smiling at the audience and the media. The venue was filled with thunderous applause. The banquet was held in the Blue Hall of the Stockholm City Council. All the winners would give a speech at the banquet. Xie Dingyuan was as concise as usual. I'm grateful to my motherland, and I'm grateful to her. After that, he turned to look at Jiang Fuyue. The banquet hall was filled with laughter and applause. When it was Jiang Fuyue's turn, she said. I'm grateful to my motherland, and I'm grateful to my family, friends, teachers, and partners who have always supported me. After she got off the stage, Xie Dingyuan held her and looked at her pitifully. I thank you. So? You don't. Jiang Fuyue seemed to have expected this. She smiled calmly. I thank you? Really? Yes, thank you to my family, friends, teachers, and partners. Aren't you my family? The man was stunned for a moment, and then he laughed foolishly, hee hee. I am. The two of them walked to the lawn outside the banquet hall. There was a starry sky in the distance, and there were lights nearby. Yeah. Xie Dingyuan suddenly called her. Yes? What's the matter? I didn't give you a present for your birthday this year, why are you suddenly talking about this? A few days ago, Xie Dingyuan had made a cake for her birthday. The cake was smooth with cream, which was a blessing for people with severe OCD. I thought that cake was a present. No. He shook his head under the light. I didn't give you a present because I haven't made it yet. What is it? It's so mysterious. The next second, the man took out a square crystal box. It was half the size of a palm, and he held it in his palm. The man in a suit opened the box and knelt on one knee under the romantic and dazzling starry sky. Jiang Fuyue was so shocked that she took half a step back. However, the man held her firmly and didn't allow her to retreat. Yeah, marry me. There was no emotional and cumbersome confession, only three firm and loud words, marry me. Inside the crystal box, a hexagonal star-shaped diamond ring quietly refracted light. At some point in time, Jantar and Han Yunru, the old couple from the Xie family, several older sisters, old Master Han and his three uncles, as well as the two little ones, Han Ting and Jiang Qinxing, all appeared on the lawn. Although Jantar already knew about it, he couldn't help but feel jealous. Why is he proposing? Our Yaya just turned 22. Han Qishan lightly snorted, what a good plan, just waiting for our Nan to be 22 years old, reaching the legal age of marriage. Han Shen glanced at Han Ting. Brat, learn from him. Han Ting, ? What does this have to do with me? The Xie family kept their heads down and were as quiet as chickens. Since they had benefited from it, they naturally had to keep a low profile. Otherwise, it would be easy to get beaten up. The guests who were still in the hall rushed out when they saw the commotion. Promise him, everyone started cheering and applauding. Jiang Fuyue looked at the man in front of her. Although he was arrogant, he did not bend his back even when he was kneeling on the ground. Have you thought about it? Have you thought about marrying me and holding my hand for the rest of our lives, from black hair to white hair, from youth to old age, Xie Dingyuan, from the moment I fell in love with you, there was no multiple choice question for the rest of my life, because there is only one answer, and that is you. Okay, she said. Everyone, she agreed? Did she agree? Yes, right? Jiang said okay. I heard it too. You don't have to say anything. Let's start clapping and screaming. Jiang Fuyue couldn't help but laugh. Why are you in a daze? Shouldn't you be putting on the diamond ring for me next? Oh. Yes. The ring. He suddenly reacted and was flustered. The moment the ring was put in the trap, Xie Dingyuan's hands couldn't help but tremble. He pushed it to the very end and trapped the love of his life, as well as the rest of her life. Yeah, I love you. Me too. The two of them hugged each other tightly under the starlight. Family members and peers sent their blessings. The next day, before the popularity of Xie Dingyuan and Jiang Fuyue's participation in the Nobel Prize award ceremony had dissipated, the news of Professor Xie's proposal exploded on the internet. The video was taken by many guests at the scene and posted on the internet. Then, it was sent back to China. Oh my God! Are they finally getting married? Starry sky, lawn, family, friends, I am running to you with glory. Professor Xie is so good at this. This couple is really sweet all the way to the end. There is no abuse or misunderstanding. Every time they are photographed and on the hot search, they are flaunting their affection. UNUSCP fans are so lucky. Their love became real after a while, and they got married after a while. Qiu, all the couples in the entertainment industry should learn from these two. Don't abuse your fans anymore. In our most glorious moment, we will make an eternal vow to be together hand in hand. I used to love science. Now, I love science and you. This sentence is suitable for both of them. Boo-hoo. I am crying. I am so envious of this two-way love. They are really living their best lives. Everyone is giving their blessings. I am the only one who is confused. Sister Yu has just turned 22, the legal age for marriage. Will she be taken away by Professor Xie? Finally, there is a sister who said what I am thinking. The professor is so sneaky. After waiting for so long, the flowers can finally be plucked. What man wouldn't do it? Isn't the professor just doing what every man would do? That's great. Sister Yu has lived a life that every woman wants to live. The professor has done what every man dreams of. Yes, a perfect match. Congratulations. Throwing flowers. When is the wedding? Can it be broadcasted live? Then, can I look forward to seeing a miniature version of the professor or a mini version of Sister Yu? Their children must be very smart. Not only were the netizens throwing flowers, but the officials also quickly sent their blessings. Huaxia Technology Official, joy is shared, warmth and coldness are shared. The same size of the world, the same length of the sun and the moon. Blessings. Chinese Academy of Sciences Official, scientific research and love are two sides of the same coin. Qiming University Student Official, we are Sister Yu's family. If Professor Xie dares to bully Sister Yu, the entire school will attack him. Institute of Biochemistry, from now on, the two of you will have a pair of wings. Congratulations, Deputy Director. I am waiting for your red packets. Endless Tower Official, husband and wife laboratory arrangement. December 12, Xie Dingyuan and Jiang Fuyue returned to China with their families. The reporters and fans who had caught wind of the news had come to the airport, so much so that not even a drop of water could trickle through. The staff said, "I will arrange for you to go through the VIP channel, there's no need." Jiang Fuyue and Xie Dingyuan spoke at the same time. The two of them looked at each other and instantly reached a tacit understanding. The two families followed the staff through the green channel. Jiang Fuyue and Xie Dingyuan appeared in the airport hall hand in hand. They actually blocked it? The reporters were in disbelief. Xie Dingyuan and Jiang Fuyue stood in front of the camera. Xie Dingyuan said, "We have 15 minutes of interview time. Please ask your questions in an orderly manner." Jiang Fuyue said, "Fans and friends present, in order not to cause trouble for other passengers and affect the order of the airport, please keep quiet and don't push and shove." As soon as the two of them spoke, the situation was effectively controlled. Then, the interviews and photos were carried out in an orderly manner. The security guards breathed a sigh of relief. The quality of these scientists is indeed different. Those celebrities left through the VIP channel and left a mess for us. We still have to make trouble when we encounter unreasonable fans. It would be great if everyone was like these two. We don't know how much trouble we would have to worry about. They are high-level intellectuals, scientists who have won the Nobel Prize, our country's most precious talent weapon. How can those celebrities compare to them? Sigh, why are people so different from each other? They come from different backgrounds, have different IQs, good and bad characters, and different thoughts. I can only say that everyone has their own destiny. You can't say that. If someone stands at the top, then they have to bear greater responsibilities. Those of us who are at the mountainside are not all good for nothings. As long as we stick to our posts and do our jobs well, we are also amazing. After December, it was New Year's Day 2055 in the blink of an eye. After Jiang Fuyue and Xie Dingyuan's relationship was in place, the two families did not have to be reserved and simply got together to celebrate the new year. It would also prevent the two children from being in a difficult position. On the same day, Shi Qingji and Qin Yuanchen also arrived. Han Qishan and Xie Zhendong were just nodding acquaintances when they were young. Their relationship was neither close nor distant. They were just ordinary friends. They did not expect to be in-laws in their old age. The happiest one was Han Qishan. Once the seniority was recognized, he was ahead above Xie Zhendong. Don't be too proud. The two families drove to the restaurant early in the morning. It was an old restaurant with antique decorations. Xie Dingyuan had booked 2 floors. In addition to the private dining room, there was also a chess room, a coffee shop, and a massage room for entertainment. If indoors were not fun, they could also go to the big outdoor courtyard to look for plum blossoms in the snow or fishing in the cold river. Jiang Fuyue was choosing wine with Xie Dingyuan when her phone rang. It was an unknown number. Hello? Sister Yu, I'm Fanyi. Digression, 2 p.m. This morning, the comments section informed everyone that the computer had some problems and had to be fixed. That was why it was only posted now. It was around 10 p.m. The time might not be very accurate. Anyway, there was an update. Wax. Fanyi, Jiang Fuyue was stunned. She didn't expect it to be her. After the competition that year, Fanyi's ranking was enough to guarantee admission to any university in the country, including B University and Q University. There were even a few top universities in the world that extended an olive branch to her. However, Fanyi rejected them all. She said, "I'm still young. I want to go back to Duofu." At that time, many people didn't understand, including her friends who participated in the competition. Duofu was so remote and poor. It was such a lucky thing for Fanyi to get the chance to leave that place, but she actually gave it up? Fanyi didn't explain anything. She packed her luggage silently. She still used the snakeskin bag, even though she already had a better suitcase. Sister Yu. Jiang Fuyue sent her to the bus station. Fanyi suddenly smiled at her. Others don't understand me, but I know you do, right? Jiang Fuyue was stunned. Everyone says that Duofu is poor and backward, and they all think that I should leave. However, it's precisely because of this that I have to go back. I've seen the outside world. It's so beautiful and colorful. However, other people in Dwefu haven't seen it. They don't know how good it is outside, so they're conservative and xenophobic. If all the people who have seen the outside world leave, Dwefu will always be that poor and backward island. The people of Dwefu will never be able to live a life of electricity, running water, and washing clothes. Therefore, Sister Yu, I have to go back. That's my hometown. My family, friends, and many islanders who haven't enjoyed the benefits of modern society are there. At that moment, Fan Ye's eyes seemed to light up. I know that I'm very small and naive. However, I still want to try and see if I can improve Dwefu, even if it's just a little. Jiang Fuyue patted her head. Don't worry. I'll go and see you. Really? You'll really come? Yes, I'll come. This was a promise that Jiang Fuyue personally made. In her previous life, she had promised Fan Xing. In this life, she had promised Fan Yi. She had to keep her promise. Now, Fan Yi, what happened? Tell me slowly. The little girl's voice was choked with sobs. Sister Yu, please save the clansmen. They're dying. Jiang Fuyue's eyes suddenly turned cold. Tell me in detail. Since November last year, people on the island have fallen ill one after another. At first, those who fell ill felt chills all over their bodies and shivered. Then, they started to have fever, convulsions, and vomiting. After a few days, some of them recovered, while others died. Especially the children, basically none of them survived. Jiang Fuyue turned on the speaker, and Xie Dingyuan was also listening. Chills, fever, and convulsions were common symptoms of many infectious diseases. Just this alone was not enough to determine what kind of disease it was. Obviously, Jiang Fuyue had also thought of this. Sir, is the mortality rate high? Half. So many. Jiang Fuyue frowned and exchanged glances with Xie Dingyuan. Both of them realized that something was wrong. Did you inform the government? Fan Yi said, when people fell ill at first, I called them and they sent a medical team to the island. But the clansmen were very against it and refused to accept treatment. Besides, people died one after another, so they didn't trust us even more. In fact, she was being tactful. When the medical team arrived on the island, dozens of villagers blocked them at the dock with weapons, which scared a group of young doctors. It was Fan Xing who came out and stabilized the situation, so no one died. Later, the treatment didn't work well, and the patients died one after another. The clansmen who had been patient for a long time finally broke out. This time even Fan Xing, the patriarch, couldn't stop them. The medical team was driven away, and the patients went to the witch doctor for treatment. But a large number of babies and adults still died one after another. Fan Yi tried to seek help from the government again, but the ignorant clansmen didn't accept it at all. They even said that she had become wild after going out for a trip, and her heart was no longer floating. Some even said that she was a traitor and asked Fan Xing to punish her. Fan Xing wasn't someone to be trifled with. He dealt with the troublemakers and tried his best to protect his daughter. But the disease was still raging, and the whole floating island was shrouded in the shadow of death. Fan Yi wanted to do something for everyone, but the clansmen didn't want to accept it. Seeing that more and more people were dying, she gritted her teeth and called Jiang Fuyue. I'm sorry, Sister Yu. Today is New Year's Day, and your whole family should be celebrating happily, but I really don't have any other way. Fan Yi, listen to me. The sobbing on the other end of the line became softer. Jiang Fuyue said, ask your father to calm everyone down first. We can't panic at this time. I don't know if the 3 big families on the island still exist. If they are still as ambitious as 20 years ago, and want to seize power from your father, then we have to guard against them first. Fan Yi was stunned. How did Sister Yu know that there were 3 big families on the island? This couldn't be found on the internet, even the ordinary islanders didn't know. How did she know? Outside the house, there was a leaky door. Fan Xing was also stunned. Sister Yu, Agata, was she back? Secondly, ask your superiors for help as soon as possible. You should have a special communication channel. Even if the doctor can't come to the island, you have to ensure the basic supply of medicine. Even if the doctor couldn't come to the island, the medicine had to be delivered. Fan Yi nodded. Okay. Jiang Fuyue said, lastly, ask your father to look for the witch doctor and warn him not to prescribe medicine and stir up the clansman's emotions. If he doesn't listen, just do it. When necessary. Fan Yi was stunned. Sister, you actually knew about the witch doctor? And, do it directly? Was she serious? The witch doctor enjoyed a high status on the island, and even her father had to be polite to him. Really do we have to do it? Jiang Fuyue could not help but laugh. Just tell your father. He knows what to do. Huh? Okay. Sister Yu, do you know my father? Jiang Fuyue paused. Xie Dingyuan also looked at her. After a while, she said softly, yes, I do. However, Fanxing probably couldn't recognize her now. Outside the door, the man's body stiffened, and the next second, hot tears rushed out of his eyes. Also, pay attention to the ventilation in the room. Don't drink unboiled water to prevent mosquito bites. After the fever medicine is delivered, give some to each household and tell them the dosage. Okay. Fan Yi seemed to have found her backbone and pulled herself together. I'll do it right away. Jiang Fuyue said, I'll apply to my superiors to personally lead a team to the island. After the phone call, Jiang Fuyue and Xie Dingyuan returned to the private room. The two old men surrounded the chessboard and were playing chess with Han Ting. It was 2 against 1, but the situation didn't seem to be good because their brows were furrowed too tightly. Fu Wanxiu, Shi Qingji, Han Yunru, and Xie Yunzhao gathered at the table to play mahjong. Zhong Yuni, Han Shen, and Han Ku were playing Fight the Landlord. Han Heng brought Jiang Chenxing to play a new mobile game that he was endorsing. Everyone had their own fun, and everyone's face was full of smiles. Hey, yeah, Yuan, you're back? Have you chosen the wine? The restaurant has already started serving the dishes. The two of them looked at each other, and finally, Xie Dingyuan said, I'm sorry, there's an emergency that needs to be dealt with. Yeah, and I have to leave immediately. Huh? You haven't even eaten, why are you leaving? Xie Dingyuan took their coats and passed Jiang Fuyue's coat to them. It's an emergency, I can't say much. Jiang Fuyue put on her coat and took her bag. Enjoy the festival, we'll leave first. After that, the two of them left like a gust of wind. What's going on? Maybe it's an emergency, everyone's heart couldn't help but sink. The Han family, Jantar, and his wife still had lingering fears about Jiang Fuyue's trip to the Xianxia virus epidemic area in Continent F. At this moment, their faces were full of uneasiness. In the end, it was Fu Wanxiu who stood up to calm everyone's emotions. All these years, Yuan has come and gone in the wind and rain, and I'm used to it. Children contribute to the motherland and benefit the people. As parents, we shouldn't drag them down. Today is the festival, and the two of them must want us to be happy. The atmosphere warmed up, but it was not as lively as before. Xie Dingyuan immediately reported the situation on the floating island to his superiors. The organization took it very seriously and immediately held an emergency meeting. In the end, it was decided that Xie Dingyuan and Jiang Fuyue would lead the team to the island. The departure time was set to be 3 days later. During this time, Jiang Fuyue and Xie Dingyuan prepared the medicine, arranged the supplies, and checked the manpower. Soon, everything was ready. But late at night the day before the departure, Xie Dingyuan was called away by a phone call. At dawn, Jiang Fuyue received a notice, Xie Dingyuan couldn't go to the island. She could only lead the team, digression, midnight. A certain Xiaoxiang reader account with an ID ending with 5290, complaints are complaints, comments are comments. You see, I didn't say anything about the pirated version. I ignored all your complaints, but please use civilized words and don't use vulgarities. This is the bottom line. Permanent ban at midnight. Jiang Fuyue asked, why? The other end did not hide it from her. A new virus was discovered in Continent F after Xianxia. One of you and Xie Dingyuan have to go there. Since Xie Dingyuan chose to go to Continent F, Jiang Fuyue was the only one who could go to the island. She gritted her teeth. Is Continent F serious? The other end was silent for a few seconds. It's not optimistic. Yes, if it was easy, he would not have decided to take on the mission without discussing it with her. Jiang Fuyue's heart sank. Tell him to be careful. Don't forget that he still owes me a wedding. The old man's sigh came from the other end. She stopped wallowing in depression and ended the call. Now, the only thing she and Xia Dingyuan could do was to complete the mission at all costs. This was the best explanation for the country and for each other. She had to believe in him. Jiang Fuyue stood at the bow of the ship and ordered, set off at full speed. If the country summons them, they must fight. If they fight, they must win. Duefu was an isolated island formed by a volcanic eruption. It was only discovered 30 years ago. It was too far away from the mainland and was remote and backward. Although it was under the jurisdiction of Min Province, the residents of the island were strongly xenophobic, so the transportation construction had stagnated. Currently, the only way to get to the island was from the Yellow Sea to the East China Sea, and then through the Zhizhou Strait. It would take about 6 days to sail. When the 5 cargo ships sailed to Min Province, Jiang Fuyue went ashore to meet the medical team that was chased away by the people on the island. From their description, Jiang Fuyue had a better understanding of the disease. At first, we suspected that it was malaria because the patient has periodic attacks. The whole body will feel cold, hot, and sweaty. After a long period of repeated attacks, it can cause anemia and spleen enlargement. Jiang Fuyue said, but other epidemics have similar symptoms. For example, schistosomiasis will cause fever and liver and spleen enlargement, accompanied by diarrhea and sticky blood stool. Also, amoebic liver abscess will cause irregular fever, obvious liver enlargement, and obvious tenderness. Also, septicemia will cause chills, high fever, and liver and spleen enlargement. Yes, you're very thoughtful. Therefore, in order to further determine what kind of illness it was, further examination was necessary. However, the conditions on the island are too poor. Not to mention a decent hospital, they don't even have the most basic medical equipment. In addition, the islanders are generally superstitious and refuse to accept scientific treatment, so. At this point, the team leader who was in charge of leading the team couldn't help but shake his head. It was hard to imagine that in the 21st century, Huaxia still had a backward and closed place like Duofo. When he and his colleagues saw the barbaric islanders swarming forward with sticks and shovels in their hands, they thought that they had traveled back to ancient times. Jiang Fuyue, thank you for your hard work. Professor Jiang, are you going to the island? At the end of last year, after winning the Nobel Prize, Jiang Fuyue was hired as a professor by Ming University. She became the first student in history to be a professor while studying as an undergraduate. At first, the higher-ups had some reservations. After all, when she won the Lasker Prize, Xiaoshan had this plan and even submitted an application for her. However, the higher-ups felt that it was too ostentatious and could easily be used by jealous people to make a fuss about it. Therefore, the application was not approved for a long time. Later, no one expected that Jiang Fuyue would actually win the Nobel Prize in one go. This time, no one would argue with her anymore. Even if they wanted to argue, they could just say, you can also win the Nobel Prize if you have the ability to shut the other party up. The higher-ups, approve. Approve immediately. After passing the approval stage, the news spread quickly. Q University and B University heard the news and both invited her to be an honorary professor. She didn't need to teach classes, nor did she need to guide graduate students. She only needed to give occasional lectures and choose a few good seedlings to participate in her own experimental projects. Jiang Fuyue didn't refuse. In Xie Dingyuan's words, a prominent identity could avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble in the pugilistic world. Therefore, now everyone called her Professor Jiang and occasionally even subconsciously used honorifics. Back to the present, yes. Jiang Fuyue nodded. I'll lead the team here. When the man heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. He stood up excitedly, put his hands and feet together, and straightened his body. My name is Lu Weihua. Before I retired from the army, I was a military doctor. Now, I'm an attending physician in the Department of Surgery at the People's Hospital in Kaching District of Min Province. Can I apply to join the team? Jiang Fuyue, are you sure? During the conversation, she could clearly feel that the other party was not very satisfied with the conditions on the island. If you're short of people, I'll go. If you're not short of people, or if the application can't be approved, I don't have to go. He didn't want to put Jiang Fuyue in a difficult position. Okay, you pack up and directly board the ship in 5 hours. I'll report this to the higher-ups. Yes, sir. The man excitedly saluted. With Lu Weihua around, Jiang Fuyue had a better understanding of the current situation on the island. For example, the current living standards on the island, the medical conditions, and the customs of the people on the island. Compared to the island of Duofu 20 years ago in Jiang Fuyue's memory, although the island was still poor and backward, at least it was self-sufficient. If there was any surplus food or livestock, they would collect it at a fixed time and send it out to the ships to be sold to buy the most basic necessities. Business was not developed at all on the island. Most of the transactions were still in the primitive state of barter. In terms of medical treatment, the islanders generally trusted witch doctors and traditional Chinese medicine. They were not interested in Western medicine. As for education, most of the children did not go to school. When the boys reached a certain age, they would work in the fields and contribute to the family as laborers. When the girls reached a certain age, they would be married off. Fan Yi, for example, could read and write. She could even go out of the island to participate in the competition. It was all because of Fan Xing, her father. The children of the 3 major surnames were sent out of the island to receive formal education, but only the boys of the direct line of descent could receive this kind of treatment. The collateral family and the girls did not even think about it. Lu Weihua. That's about it. Because I didn't stay on the island for long, I only know the surface of a lot of things. This was the information that he had gathered after actively communicating and inquiring a few times. Jiang Fuyue, you did a good job. Lu Weihua smiled foolishly, it's good to be able to help. Before passing through the Zhizhou Strait, Jiang Fuyue ordered the ship to dock again and then took 50 people ashore. Lu Weihua, what is Professor Jiang doing? I don't know, but the leader always has a reason. Let's not guess. Lu Weihua thought for a while. Anyway, he had nothing to do, so he simply followed to see if there was anything he could help with. However, as he followed, he saw Jiang Fuyue take dozens of people into the shopping mall. Relying on the convenient shipping of the Zhizhou Strait, Sea City had been established as a free trade zone not long ago and enjoyed tariff reduction. Therefore, it was also known as Huaxia's shopping paradise. Lu Weihua was shocked by Jiang Fuyue's actions. However, he wasn't stupid enough to think that Jiang Fuyue wanted to take advantage of the time to satisfy her shopping desire before she went to the island. She was a Nobel Prize winner, the youngest professor in Huaxia, and an absolute expert in the field of biomedicine. How could she be like a normal woman? Even if she really wanted to shop, Jiang Fuyue would definitely not choose to shop at such a critical time regardless of the occasion. However, it turned out that Jiang Fuyue was shopping. 2 hours later, 50 people carried large and small boxes out of the mall in a single file, and then neatly and orderly transported them onto the ship. In addition, the mall also arranged for a few large trucks to deliver the goods directly to the dock. They also hired specialized cranes to load the goods onto the ship. Lu Weihua was dumbfounded. He casually asked how much it would cost. The manager in charge of shipping the goods directly made an 8 sign. 80,000? The manager directly turned his head and didn't want to talk to him. Brother, look at these goods. Any box is more than 80,000. Then, 800,000? More. No way? 8 million? The manager sighed. Forget it, I won't beat around the bush. When I make an 8 sign, it's not a number, but a single digit. 8 digits of goods, understand? Lu Weihua silently started counting with his fingers. Suddenly, his eyes widened. 8 digits? Tens of millions? What did Professor Jiang buy? The manager shook his head. I can't finish. There's too much. Anyway, there's everything. Lu Weihua muttered, did the higher-ups allocate so much money? Money? What money? That would have to go through the official account, right? If the amount is too large, it's not easy to operate. Generally, our mall doesn't support it. Then, how did you pay for these things? It's all from her personal account. Lu Weihua was speechless. Later, he found out that 2 of the 5 cargo ships were empty. They were prepared to carry these things. After nearly 9 days of sailing, including 2 days of docking, Jiang Fuyue and her team finally saw the floating dock in the distance at 8 o'clock in the morning on January 13. Fanxing had already received the news. At this moment, he was waiting at the dock with his team. Fanny stretched her neck and looked at the sea. She paced anxiously. Dad, are you sure that the Navigation Bureau said we would land on the island today? Fanxing glanced at her and felt funny. Do you think the Navigation Bureau's information is wrong? Or am I deaf? Fanny whispered, didn't they say 7 o'clock? I've waited for almost an hour and still haven't seen the ship. I'm a bit anxious, don't worry. There are many factors affecting sailing at sea. It's not so accurate to be faster or slower. It's normal to be delayed for a few hours. Fanny seemed to be convinced and finally calmed down. But after a few minutes, she began to murmur again. Sister Yu, why aren't you here yet? Fanxing shook his head and let her be. Suddenly, look. A ship is coming. The man was excited. Fanny also looked at the ship. At this moment, Jiang Fuyue was standing in the cockpit of the main ship. She was holding a walkie-talkie. Her firm and powerful voice spread through the radio to every corner of the cabin. We will land on the island in 5 minutes. Please take your belongings with you. Everyone must wear a protective mask. Remember, once we have a physical conflict with the natives of Duefu, you must protect yourself first. On the dock, Fan Yu was excited. They're coming. They're going to land soon. Uncle Tsong, take some people to support them. Okay. Fanxing stood in the wind and looked at the ship slowly approaching. He seemed to see faith and light coming again. Just like 20 years ago, there was a woman named Lu Mingyue who landed on the island without warning. She brought the seeds of civilization to this barren land. She also let him, who lived like a wild animal, come in contact with the most advanced knowledge of human society. His future was completely changed. Fanxing couldn't help but think. What should he say when he saw her? Welcome back, you finally came to see me, or I miss you very much. He thought about it for more than 20 years. From youth to old, his black hair turned white. Or, he could directly ask her, why didn't you come once all these years? Did you forget about Duefu and the promise from back then? However, the moment the 2 of them met face to face, Fanxing smiled. Long time no see, Agata. Jiang Fuyue was stunned and smiled. Long time no see, Sheng. The 2 of them exchanged simple greetings. Jiang Fuyue began to organize everyone to transport supplies to the island. However, no matter how careful they were, a conflict was inevitable. A large number of islanders with iron weapons surrounded them and blocked them at the dock. Who allowed you to land on the island? Leave the things and leave. With us here, outsiders won't be able to take one step into the island. The leader was a fat and strong man. He wore the typical short sweatshirt of the Duefu people, revealing his strong arms. His eyes were fierce and his expression was guarded. The people in the team were forced to stop and look at each other. Then, they looked at Jiang Fuyue with questioning and pleading eyes. The fat man looked over and said in a rough voice, "You're the leader? Patriarch, even if you blame me, I have to say this, the island can't afford any torment now. Every family has someone sick. What do you mean by letting these outsiders onto the island? Do you think we haven't been harmed enough?" Fanxing frowned. What nonsense are you talking about? What does our people being sick have to do with them? The fat yellow salmon snorted. After Rebirth, I am the white moonlight of all big bosses, dealing with the troublemakers. Civilization impact. Please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. After a night of rest, the members of the team were full of energy. They ate well, lived well, and had Sister Yu's bodyguards stationed there to ensure their safety at all times. Everyone was at ease. After a good night's sleep, would they be energetic the next day? Among them, Lu Weihua felt it the most. When the medical team first arrived on the island, they had no food, water, or shelter. In the middle of the night, they were bitten by poisonous mosquitoes. Fortunately, they were treated in time. Otherwise, their lives might have been in danger. In addition, they had to be wary of the irascible villagers on the island. They were afraid that if they were dissatisfied, they would hit them with a shovel while they were asleep. In short, they were on tenterhooks and treading on thin ice. The atmosphere in the medical team was particularly pessimistic. How was it like following Sister Yu? There was food and drink. It was like going on a vacation. The team had a professional chef and professional construction workers. They were also equipped with a washing machine, a microwave, and even a mobile snack bar. If Lu Weihua did not know that they were on a mission to treat illnesses and save people, he would have thought that Jiang Fuyue had brought them here to have a wild farm party. Oh, and most importantly, the internet. In just one night, the temporary base station was built. The internet signal was very strong. Everyone's mobile phones could be used normally. The internet speed was even faster than outside. Furthermore, he didn't want any money. It was said that there was a small problem when the construction workers were building the base station last night. Sister Yu had to personally fix it. Lu Weihua heard a colleague sighing. Is there anything that Professor Jiang can't do? He's so good. I thought I was here to make a glorious sacrifice. I didn't expect that I was here to enjoy life. It seems that the netizens were right. If you follow Sister Yu, you will have meat to eat. After a good rest, they officially entered work mode. Jiang Fuyue sent a group of people out to take samples. She had to study the samples to determine what illness it was. The people on the island are so fierce. What if they refuse to cooperate? Yeah, we can't beat them. Jiang Fuyue said each team should bring a bodyguard. Also, bring some leftover lard from yesterday. Lard? Why would they bring it? Would they use it to satisfy their hunger? The point was that they did not like it. He might as well have brought 2 packets of biscuits. I don't like to eat oily residue. It's too greasy and unhealthy. I'll bring some hot water and oatmeal. I'll soak them in when I'm hungry. I don't like to eat greasy food either. An apple is enough. You guys don't bring any oil residue? You want to bring it? I think Professor Jiang must have her reasons for asking us to bring her along. I think I should bring her along. Yes, I brought oil residue too. Believe in Sister Yu and you'll live forever. This is my valuable experience after being a fan for so many years. Yo! Are you a fan of Professor Jiang? I'm an old fan. I've been a fan of Professor Jiang ever since she participated in the international quiz contest in high school. I've never regretted joining her after all these years. Let me say this softly, she's really worth it. Is it really that godly? Who knows who's a fan? The sampling team set out and was divided into several small groups. Immediately after, Jiang Fuyue sent out a publicity team. Their main job was to carry a loudspeaker and repeat the broadcast around the entire island. The general content was, first, send critically ill patients to the camp in time for treatment. They have professional and complete medical equipment. Second, pay attention to family protection and personal protection. The details were as follows: Jiang Fuyue, each group will still have a bodyguard responsible for everyone's safety. Professor Jiang, I have a question. Go ahead. Do we really have to go around the entire island to do the publicity? The area of Duofu was not small. Other than the primitive dense forests and hills that were uninhabitable, the remaining tidal flats and flatlands were basically inhabited. Most of them lived in groups with their surnames. For example, the 3 major families were distributed in the front bay, the middle bay, and the back bay. These were also the most convenient and comfortable places on the entire island. The remaining families who could not form a group mostly lived in the more remote areas at the foot of the mountain. Usually, when there were major events on the island, they were often ill-informed and could not participate in them. The purpose of going around the island was to let these islanders know about the existence of the medical team so that they could seek help. Therefore, going around the island was imperative. But if they just relied on walking, it would take more than a week to go around the island, right? Lu Weihua cleared his throat and stood up. Professor Jiang has already considered this problem for everyone. Now, let's line up and collect the electric scooters in an orderly manner. Electric scooter? Someone's eyes widened in disbelief. Lu Weihua, yes. It's brand new and has just been fully charged. I hope everyone will cherish it. Then, he began to distribute them one by one. Oh my god. It's really an electric scooter? This is awesome. Did he transport it from one of the cargo ships? Oh my god. He even has this thing. Is Professor Jiang a doryman? I dare say that our equipment is the best among all the medical teams in the country. Sister Yu's predictive ability. I love it. Only one word, amazing. Lu Weihua also just found out what Jiang Fuyue had bought at the mall the other day. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the sampling team came back one after another and handed the collected samples to Jiang Fuyue. Some people collected dozens of samples, while others returned empty-handed. If I had known, I would have brought lard residue too. Sister Yu told you to bring it, but you didn't listen. Now you regret it, right? Fortunately, I brought a lot. Hee hee. Then, we didn't know that the people of Duefu treasured lard residue so much. They didn't even want biscuits or fruits. They only wanted lard residue. How infuriating. Cough. At first, I thought they were bringing it to satisfy our hunger. I didn't expect them to be for the villagers. The point is, did you know? They didn't want money and only wanted lard residue. I really have to hand it to them. Why? Just think of Duefu as a village in Huaxia in the 50s or 60s. That's easy to understand. Money doesn't circulate. Barter. Even if you took out tens of thousands of yuan and put it on display, the people on the island wouldn't even look at it. I understand now. Let's not talk about other things. Just think about how precious lard residue was in that era. When cooking, put some lard residue in the dish, and the whole dish would be oily. If you put some in the soup and stirred it, you could see the oil floating on the surface of the soup. In the eyes of the people of Duefu, this was already considered a feast. Use it sparingly. For a long time, there would be meat and fish at home. TSK, why do I feel like I've traveled back in time? Ha ha ha, I feel the same. I'll definitely bring lard residue tomorrow. As the sun set in the west, the publicity team returned. They drove their electric scooters. It was too flashy. Wow. Where did the electric scooters come from? This is too cool. Can I hitch a ride tomorrow? The people from the sampling team gathered around and chattered. They touched the scooters and envied them. The day's work ended happily just like that. At night, everyone gathered around the open space for dinner. The aroma of the meat wafted through the air, making people's hearts itch. Many children sneaked up to the hillside and stared at the big iron pots, drooling. These people are so strange. Why are they all wearing white long gowns? And they eat meat every day. Gulp, it's too fragrant. I've never smelled this before. It must be delicious. But Mom said that they are bad people and will bring misfortune to the island. She told us not to go near them. But, it was really fragrant. If they could, they wished that they could dive into the iron pots. They did not care if it was misfortune or not. They wanted to eat their fill first. For a time, the sound of children slurping their saliva could be heard one after another. In the quiet evening, they poked half of their heads out from the hillside like little hamsters. They thought that they had hidden well, but they did not know that they had been discovered by everyone. They were quite cute. At that time, Jiang Fuyue was in the temporary laboratory and began to analyze the patient's samples. Lu Weihua was her assistant. Data. Analysis results. Sample classification. Conclusion summary. Jiang Fuyue was like an emotionless experimental machine. Lu Weihua was tense and focused the whole time. He could barely keep up with her progress. As long as he was distracted for even the slightest moment, he would be ruthlessly thrown away. It was too fast. When the data was in her hands, she could basically get a general conclusion at a glance. It was basically the same as the analysis results obtained by the machine. In terms of calculation, she did not need a pen and paper, nor did she need a computer. She could immediately get the results after a glance. Was this the top level of scientific research in the country? It was too powerful. When the sun rose the next day, the two of them came out of the laboratory. Lu Weihua's legs were trembling. His footsteps were weak. Due to excessive fatigue, his face was a little pale. On the other hand, Jiang Fuyue's eyes were bright. Her steps were powerful and calm. When she stood in front of others, she was their backbone and instantly gave them strength. Lu Weihua was excited. Suddenly, he did not feel so tired. The results of the sample analysis showed that the epidemic on the island was none other than malaria. However, it was different from the usual Vivax malaria and 3-day malaria. The mortality rate of this malaria was higher. It was the most troublesome type of malaria, falciparum malaria. Fortunately, the country had conquered malaria decades ago. There were related drugs on the market that could effectively treat it. The research in all aspects was also very mature. Therefore, it was not a big problem. Lu Weihua, then the next step is to contact the outside of the island to send the medicine. But will the islanders be willing to come here for treatment? Jiang Fuyue put her hands in the pockets of her lab robe and smiled gently. They will be willing. Lu Weihua, ? That day, Jiang Fuyue contacted her superiors to report her work. She also requested that the medicine for malaria, such as chloroquine, quinine, mefloquine, primaquine, and ethylamine be transported as soon as possible. Are you sure you can get the people on Duofu Island to take the medicine obediently? The old leader's uncertain voice came from the other end. No one knew the situation of Duofu better than them. For years, they could not persuade or touch them. They had their hands tied and could only let them grow wild. It was not that they did not try. The special teams went over again and again, but the people of Duofu were notoriously xenophobic. They did not hesitate to resist with their flesh and blood, which led to many conflicts. When the higher-ups saw this, they also understood that they could not force this matter. If there were casualties, the international community would make a big fuss and accuse Xianxia of violating the spirit of humanitarianism. That would be troublesome. Therefore, the real difficulty was not curing the disease, but getting the people of Duofu to be willing to treat the disease. No wonder the old leader was so worried. Jiang Fuyue smiled and did not promise anything. She only said, "Let's try." Oh, right, other than the medicine, it would be even better if you could send some pigs over. What? The old leader suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. Jiang Fuyue, pigs. The fatter, the better. The more, the better. Could it be that the conditions in Duofu were too harsh and this child was greedy? It would take at least 7 days for the medicine to arrive. During this period, Jiang Fuyue led the team to send medicine to the sick families. However, they only sent medicine and did not force the other party to send the patients for treatment. Although it was not very effective, it could at least stabilize the condition temporarily and buy time for the patients. On the other hand, Lu Weihua received Jiang Fuyue's order and began to organize everyone to kill mosquitoes. Malaria was transmitted through mosquito bites. As long as this transmission route was cut off, more people could be prevented from getting sick. However, for such a large-scale extermination, a special mosquito repellent was needed. The ones sold on the market were only suitable for family use and could complete a small-scale extermination. However, this was different. This was a large-scale, rapid, and effective extermination of mosquitoes on the entire island. The unique island environment should also be considered for the medicine. Would it pollute the soil, seawater, tidal flats, crops, etc.? Who among us is studying biological agents? No one answered. In the end, Jiang Fuyue personally made the medicine and tested it many times before finally deciding on the formula. Everyone sighed again. Sister Yu was like an army of thousands of men and horses. In addition to these serious matters, Jiang Fuyue also did something not very serious. She asked the workers to pull a huge white screen on the flat dam of the base and set up 2 loudspeakers on the left and right. Then, she used a high-definition projector to play a cartoon. Soon, groups of children were attracted to the scene. They did not dare to approach and just clung to the hillside and watched with relish. When they went back home, they even told their parents, "The people on the big white screen can move. They can also hear them talking. It's so good. There are smiling dolphins and dancing octopuses. The people in it can even fly. Whoosh, the scenery is so beautiful. The beach is made of gold. When the sun shines, it sparkles. The one I watched today is called Black Cat Detective. It turns out that cats can be police officers too. I watched Treasured Lotus Lamp yesterday. Are there really immortals? Do they all know magic? Children's words carried no harm. At first, their parents would scold them, what white and black cloth? How can people be on the cloth? Dolphins and octopuses can only be seen at sea. How can they be seen by you little things? They even said, that people can fly? I think you're bragging too much. However, these children spoke with great detail, and the parents' curiosity was inevitably aroused when they heard too much of it. The next day, adults began to appear on the hillside to peek. Jiang Fuyue stopped the cartoon and began to play a movie. From a hot-blooded war film like Wolf Warriors to a literary film like Love on Lushan Mountain, it satisfied both men and women. Soon, the hillside became a gathering place for the adults. This white cloth is so magical. This. How did they put people in? There are really people moving and talking. Day after day, more and more people came. The hillsides on both sides could no longer hide. Jiang Fuyue simply used a loudspeaker to call them down. Aren't you tired of lying down? We have chairs here for everyone to sit and watch. At first, everyone was very hesitant and felt that she was up to no good. However, gradually, some people relaxed. With the first, there was no lack of a second, a third. On the fourth day, all the islanders ran to the flat dam and sat down. There were adults and children, and some had even brought their families along. Here, through a small white cloth, they seemed to have come into contact with a whole new world. Upstairs and downstairs, electric lights, telephones, planes, high-speed trains, skyscrapers. Fan Yi looked at the yearning expressions on her people's faces. She knew that Sister Yu had succeeded. The conservative people finally became curious about the outside world. Once this curiosity took root, it was only a matter of time before they went out to see new things. Father, I told them so many things in the past, but they didn't believe me. Sister Yu solved it with a projector. Yes. Fanxing stood with his hands behind his back. He looked at the fierce-looking islanders who were now like sheep huddled together to watch a movie. He suddenly felt that it was funny and sad. She can make all the difficult problems become simple. Yes. Sister Yu had such magical powers. On the sixth day, Jiang Fuyue didn't show them a movie. Instead, she showed them a science video about malaria. Coincidentally, yellow salmon brought people to cause trouble. However, before he could say anything, Jiang Fuyue ordered him to be tied up and gagged. Yellow salmon, no way? This again, Lu Sisi, what should we do with him? Jiang Fuyue thought for a while. Tie him to a chair and watch it with everyone. Okay. Just like that, yellow salmon was forced to learn about malaria. Malaria is an insect-borne infectious disease caused by the bites of female Anopheles mosquitoes or the transfusion of infected blood with malaria parasites. The main symptoms are sudden chills. After several attacks, the patient may have anemia, especially with falciparum malaria. Long-term non-recovery or repeated infection will result in obvious spleen swelling that can reach below the umbilicus. Severe headache, vomiting, high fever, different degrees of consciousness disorder. Acute pulmonary edema causes respiratory failure, accompanied by peripheral circulatory failure, multiple organ dysfunction, hemolytic uremic syndrome. The condition is dangerous, and the mortality rate is high. Everyone was shocked. Weren't these the symptoms that appeared in their bodies? Mosquito bites. Yes. I remember that Xiaobao started to have a high fever after he was bitten. So there are bugs in our blood? Look, the bugs are still crawling. They're moving in our bodies. Yellow salmon sat on the chair and started to feel uncomfortable. When he thought that there might be bugs in his body, his legs trembled and he broke out in a cold sweat. Seeing that it was about time, Jiang Fuyue raised the loudspeaker. As everyone can see, you're infected with malaria, and it's a very serious type. The treatment medicine will be delivered tomorrow. If everyone still wants to live and wants the children at home who are already showing symptoms to live, then come here tomorrow at this time to receive the most scientific and formal treatment. The first 50 people to arrive will each receive 5 kilograms of lard residue. Everyone! Exclamation point. Was treatment important? Yes, but no matter how important it was, it couldn't be compared to lard residue. They had to come early tomorrow for the sake of lard residue. Oh no, for the sake of survival, let's go. The cargo ship carrying the medicine arrived at the dock at 4 o'clock in the morning. This time, no one dared to cause trouble. Jiang Fuyue and Fan Xing personally went to pick up the ship, while Lu Sisi patrolled the area with a group of bodyguards in black. The whole process was unbelievably smooth. Where's Yellow Salmon Man? Oh, Lu Sisi tied him up in advance while he was asleep. Yellow Salmon, at 5 o'clock, the medicine was unloaded. Everyone was transported back to the station in an orderly manner. At this time, the advantage of the second location that Jiang Fuyue chose was obvious. Not only was it close to the dock, but it was also a flat road, so there was no need to climb hills. The captain scratched his head and walked to Jiang Fuyue. Professor Jiang, there are still things in the back cabin that haven't been unloaded. There weren't many people left, so Jiang Fuyue was going to bring them in personally. Wait a minute. I'm afraid you don't have enough people. If possible, let a strong man do it. What exactly is it? The captain smiled. Pigs. About 60 of them. Jiang Fuyue was speechless. Everyone, the team members who delivered the medicine to the station returned to the dock one after another. To herd the pigs. Professor Jiang, these pigs are all alive. Do we have a butcher in our team? Jiang Fuyue was stunned. She hadn't thought about this before. She asked around, but everyone shook their heads. I don't know how. I've never learned before. I've seen it before. It's a little scary. Is it the legendary red knife enters, white knife comes out? My legs feel weak just thinking about it. Fortunately, almost all the men on the island knew how to butcher pigs. Fan Xing, I'll arrange the manpower. Early in the morning, the orange sun shone on the ground. The people who got up early to work stood on the hillside in a daze. What did they see? They saw a row of fat and strong pigs lined up in a row and rushed to the medical station in an orderly manner. Oh my God! There must be dozens of them, right? Every one of them is plump. Their fat is bouncing up and down. So, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and line up to see the doctor. The top 50 would each receive 5 kilograms of lard residue. Charge! One by one, the villagers threw down their hoes and ran towards the camp at the foot of the mountain. Lard dregs, oh no, doctor. I'm here. Outside the station, it was already packed with people. The bodyguards moved out collectively to maintain order. It's over. There are so many people in front of me. There must be more than 50. I'd better go back and come back tomorrow. Hey, wait. What? After the 50th place, there are also gifts. Although it's not as much as 5 caddies of lard residue, it's definitely not bad. Anyway, it's free. Besides, even if you come tomorrow, you might not be able to get into the top 50. You might as well finish today. That's true. Alright, I'll line up then. A few doctors listened at the side and quickly exchanged glances. Professor Jiang is the best. He can make these people obey him in minutes. I didn't expect that something that the previous medical team couldn't even solve would be solved by a few kilograms of lard dregs. TSK, the temptation of lard dregs. Amazing. I can brag about this for the rest of my life. Don't you think that Professor Jiang is very familiar with the floating islands? The terrain of each place, the approximate number of people living there, and the temperament of these people. He knows everything. It's too amazing. It's said that Sister Yu's brain is a data analysis machine. It has high efficiency, high output, powerful functions, and no short circuits. In short, she thinks more than us and thinks faster than us. It's so easy to work with such a leader. I don't have to worry about anything. I just have to do my part. Under the strong temptation of lard dregs, the villagers came out in full force. They came to line up before dawn to see the doctor. For some critically ill patients, especially children with weak immune systems, Jiang Fuyue especially set up a green channel so that there was no need to line up. Then, can we still get lard dregs? A pair of parents asked worriedly. It was not that they were heartless, but they were too poor. They had not eaten meat for 3 months. When survival became a problem, it did not matter whether they could be cured because they would die in the end. The only difference was whether they died of illness or starvation. The medical staff, who were originally angry and disappointed that the child had such parents, were stunned. Even the poorest among them were only born in the countryside. However, their basic needs were still guaranteed. They had enough food and warm clothes, and they had the opportunity to go to school. But what about the floating people? They had never watched a movie, never used electric lights, and still wore linen clothes. Lard dregs were regarded as treasures by them. They did not have a decent school, nor a working hospital. They did not even have a simple clinic. It was even worse than Xianxia in the 50s and 60s. In today's society, there was actually such an isolated island that had become an insulator of modern civilization. Xianxia said, "Give them 5 caddies of lard dregs." "Thank you. Thank you." The husband and wife cupped their skinny and dark hands and kept bowing to express their gratitude. The next day, the medical team posted a notice: "Due to a shortage of manpower, we are urgently looking for helpers. They must be healthy, hardworking, and do not cause trouble. They must work 8 hours a day. The remuneration is 2 caddies of pork. The salary will be paid daily." As soon as the news came out, the applicants lined up. Xianxia asked Lu Weihua to be in charge of selecting people. They strictly followed the recruitment standards. They did not give the 2 caddies of pork to anyone who was pitiful. Instead, they competed for the position and recruited the best. The medical team was not a charity. They were not obligated to provide pork for the villagers, but they could exchange it with labor. It was an equal deal. Each took what they needed. However, Lu Weihua knew in his heart that although everyone was very busy, it was not to the extent that they needed to recruit workers. In the end, Professor Jiang was still kind. However, she did not care about charity and let these villagers develop the bad habit of reaping without sowing. Therefore, she used the most equal way to give them a way to live and at the same time preserve their dignity and dignity. Lu Weihua wrote this sentence in his diary: "Under her swift and decisive appearance, there is the softest heart." Soon, these people who were recruited arrived one after another and began to help at the station. During this time, they saw things that they had never seen before, such as mobile phones, computers, and some medical equipment that they had never heard of before. After the injection, the child's fever stopped in less than 2 minutes. The baby, who was originally swollen all over, was put into the medical box. When he was carried out the next day, the swelling had disappeared and he was sleeping soundly. The treatment process for malaria lasted for 2 months. During this period, the mosquito and insect control work was carried out in an orderly manner and the results were obvious. After the villagers recovered, they also ran to the medical team for treatment with other difficult diseases. Coincidentally, these doctors came from various departments, such as surgery, orthopedics, neurology, respiratory, cardiology, and so on. They all showed their strengths and cured the old diseases that had been on the villagers for years. The most noteworthy was the gynecology department. Most of the women on the island did not know that there was a separate department in the hospital that specialized in treating women's dirty diseases. Yes, they called those unspeakable symptoms dirty diseases. In the past, there were even women who jumped into the sea because of postpartum lochia, itching, and other problems. Men also sneered at this. If their women had such diseases, they would feel ashamed and unable to raise their heads. This caused women who had abnormalities in their bodies to not dare to speak out, nor did they dare to see the witch doctor. They were afraid that people would criticize them if they found out. They could only endure it and die in disgrace. The first thing Xianxia had to do was to educate people. However, this time, the men and women were separated. For the women, they would watch popular science videos to let them know that many of the symptoms were just ordinary gynecological diseases. 80% of married women actually had them. This was very common, so there was no need to feel ashamed. There are even male gynecologists outside the island. Really? Is it okay for a man to show us a place like that? Won't we be caught in the act? Xianxia threw out the most classic sentence: "A doctor doesn't see men and women, only patients." The group of women was instantly shocked. Then, Jiang Fuyue told them that many gynecological diseases were actually caused by unhygienic married life. So, on this problem, men are the culprits. Then, the door to a new world opened for them. In Duofu, the status of women was not low. It was just that they were ignorant and felt ashamed when it came to gynecology, which led to men's disdain. As long as they could understand it correctly and treat it rationally from now on, it was believed that soon, men would be influenced and fundamentally change their thinking. It was said that after this popular science class, there were women who fought with their men when they returned home that night. Those who fought, thank you. During this period, there were several shipments of supplies from outside the island. Some of them were approved by the higher-ups, and some were bought by Jiang Fuyue out of her own pocket. Boatloads of pigs crossed the sea. It was a spectacular sight. At the end of April, as the last malaria patient recovered, the team began to prepare to leave the island. After staying here for so long, I'm a little reluctant to leave. Actually, after spending a long time together, I feel that the people of Duofu are not so barbaric and scary. They're just a little rude and bad-tempered, but it's understandable. After all, they haven't gone to school. The children here are really cute. Last time, they caught crabs for us to eat. After putting them down, they secretly hid and stuck their heads out to smile at you. We were instantly hit in the heart. Compared to those spoiled brats outside, they're thousands of times more obedient. I hope that after we leave, the higher-ups can send people to improve the infrastructure here. Really, you didn't see it. The white-haired old man walked more than 10 miles just to come to our base and touch the light bulb. It's so sad to see him trembling and loving it so much. After I go back, I'll post on the internet to let the netizens know that Duofu is not as evil as they think. The scenery here is really beautiful. It's not worse than Dr. Mar. Maybe we can develop tourism in the future. By the way, did Professor Jiang say when we're leaving? Not at the moment, but it should be in the next 2 days. Anyway, the report has been written. It's the first batch from the higher-ups. We should go home. In the makeshift room, Jiang Fuyue was writing a report. The sound of the keyboard made Yellow Salmon sleepy. He couldn't help but think, was this thing so easy to hit? Wasn't it just a few keys? These doctors from outside basically had one, and they had to hit it a few times when they were treating patients. He asked, and the other party replied that it was to take notes. Shouldn't they use paper and pen to take notes? Could it be written down just by hitting it? After typing the last word, Jiang Fuyue saved it and looked up at Yellow Salmon, who had been left out for a long time. What's the matter? Compared to 3 months ago, when he blocked the dock with people and looked fierce, the fat man now had a flattering smile. Seeing Jiang Fuyue speak, he immediately perked up. It's like this. Mr. Zhong wants to invite you for a cup of tea. Mr. Zhong, Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. That witch doctor? Yes. That's him. It was strange. In the past 3 months, Jiang Fuyue had been on guard against the other party causing trouble more than once, but he had no intention of making a move. Logically speaking, when advanced medical technology from outside was brought to the island, the witch doctor's status and authority would be the first to be shaken. She was ready to go to war with the other party, but in fact, the other party was quiet and didn't make a move at all. Even later, Yellow Salmon didn't cause trouble again. This was somewhat different from Jiang Fuyue's expectations. It also made her curious about this witch doctor, Mr. Zhong. The small courtyard of the bamboo house was hidden among the green trees and flowers. Its back was against the hill, and there was a small stream in front of it. Jiang Fuyue was in it and felt as if she had come to an otherworldly paradise. Yellow Salmon rubbed his hands. Hee. This bamboo house is beautiful, right? This is the most beautiful house on our island except for the clan leader's house. Jiang Fuyue looked around and couldn't help but nod secretly. Whether it was the layout, the furnishings, or the feng shui, this small house was very outstanding. Elegant, dignified, elegant, and refined. It was obvious that the person who built this house was an expert and had a very high aesthetic standard. Yellow Salmon, Mr. Zhong built it himself. It's amazing, right, Jiang Fuyue? Pushing the door open, Yellow Salmon didn't go in. Instead, he made an inviting gesture. Mr. Zhong is inside. Jiang Fuyue walked into the room and saw a figure sitting behind a table with an ink painting of mountains and rivers behind a screen. She couldn't see his face clearly, but his body was straight. He shouldn't be old. Fan Xing said that he came to the island to learn medical skills from old Fu 18 years ago, so he should be 40 to 50 years old. Miss Jiang, sit down and have a cup of tea. The other party spoke first. His voice was a little faint, but he spoke standard Mandarin without any accent. Jiang Fuyue sat down. There was already a cup of brewed tea in front of her. The two of them could see each other's silhouettes through the screen. You know medical skills? I'm the witch doctor here. Then do you study Chinese medicine or Western medicine? I've learned both, but I usually use Chinese medicine to treat everyone. Then you should know that the epidemic this time is malaria. Yes, I guessed a little. Then why didn't you tell everyone in time and let them ask for help from outside the island? The man sighed. I can't go against the will of the people. Some things can't be changed by me alone. Jiang Fuyue was speechless. Yes, if she didn't bring a team, bodyguards, and a whole ship of supplies to the island, who would be willing to listen to her, she might have been driven away by yellow salmon before she reached the dock. Do you know about astrology? He suddenly said. What? Jiang Fuyue was stunned. Astrology. Horoscope? Well, you can understand it that way. Jiang Fuyue frowned. She didn't know why the other party suddenly mentioned this. I can help you test it. Jiang Fuyue, you mean fortune-telling? There was a pleasant chuckle on the other end. Yes, fortune-telling. Jiang Fuyue didn't know what to think, but she nodded and agreed. Okay. A small window opened in the middle of the screen. She could see the other party's table. There were 3 crystal dice on it. Unlike ordinary dice, these dice were all standard dodecahedrons. There were symbols on each side, representing planets, constellations, and palaces. There were a total of 36. Can you tell me when you were born? Jiang Fuyue told him the truth. A pair of clean and slender hands picked up the dice and threw them gently. The 3 dice made a crisp sound. After spinning rapidly on the table, they came to a steady stop. Mercury, Virgo, 5 palaces. Jiang Fuyue, so what did you calculate? Miss Jiang, your life will be smooth sailing. Your career will be successful, your family will be happy, and everything you want will be fulfilled. Jiang Fuyue looked at the crystal dice on the table and smiled. Why did you only say the second half? The other party was slightly stunned. She completed it herself. The first half should be, dreams become empty. Extreme strength is bound to fail. Stars fall and life is lost. Death is inevitable. You know about astrology? A little. My former enemy liked to talk nonsense with poker cards. He used astrology to predict fortunes and peered into the mysteries of heaven. I thought that only by knowing myself and the enemy can I win 100 battles, so I also learned about it. She could say the first half just by learning about it. Who was she kidding? So, you believe that astrology can predict fate? Jiang Fuyue shook her head and then nodded. I used to not believe it. I used to use Marx's materialism to make my enemy angry. But now I believe it a little, but it's still different from his. Oh? How is it different? That person said that astrology is used to predict fortunes and peek into the mysteries of heaven. I think it should be scientific astrology, materialistic fortune-telling. What do you mean? I think astrology is like numerology. The job of an astrologer is to analyze data. First, collect information, then look for patterns, and finally come to a conclusion. When applied to individuals, they can analyze the specific situation according to individual differences. Is this science? The other party disagreed. Jiang Fuyue was not angry. She asked him, what do you think? Then according to what you said, astrologers can also be scientists? I don't know if astrologers can be scientists, but many scientists are astrologers, such as Newton and Kepler. The topic seemed to be a little stiff. Jiang Fuyue took a sip of tea. It was sweet in her mouth and had a sweet aftertaste. A few seconds later, there was a slight bitterness at the tip of her tongue. Such rich layering did not come from the tea itself, but from the tea maker's skill. And this taste was familiar. In any case, thank you for your astrology fortune-telling. You're welcome. Speaking of which, my enemy is the same as you. He likes to treat people to tea and tell their fortunes. Is that so? That's right. You two are very similar. And his surname is also Zhong. Don't you think it's a coincidence? Sorry, my surname is not Zhong. It's just that there's a Zhong in my name. Oh? Then what's your surname? Jiang Fuyue picked up the teacup, put it to her nose and sniffed it elegantly. She asked casually. Fu. My name is Fu Suizhong. Jiang Fuyue smiled and slowly put down the teacup. Your name can change, but your appearance will never lie. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly got up and pushed down the screen in front of her. What he saw was a slightly stunned face. Jiang Fuyue frowned. It wasn't Zhongqing, but this tea, this fortune-telling tone, it was exactly the same as that person, but the face in front of her was at most 20 or 30 years old. It was a bit too young. Seeing Jiang Fuyue suddenly burst out, there was a bit of panic on his face that he could not hide. However, this kind of expression would never appear on that old fox Zhongqing's face. You, what are you doing? Jiang Fuyue stepped forward and grabbed his collar. Her eyes narrowed dangerously. Fu. Suizhong? Ah? You're Duo Fu's witch doctor. The man nodded. That's me. What's your relationship with Zhongqing? Confusion flashed across the man's face. Who's Zhongqing? Jiang Fuyue frowned. That. Let go of me first. Let's talk nicely, okay? Jiang Fuyue did not move and changed her question. Who taught you astrology? No, no one taught me. I learned it from watching horoscope videos. It's true. Oh, there are also books on horoscopes. I have a whole wall. Jiang Fuyue, how do you explain this tea? What's wrong with the tea? Is there a problem? I think it's quite delicious. Who made this cup of tea? I made it myself. Impossible. I learned it from old Fu for a long time. If you don't believe me, I'll make it for you right now. Jiang Fuyue frowned. Her gaze was sharp as if she wanted to see through him. Fu Suizhong shrunk his neck. The mysterious aura from before was gone. There was only one word left, coward. After a long time, Jiang Fuyue finally let go of him. She looked away and slowly stood up straight. Hey. It's not good for you to just leave after smashing my screen, right? Hey. I heard that you have a lot of pigs. Can you give me 2? Or just 1? Jiang Fuyue quickened her steps. Fu Suizhong pursed his lips. You won't even give me 1 pig. Stingy. Immediately, he smoothed his collar that was messed up by her. It was wrinkled. He was unhappy. Very unhappy. He finished the remaining tea in the teapot in one gulp and ran to the second floor in a huff. Master, the moment he pushed the door open, the man turned around. He was tall and straight, standing by the window with his hands clasped behind his back. When he heard the noise, he turned around, revealing a face full of wrinkles. His black hair was mixed with white hair. Judging from his figure, he was obviously in the prime of his life. However, his face was very old, like an old man. Master, is that friend of yours suspecting me? What should I do? Did I mess up my acting? Fu Suizhong scratched his head apologetically. It's okay. Although she's suspicious, there's no way to prove it. Based on his understanding of her, she would not make a judgment easily under such circumstances. Master, actually I don't quite understand. What don't you understand? You must want to see her. That's why you asked Uncle Huang to call her over. However, when she came, she almost recognized you. Although she said that you were her sworn enemy, there was no murderous intent in her eyes. In that case, why don't you show up? He could sense that Jiang Fuyue's eyes flashed with disappointment when she lifted the screen and saw his face. When he said that he did not know who Zhongqing was, she was even more disappointed. Master, she wants to see you. Fu Suizhong came to such a conclusion. the man only smiled and shook his head at him. I can't see her. I can't see her. In this life, as long as she was alive, it was enough for him to see her again. As for this face, the man turned his head, and his old appearance was reflected in the glass mirror. It was better not to let her see it. Master, don't you want a pig? Let old Huang say it. She'll give it to you. Really? Fu Suizhong was doubtful. That woman was beautiful, but she was fierce and liked to fight. She looked very difficult to get along with. How could she be so kind? The man nodded and gave him a firm answer. Really? Master, I heard that the medical team will leave the island in a few days. You really don't want to see her? Once she left, she might not come back again. However, he did not waver at all. His answer was still the same. I don't want to see her. Okay. Fu Suizhong could only sigh and feel sorry for his master. He obviously wanted to see her so much, but he hid upstairs secretly to see her. In order to let the people on the island trust her and let her treat them, he personally came out to persuade the people who came to see the doctor to believe in Western medicine. He even did not hesitate to ruin his own reputation. Clearly, he could help them stabilize their condition by prescribing some Chinese medicine. Oh, and also, let Uncle Huang be the first to stand up for them, so that they could establish their might. Behind the scenes, he made painstaking efforts, but in the end, he did not see her. What did he want? Did she really think that she could subdue these barbaric people by herself? Jiang Fuyue was also thinking about this problem that she subconsciously ignored. Duofu people had been xenophobic for a long time. How could she persuade them so easily? When she returned to the station, she casually found 2 islanders. What kind of person is the witch doctor, Mr. Zhong? Ah? Mr. Zhong? He's very good at medicine, and he's also very nice. He can even talk to the gods and send warnings to the island. In short, he's a very good and very respectable person. Jiang Fuyue, I'm asking about his appearance. Have you seen him before? I've seen him before. I've seen him before. Mr. Zhong is old and young. He's fair, clean, and very handsome. Many girls on our island want to be his wife. Jiang Fuyue, was she really thinking too much? This Zhong was not the Zhong she knew. The next day, the higher-ups sent a message that Jiang Fuyue was allowed to lead the team to leave the island. When the news was spread, everyone was very happy. I can finally go home. Although I don't want to leave, my parents, husband, and children all miss me. It's better to go back. If there's a chance in the future, I'll bring the whole family to the island to play. After this, I believe that the higher-ups will send people to solve the basic living problems on the island. The development is just around the corner. After 3 to 5 years, it will definitely become a tourist attraction. When that time comes, shall we go back to the old place? Of course. Then it's a deal. It's a deal. On the day they left, the sun was as strong as ever. There was no wind on the sea, and it was quiet and peaceful. When they came, the 5 cargo ships were full. When they went back, there were only a few supplies and people left. Jiang Fuyue asked Fan Xing to take care of the big iron pot, the big steamer, the projector, the screen, the generator, the electric lights, the built houses, and the dozens of pigs that had not been slaughtered. The villagers on the island spontaneously came to the dock to say goodbye. Dr. Jiang, you're a good person. At first. I'm sorry. Compared to Professor Jiang, they preferred to call her Dr. Jiang. Thank you. Have a safe trip. These are the eggs laid by the pheasants. Take them back and eat them. This is my family's new rice this year. It's delicious. There's also tapioca flour. Some of the girls in the team love to eat it. They say it can be used to make pearl milk tea. Everyone's eyes were filled with tears as they delivered the rice. Jiang Fuyue asked the captain to set sail as soon as possible. Otherwise, the deck would be full. We're leaving. Take care, everyone. The 5 ships left the dock one by one and gradually disappeared into the vast sea. Uncles, aunties, brothers, and sisters. Goodbye. Zhongqing stood quietly on a hill on the island, watching as the ship sailed further and further away. He saw that after her rebirth, she was so bright, healthy, and dazzling. So, all these years were worth it. Master, let's go back. 2 hours later, the ship moved forward steadily, and everyone gradually calmed down from their parting. Yes, we've left the island. We expect to dock at Jizhou Bay in 3 days. Jiang Fuyue was reporting to the higher-ups. I wish you all a safe trip. I'll wait for your triumphant return at Jizhou Bay. Thank you. Just as she was about to hang up, there was a loud noise on the sea. Then, the hull of the ship shook as if it was about to be overturned in the next second. Jiang Fuyue was thrown to the ground. Her phone was also smashed into pieces. Soon, there were screams from the cabin next door. Fear and panic. Everyone was in a mess. Jiang Fuyue got up, grabbed the walkie-talkie, and called the control room. What's the situation now? What's your relationship with Zhongqing? The man looked puzzled. Who's Zhongqing? Jiang Fuyue furrowed her brows. Let go of me first. Let's talk nicely, okay? Jiang Fuyue did not move but changed her question. Who taught you astrology? No one taught me. I learned it from watching horoscope videos. It's true. Oh, there are also books on analyzing horoscopes. I have a whole wall. Jiang Fuyue asked, how do you explain this tea? What's wrong with the tea? Is there a problem? I think it's quite tasty. Who made this tea? I made it myself. Impossible. I learned from old Fu for a long time. If you don't believe me, I'll make it for you right now. Jiang Fuyue's brows furrowed even more. She looked at him with a sharp gaze as if she wanted to see through his soul. Under such a gaze, Fu Suizhong could not help but shrink his neck. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down uneasily. The previous mysterious aura of a sage-like being was gone. There was only one word left, coward. After some time, Jiang Fuyue finally let go of him. She retracted her gaze and stood up slowly. Hey! It's not good for you to leave after smashing my screen, right? I heard that you have a lot of pigs. Can you give me 2 of them? Or one of them will do. Actually, it's best to have 2, 1 male and 1 female. It's easier to give birth to babies. Jiang Fuyue quickened her steps. Fu Suizhong pouted. You won't even give me 1 pig. Stingy. Immediately, he smoothed his collar that was messed up by her. Sigh, it's already wrinkled. He was not happy. Very unhappy. He finished the remaining tea in the teapot in 1 gulp and ran to the 2nd floor in a huff. Master, the moment he pushed the door open, the man turned around. He was tall and straight, standing by the window with his hands behind his back. When he heard the noise, he turned around, revealing a face full of wrinkles. His black hair was mixed with white. Judging from his figure, he was obviously in the prime of his life. However, his face was very old, like an old man. Master, is your friend suspecting me? What should I do? Did I screw up? Fu Suizhong scratched his head apologetically. It doesn't matter. Although she has her suspicions, she can't prove it. Based on what he knew of her, she usually wouldn't make a quick judgment in such a situation. Master, I don't really understand. What do you not understand? You must have wanted to see her, that's why you asked Uncle Huang to call her over. However, when she came, she almost recognized you. Although she said that you were her sworn enemy, there was no murderous intent in her eyes. If that's the case, why don't you show yourself? He could sense the disappointment in Jiang Fuyue's eyes when she lifted the screen and saw his face. When he said that he didn't know who Zhongqing was, he was even more disappointed. Master, she wants to see you. Fu Suizhong came to this conclusion. The man only smiled and shook his head at him. You can't see her, and you can't see her. In this lifetime, as long as she was alive and he could see her again, that was enough. As for his face, the man turned his head, and the mirror reflected his old appearance. It was better not to let her see it. He also wanted to save face. Master, don't you want a pig? Let old Huang talk to her. She'll give it to you. Really? Fu Suizhong was doubtful. That woman was beautiful, but she was fierce and liked to fight. She looked like she was not to be trifled with. Would she be so kind? The man nodded and gave him a firm answer. Really? She was strong and gentle. As long as it was within her power, she couldn't bear to see the suffering of the world. Ask old Huang to make your situation sound as miserable as possible. Before Fu Suizhong left the room, he stopped and confirmed again. Master, I heard that the medical team will leave the island in a few days. You really don't want to see her? Once she left, she might not come back again. The man didn't waver at all. His answer was still, no. Okay. Fu Suizhong could only sigh and feel sorry for his master. He wanted to see her so much, but he hid upstairs secretly to see her. In order to let the people on the island trust her and let her treat them, he personally came out to persuade the people who came to see the doctor to believe in Western medicine. He even didn't hesitate to ruin his own reputation. Clearly, he could help them stabilize their condition by prescribing some Chinese medicine. Oh, and he let Uncle Huang be the first to stand up for her and let her establish her prestige. Behind the scenes, he made painstaking efforts, but in the end, he couldn't even see her. What was he after? Humph. That woman didn't really think that she could subdue these barbaric people on her own, right? Jiang Fuyue was also thinking about this problem that she subconsciously ignored. Duofu people had been xenophobic for a long time. How could she persuade them so easily? When she returned to the station, she casually found two islanders who came to see the doctor. What kind of person is the witch doctor, Mr. Zhong? Ah? Mr. Zhong? He's very good at medicine, and he's also very nice. He can talk to the gods and send warnings to the island. In short, he's a very good and very respectable person. Jiang Fuyue, I'm asking about his appearance. Have you seen him before? I've seen him before. I've seen him before. Mr. Zhong is old and young. He's fair, clean, and very handsome. Many girls on our island want to be his wife. Jiang Fuyue, was she really thinking too much? This Zhong was not the Zhong she knew. The next day, the higher-ups sent a message that Jiang Fuyue was allowed to lead the team to leave the island. When the news was spread, everyone was very happy. We can finally go home. Although I don't want to leave, my parents, husband, and children all miss me. It's better to go back. If there's a chance in the future, I'll bring the whole family to the island to play. After this, I believe that the higher-ups will send people to solve the basic living problems on the island. The development is just around the corner. After 3 to 5 years, Duofu will become a tourist attraction. At that time, we can visit the old place again. Do you want to come? Of course. Then it's a deal. It's a deal. On the day they left, the sun was still as strong as ever. There was no wind on the sea, and it was quiet and peaceful. When they came, the 5 cargo ships were full. When they went back, there were only a few supplies and a few dozen people left. Jiang Fuyue asked Fan Xing to take care of the big iron pot, the big steamer, the projector, the screen, the generator, the electric lights, the built houses, and the dozens of pigs that had not been slaughtered. The villagers on the island spontaneously came to the dock to see them off. Dr. Jiang, you're a good person. At first. I'm sorry. Compared to Professor Jiang, they preferred to call her Dr. Jiang. Thank you. Have a safe trip. These are the eggs laid by the pheasants. Take them back and eat them. They're nutritious. Yes, they're nutritious. This is the new rice that my family just harvested this year. It's delicious. There's also tapioca flour. There are a few girls in the team who love to eat it. They say that it can be used to make pearl milk tea. Everyone delivered the rice and food, and their eyes were filled with tears. Jiang Fuyue asked the captain to set sail as soon as possible. Otherwise, the deck would be full. We're leaving. Take care, everyone. The 5 ships left the dock one by one and gradually disappeared into the vast sea. Uncles, aunties, brothers, and sisters. Goodbye. Some children jumped up and waved in the direction where they left. At this time, Zhongqing stood quietly on the highest hill on the island. He stared at the sea and watched the ships go further and further away. He saw that she was so bright and healthy after her rebirth. So, all these years were worth it. Master, let's go back. 2 hours later, the ship moved forward steadily, and everyone gradually calmed down from their parting. Yes, we've left the island. We're expected to dock at Jizhou Bay in 3 days. Jiang Fuyue was reporting to her superior in a special communication cabin. The old leader's gratified and excited voice came from the other end. Good. I wish you all a safe trip. I'll welcome your triumphant return at Jizhou Bay. Thank you. Just as she was about to hang up, there was a loud noise on the sea. Then, the hull of the ship shook as if it was going to be overturned in the next second. Jiang Fuyue was thrown to the ground, and the communication equipment was broken into pieces. The old leader's nervous questioning stopped abruptly. Soon, there were screams from the cabin next door. Fear and panic. Everyone was in a mess. Jiang Fuyue got up, grabbed the walkie-talkie, and called for the control cabin. Is the captain there? Please answer if you hear me. What's the situation now? 9:21. After a burst of static, the captain finally answered. Professor Jiang, something seems to have exploded on the sea. And there's the smell of gunpowder. Explosion, gunpowder. Jiang Fuyue's heart suddenly skipped a beat. What does it look like outside from the control cabin? I can't see clearly. It's all fog. But the weather forecast sent by the Maritime Administration showed that there was no wind or waves today, and the weather was clear. There was no fog when the temperature was lower. Now that it was almost noon, how could there be fog all of a sudden? Maybe it wasn't fog. Maybe it was smoke. Professor Jiang, what do we do now? Stop immediately and wait for further orders. Yes. Lu Weihua ran in from outside. His right arm was covered in blood. Professor Jiang, are you okay? Jiang Fuyue waved her hand. I'm fine. Are you hurt? I hit a pillar during the turbulence and tore my skin. It looked scary, but it didn't hurt my bones. It's a small problem. What's the situation in the cabin now? Everyone is in a mess. Jiang Fuyue took out a loudspeaker. Lu Weihua was stunned. This is? I have to figure out what happened now before I decide what to do next. I'll leave the colleagues outside to you. Can you calm them down? Lu Weihua's expression brightened. Yes. Also, let the bodyguards guard the cabin door. Don't show any mercy if you see strangers boarding the ship. I understand. Go. Lu Weihua took the loudspeaker and turned to leave. Soon, his firm and powerful voice came from the cabin. Everyone gradually calmed down, and the screams stopped. Jiang Fuyue repaired the communication equipment as quickly as possible and dialed the number just now. The other end seemed to be waiting for her as it connected immediately. What happened at sea? Are you all okay? Both sides spoke at the same time. Then, they both relaxed. Jiang Fuyue, there was an explosion on the sea for no reason. The hull is violently turbulent. We've stopped sailing. Some people are injured, but their lives are not in danger. You did the right thing by stopping immediately. You did well. The Maritime Administration's radar has detected your specific location. It's a certain distance from the center of the explosion. You won't be affected for the time being. Jiang Fuyue was stunned. So there really was an explosion? The other end was silent. Was it a natural phenomenon or was it triggered by someone? Jiang Fuyue, you have to be mentally prepared for the next news. The old leader's tone suddenly became serious. Just half an hour ago, ANK countries had a fierce conflict because of territorial sovereignty at sea. Currently, both sides have stationed troops 30 nautical miles away and are violently intercepting and detaining passing ships. And Jiang Fuyue and the others had to pass through that place on their way back. So, it was right to stop sailing. As long as they went another 10 nautical miles, they would be detained and become hostages for international negotiations. If they were lucky, they would still be alive. If they were unlucky, they would be buried at sea. Even their bodies would not be found. Even though Jiang Fuyue was mentally strong, she couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Then what should we do next? For now, the safest way is to return to Duofu. Are you sure the conflict won't affect the island? The old leader chuckled, but with the aura of a powerful army. Duofu is Huaxia's territory. Those who invade our territory will be killed no matter how far away they are. Jiang Fuyue, I understand. After ending the call, she immediately ordered, return at full speed. Everyone was dumbfounded. Return? Return to Duofu? Why? What happened? Didn't we already leave? Why are we suddenly going back? Don't scare me. I'm so nervous. In the end, Lu Weihua stood up with the loudspeaker. Everyone, listen to me. Professor Jiang must have her reasons for doing this. We can't panic. When we return to the island, she will definitely give everyone a satisfactory explanation. We are now actively cooperating with Professor Jiang's work, okay? Okay. We are willing to cooperate. Nearly 5 hours after leaving the island, the 5 ships suddenly sailed back. Clan leader. It's true. You should go to the dock and take a look. Fanxing put down his chopsticks and ran to the dock. Father. Wait, I'm going too. Fan Yi followed closely. When the father and daughter arrived at the dock, the ships had already docked. Jiang Fuyue led the team off the ship. Many people were supporting each other and were in a mess. Fanxing immediately realized that something was wrong. What happened? Jiang Fuyue waved her hand. Let's check your injuries first. We'll talk about the rest later. Okay. Fanxing and Fan Yi began to help. They were all doctors, so they treated each other's wounds. Fu Suizhong got the news from somewhere and also came to help with a medicine box. Lu Wei went to Ming University for an inspection and came back to report to Jiang Fuyue. They're all superficial wounds. They're almost all treated. There are no major injuries. Jiang Fuyue nodded. That's good. What happened to Professor Jiang? Why did she suddenly come back? Everyone treated their wounds and began to ask questions at once. Jiang Fuyue did not hide the truth and told him everything she had learned from her leader. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect this kind of thing to happen to them. But more than that, they were scared. How long will we stay on the island? Jiang Fuyue, the time is uncertain. After a discussion, the two families decided to call Xie Dingyuan and inform him of Jiang Fuyue's current situation. Half a month ago, he couldn't contact Jiang Fuyue. He called home to ask, but his family didn't know either. Unfortunately, when he called the Civitan base, the base told him that Xie Dingyuan was out on a mission and couldn't be contacted. Back on the island, Jiang Fuyue quickly pulled herself together after being dispirited for a day. If she was easily swayed by her emotions, what about the others? In the morning, there was a layer of water vapor on the surface of the sea, and the hills were foggy. Jiang Fuyue found the electrician and communications master in the team. Bring the tools and follow me. The two looked at each other. There was work to be done. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the disconnected network was restored. Professor Jiang, this is a great idea. Have you learned how to communicate with optical fibers? Jiang Fuyue, I've read books. The electrician, he had been in this line of work for 20 years, and he couldn't even catch up to Jiang Fuyue's level of reading books. It was quite a blow to him. In the makeshift room, everyone had just woken up. They habitually took out their phones to check the time, and then, F***CK. There's internet? Yes. I got it, I got a WeChat message. I feel like I'm alive again. There's internet, comrades. Professor Jiang personally climbed up and down to fix it. Awesome, that's it. If we're playing survival on a deserted island, whoever is in the same group as Professor Jiang will definitely win. We're not that different from survival on a deserted island, right? You don't say, it's true. After the internet was restored and they could contact the outside world again, everyone was not that depressed. However, this was far from enough. After all, playing with phones all day long was not good for one's physical and mental health. Jiang Fuyue simply assigned tasks to everyone. Previously, the work of popularizing medical knowledge was rough and one-sided, and there was a lot of common knowledge that hadn't been taught to the villagers yet. Jiang Fuyue gathered everyone to create a specialized popularizing manual. It was systematic, standardized, and reasonable. Professor Jiang, we don't have a printer. Do we have to copy everything by hand? Yes. There are dozens of pages, densely packed together. Even half a month won't be enough to finish copying them, right? Jiang Fuyue whispered a few words to a bodyguard. The bodyguard nodded and left. A quarter of an hour later, he returned with an unopened box printer on the small card in his hand. Everyone was astonished, and they all asked where he got it. Jiang Fuyue said, "I bought it at the mall before I came. It's been in the cargo hold of the ship." Everyone recalled the second time they went ashore. Jiang Fuyue had indeed bought a lot of things back, including the electric donkeys from before. Who would have thought that he would actually buy a printer? Soon, the booklet was printed, and each doctor had a copy. Next, a lecture was held on the flat dam in the encampment. For the first time, Jiang Fuyue was the main speaker. The audience below the stage was filled with people. There weren't many chairs, so many villagers sat on the ground. There was one session every day, and each session was led by a different doctor. The villagers all had a small notebook in their hands. Every time they came, they would stamp it. Every time they left, they would stamp it again. Every time they collected 20 stamps, they could exchange it for 1 caddy of pig offal, and 30 stamps could exchange it for 1 caddy of lard residue. As long as you sat down and listened to the whole lecture quietly, you could exchange it for meat after 10 days. Wasn't that the same as getting it for free? If you were lucky, you could catch a doctor's question midway, and happen to answer it correctly, you could get another stamp. I already have 40 stamps now. I'm not in a hurry to exchange them. Let's gather more. Why do I only have 34? We're clearly together every time, right? I've answered 6 questions correctly. Of course, I have more than you. Humph. I'll raise my hand next time too. Last time, you got it wrong, and Dr. Liu stamped it for you. Dr. Liu said that it was to encourage me. It doesn't matter if I got it wrong. The point is that I listen very carefully every time. These doctors speak and do things so beautifully. It makes people feel comfortable. Why can't we do that? Then I'll have to listen carefully next time. Soon, Jiang Fuyue found that more and more villagers were actively participating and raising their hands to answer the questions. Their interest was also increasing day by day. In addition to the medical knowledge lecture, Jiang Fuyue also held a legal knowledge lecture in the same way after discussing with everyone. Coincidentally, there were 2 doctors in the team who majored in law. They did not have to worry about not having a keynote speaker. But, do we need to learn the law outside the island? A villager asked. Let's learn it. Professor Jiang said that we have to know the law when we go out, or else we'll be easily bullied. Oh, are you telling the truth? Do you want to go out? You say it as if you don't want to. There was really no way to refute that. After seeing so many new things, it was hard not to be tempted. This was especially true for the group of young people on the island. They were in the stage of curiosity and exploration of the world. Their bodies were strong, their minds were active, and they were more adventurous. In the past, they did not know that the outside world was so exciting. Now, the arrival of Jiang Fuyue and her team opened a window for them to come in contact with the world. How could they not yearn for it? A long time ago, the chief encouraged everyone to go out and explore. At that time, the older generation said that he was crazy. Now that I think about it, the chief may have realized that Duofu could no longer be closed off. There's nothing wrong with learning more. Whether we stay on the island or go out to explore in the future, it'll be beneficial. Okay, then let's learn. As for the older villagers, they did not join in the fun. It was more interesting to listen to medical science. Now, they were talking about cupping and moxibustion. It was especially interesting. Soon, the legal science lecture was held. After a while, although it was not as popular as the medical science lecture, it gathered many young and strong workers on the island. And this group of people represented the future of Duofu. Only when they improved could Duofu improve. Only when they were willing to come in contact with the world could Duofu completely open its doors. Among them, there were many children of 7 or 8 years old. At first, they came to drink the free mung bean paste, but later, they were gradually attracted by the real cases introduced in the process of teaching law. It was like listening to a story. The little children held their chins and enjoyed the whole process. One day, Jiang Fuyue passed by and caught the break. Everyone was waiting in line to get their mung bean paste. A young man of 15 or 16 sat in the same place without moving. He lowered his head and flipped through the brochure of teaching law, as if this thing was more attractive than mung bean paste. Jiang Fuyue walked over. He opened his mouth and called out, "Professor Jiang." Then, he picked up the brochure and pointed to a sentence on one of the pages. He asked her, "What's this word read?" Jiang Fuyue told him, It means sentence." "What about this word?" "Sentence, it means punishment." He suddenly understood. Then, he scratched his head a little embarrassedly. "So I've been reading it the wrong way." "Thank you. I understand now. This is sentence, this is sentence. Together, they can form sentence." Jiang Fuyue looked at him with a little surprise. "You can read?" The young man nodded and then shook his head. "I only know some. There are still many words that I don't know." Jiang Fuyue pointed out a few words on the spot for him to read. The young man could answer the simple words right away, but he didn't know the more complicated words. "Who did you learn from?" When Dr. Wang and Dr. Li were teaching, they would read this brochure. I listened to them and compared the words on the brochure. Then, I could recognize them. This conversation made Jiang Fuyue realize a very serious problem. The people on the island were not educated and could not read. No matter how good the general medicine and law were, it was just a castle in the air. It did not change the nature of their backwardness and ignorance. Not long after, the literacy class started. The villagers were required to systematically learn Chinese characters, from pinyin to the structure of the characters, to the use of words and sentences. This obviously did not work. Firstly, the villagers did not have that much time and patience. Secondly, it was very difficult to teach people. But if it was just literacy, it was much simpler. Everyone started by learning to write their own name. Li Daniu, Huang Hohot, Lin Bika, Wu Haixing. Everyone was very enthusiastic and excited about learning to write their own names. They were chattering and making a lot of noise. "Dr. Liu, do you think I wrote it correctly?" "Dr. Wang, how do I write the word Sha? I seem to have written it backwards." "Is it backwards?" Everyone had a small wooden stick and a basin filled with fine white sand. They wrote and drew in it. If they didn't write well, they would just erase it and write again. Back and forth, they practiced again and again. Wah! A little girl sat on the ground and cried very sadly. Jiang Fuyue walked over. "What's wrong with you?" "Jiang, Dr. Jiang, wah. Writing a name is so difficult. What if I can't learn it? Xiaohu and the others can do it, but I can't. Now they don't play with me." "It's okay. You'll learn it after a few more times. I'll teach you." "Really?" The little girl sniffled and stopped crying. "Yes. What's your name?" "My name is Van Hudi." "Ugh. No wonder she cried." After practicing for 2 or 3 days, the little girl looked at her crooked name that couldn't even fit in a big basin. She cried again. Jiang Fuyue was helpless. For the first time, she understood the parents who named their children Yi. Look, how prescient was she. After learning how to write a name, next was the commonly used Chinese characters. Or should we write a few hundred Chinese characters ourselves like before? Then print them into books. Do we have enough A3 and A4 paper? Don't worry. It's enough. There are a total of 50 boxes in the cargo hold. At this time, they couldn't help but praise Jiang Fuyue for her prescience. However, Jiang Fuyue didn't take everyone's advice. Instead, she went out with the bodyguards. When she came back, the bodyguards each had a box. When she opened it, she saw that it was actually a literacy card. It was the kind that was specially prepared for children in preschool. There was a big word on a hard card with pinyin. 500 commonly used Chinese characters. Got. This. Was it conjured? It feels like Professor Jiang flew back to the mainland to buy something from the supermarket and then flew back. I seriously suspect that Professor Jiang has a portable space. It could also be teleportation. With a whoosh, he broke through the dimension and went to another dimension. With another whoosh, he's back. Faced with everyone's doubts, Jiang Fuyue gave a standard answer. He bought it previously and it was piled in the cargo hold. Everyone, ? Therefore, these cards were the same as the electric scooter and printer. They were all bought when they docked. How strong must one's judgment be to be able to even prepare a literacy card? I suspect that Sister Yu is a fortune teller. Want to know about it? Is there anyone who wants to learn from her? Want to form a group? I'll go to the cargo hold one day and see if there are any big treasures, in your dreams. Now the 5 cargo ships are strictly guarded. There are bodyguards taking turns to watch over them every day. Want to go in? Go and report to Professor Jiang first. I won't be surprised if an airplane appears from the cargo hold one day. The literacy campaign was in full swing. The enthusiasm of the villagers was extremely high. Of course, besides studying every day, they also had to take care of farm work. Usually, they worked in the morning, studied in the afternoon, consolidated their knowledge at night, then slept and rested before continuing the next day. Early in the morning, on the way to work with hoes, the villagers were no longer talking about which woman was fighting with another woman or which old man was arguing with his wife. Instead, they were talking about, do you know how to write your name? How many commonly used words do you know? Do you know how to form phrases? The few words I taught you yesterday were so difficult. It's quite hard to read. I think so too, right? Me too. The children at home learn quickly. They have very good memories. Your sister-in-law and I can't do it. Our hands are shaking when we hold a stick. In such an atmosphere, even the hose and the soil were stained with the smell of books. One day, on Jiang Fuyue's way back from checking the fiber optic cable, a mother and daughter suddenly walked out from the bushes nearby. Professor Jiang. The woman smiled at her. Sister-in-law Zhou, are you waiting for me here? Hey. I went to the station to ask. They said you came to check on the big pole. I wanted to take a shortcut to see if I could make it in time. I didn't expect to meet you here. Why are you looking for me? Is Little Bean Sprout's body? No. After taking the medicine you gave her last time, she was alive and kicking the next day. Silly girl, hurry up and thank Professor Jiang. As she spoke, she gently pushed the little girl's back. Thank you, Professor Jiang. The little girl said timidly. Jiang Fuyue touched her little head. You're welcome. Little Bean Sprout peeked at her. This beautiful sister's hand was soft and comfortable, like the fine white sand on the beach. It was so warm that she wanted to sink into it. Jiang Fuyue, then why are you looking for me? Here, the woman stuffed the basket in her hands into her arms. This is a little gift from me. Thank you for taking care of Little Bean Sprout and her father. After she finished speaking, she was afraid that Jiang Fuyue would refuse, so she quickly ran away with her daughter. Jiang Fuyue looked down and saw a few snow-white handkerchiefs neatly stacked in the basket. There were lifelike butterflies embroidered on them. They were delicate and thin like cicadas' wings. Jiang Fuyue was slightly surprised by such exquisite craftsmanship. It was said that every woman on the island knew how to make handkerchiefs by themselves. She didn't expect them to be of such high quality. They were many times better than those handkerchiefs that claimed to be handmade. Jiang Fuyue suddenly had a bold idea. Coincidentally, there were 2 doctors in the team who majored in law. They did not have to worry about not having a keynote speaker. However, do we need to learn the law outside the island? A villager asked. Let's learn it. Professor Jiang said that we have to know the law when we go out. Otherwise, we will be easily bullied. Chapter 923, 2 Steps in Construction. Sister Yu is pregnant. Please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. While the 2 obstetricians in the team had a tacit exchange of glances, Jiang Fuyue's pregnancy was confirmed, 6 months. 6 months? Not only was Jiang Fuyue dumbfounded, but the 2 doctors were also shocked when they received the ultrasound results. They had seen pregnant women who didn't show their pregnancy before, but it was their first time seeing someone like Jiang Fuyue who didn't show her pregnancy. She was 6 months pregnant, but her belly looked like it was 4 months pregnant. There was only a slight bump. However, the results showed that the fetus was developing well, and the pregnant woman was in good health. More importantly, they were twins, two of them. Jiang Fuyue couldn't help but think of the two little piglets she saw in her dream. In the end, the two doctors could only attribute it to the pregnant woman's slim figure. In addition, she often exercised, so her muscle tissue was more flexible. When the villagers found out that Professor Jiang was pregnant, they all sent their own wild eggs. This is good stuff. It's very nutritious. The pregnant woman will definitely give birth to a chubby baby if she eats it. Jiang Fuyue couldn't refuse the villagers' kindness, so she had to accept it. However, as a return gift, she gave each villager 2 sausages. They were also bought at the mall, and there were still a lot of them in the cargo hold. At night, Jiang Fuyue took a shower, changed into light pajamas, and stood in front of the full-body mirror. She looked at her belly. There was a bump there, and there were 2 little lives inside. She found it incredible. She had lived 2 lives, but this was the first time she had given birth. She stretched out a finger and poked her belly. Once, twice, thrice. Suddenly, there was movement inside. It seemed to be responding to her in this way. Jiang Fuyue was shocked at first, but she quickly realized that this should be the fetal movement. She couldn't wait to share this joy with Xie Dingyuan. She didn't care whether he could receive the message or not. She opened WeChat, typed, and sent, "Professor Xia. The 2 little piglets are moving. They're very lively. But they don't seem big because my belly isn't obvious. However, they all said that it's very healthy. If only you could touch it. It's really amazing." The next day, Jiang Fuyue told Han Yunru about her pregnancy. Perhaps it was because she was also a mother, so she was willing to share the good news with her immediately. The moment she sent the message, she was anxious and nervous, but more than that, she was looking forward to it. In the morning, the first thing Han Yunru did when she woke up was to grab her phone on the bedside table to see if there were any new messages. Due to the inconvenience of the island, she could only use her social media account. In the past 6 months, Han Yunru had changed from a passive WeChat user who didn't reply instantly to an active user who clicked on every message. Not for anything else, but to be able to receive news of his daughter as soon as possible. Today, as usual, she checked the new messages and opened them one by one. Usually, when the time was up and her mother's essay's mother's messages. Suddenly, her eyes as a look, staring on her then, a hint of confusion appeared in her eyes. She blinked a few times to confirm that she wasn't seeing things. At the same time, she pinched her leg hard, afraid that she was dreaming. "Mom, I'm pregnant." Looking at the simple words on the chat page, Han Yunru suddenly couldn't understand them. Jiang Fuyue saw that there was no reply, so she simply made a voice request. The call was quickly connected. Han Yunru blurted out, "Who is it?" Jiang Fuyue was stunned. "What? The child? Who is it? Did someone on the island bully you?" Han Yunru's eyes turned red as she spoke. She didn't know what to think. Jiang Fuyue didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Who do you think it is? Who else could it be?" Han Yunru reacted. "Yuan? But that's not right. You've been on the island for 6 months. If it's his, why are you only telling me now?" "Ahem. Because I just found out." Han Yunru gasped. "What did you say? You only found out when I'm 6 months pregnant?" Jiang Fuyue touched her nose and explained in a low voice, "I don't show that I'm pregnant. Even the obstetrician can't tell." Han Yunru, "It must be because you're too thin and too busy. You can't get fat, don't worry. Although it's not obvious, the 2 children are very healthy. They're developing very well." "Two?" Han Yunru's voice suddenly rose. This time, Jantar, who was sleeping soundly, was also awakened. He sat up in a daze. "What 2? Where did the 2 come from?" Han Yunru, Jantar, ? "Wife." He glanced at Han Yunru. "Who are you talking to?" "My daughter." "Yeah?" Jantar instantly woke up. "What's wrong with her? Did something happen at sea again? Is she hurt? Is there anything serious?" Han Yunru thought for a moment and nodded with a serious face. Something did happen. And it's a matter of life and death. Jantar's heart instantly tightened. What's going on? He was so anxious. You have to be mentally prepared. Jantar gritted his teeth. It was as if there was a big hole in his chest and a cold wind blew in. Tell me. I can take it. Yaya is pregnant. How so? Wait. What did you say? Jantar's eyes widened and his expression was blank. Han Yunru took a deep breath. I said, she enunciated every word clearly. Yaya is pregnant. 6 months. Twins. Surprises came one after another. Jantar suddenly felt that his brain wasn't enough. He didn't react for a long time. It was Han Yunru who waved her hand in front of his face. Hey, come back to your senses. Why are you? Jantar grabbed her hand. Are you serious? Yaya is pregnant? How can I joke about such things? Jantar was dizzy. Pregnant? How can she be pregnant? Isn't she on the island? Oh, 6 months. She must have been pregnant before she came to the island. Suddenly, he looked at Han Yunru with an excited expression. So, I'm going to be a grandfather? You're going to be a grandmother? Han Yunru was stunned for a moment and nodded with a smile. Yes, we're going to level up. Does Xie Dingyuan know about it? Judging from Yaya's words, she probably hasn't contacted him yet. Right, I have to tell the elders on both sides. They'll be happy. Jantar lowered his head and didn't say anything. He looked like he was sulking. Han Yunru paused. What's wrong with you? Weren't you fine just now? The man gritted his teeth. This Xie Dingyuan isn't reliable at all. He looks honest, but he's doing this behind our backs. Our Yaya is only 22 years old. She's so young. And she's going to give birth to his child? She's even trapped in a poor and backward place like Duefu. Jantar clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked. Han Yunru understood in an instant. He had calmed down and started to feel sorry for his daughter. When Han Qishan received the call, his hands trembled. Then, his eyes widened and his pupils constricted. He was like a groundhog that had been electrocuted. All that was missing were a few screams of ah, ah. Han Shan noticed that something was wrong and looked at him in confusion. He didn't know what the other party said, but the old man was trembling all over. His expression was between excitement and madness. You're really pregnant? There are 2 of them? You only found out after 6 months. How could you be so careless? Humph. This Xie Dingyuan is always absent at the crucial moment. Our Yaya has to suffer all the hardships. Yes, I won't tell him. I'll let him remember this. I'm not excited. I'm calm. My heart is very good. Han Ke pursed his lips. He's already taking out the medicine bottle. Who's he trying to fool? Han Heng hissed at him and winked. What's wrong with the old man? Why is he so excited as if he's high on drugs? Han Ke shrugged. How am I supposed to know? Finally, the call ended. The 3 brothers immediately surrounded the old man like dogs that had smelled meat. Han Shan asked, Dad, who's that? Han Ke asked, what's the matter? I'm laughing so hard. Han Heng said, old man, you have a situation. Han Qishan's eyes swept across the 3 great children. He was immersed in the joy of having 2 more babies in the family. His face was full of kindness, and his face was radiant. Cough. You're going to be granduncle soon. Remember to prepare a greeting gift. What's that? Granduncles? Don't joke around. I'm not even a father yet. Granduncles. Are you kidding me? Wait, Han Shan's gaze froze. Obviously, Han Ke had thought of it too. The 2 brothers looked at each other. It can't be, right? Only Han Heng was still not in the mood. He was conflicted. I'm so young and handsome. How can I be a grandfather? Even television dramas don't dare to do this, do you know? 3rd brother, shut up. What? I'm not a grandmother. Yaya is pregnant. Han Heng's mouth hung open as if someone had pressed the pause button. What? On Qingji's side, Han Yunru also made a call. The old madam was surprised at first, but then she couldn't help but worry. Is the medical condition on the island okay? I heard that Duofu is very backward. Now that Yaya can't come back, what if it drags until the day of the birth? This was also what Han Yunru was worried about. However, she said, Yaya said that the whole team brought a complete set of medical equipment when they went over. It won't be a problem even if they open a hospital. There's also an obstetrician with them who has helped the villagers on the island deliver babies before. There shouldn't be a problem. It's best if they come back. The medical conditions in the capital are better and the danger will be lower. A woman giving birth is like walking through the gates of hell. We can't be careless. Han Yunru said, it's best if they can come back, but I'm afraid the current conditions did not allow them to come back. The Xie family only found out about the news a day later. This was because Han Qishan and Jantar had complaints about Xie Dingyuan and did not allow them to say anything. Han Yunru thought about it again and still felt that the Xie family should know. Yaya's sufferings could not be for nothing. Otherwise, in a few months, they would have 2 children for nothing. Yaya would have to bear all the difficulties alone. How could there be such a good thing in the world? It was said that when the old lady received the call, she was so happy that she almost fainted. Fortunately, Xia Yunzao and Xia Yunshu saw that the situation was not good and rushed to the left and right to support her. Only then did she not fall. Really? Yaya has suffered. The Xia family has let her down. I'm really sorry. I will contact Yuan as soon as possible. Let him know. Yes, we feel guilty about this matter. We didn't do it properly. Fu Wanshou apologized softly, but the corners of her mouth could not help but rise crazily. Xia Yunzao and Xia Yunshu were confused. The old man also silently watched through his presbyopic glasses. Finally, the call ended. Mom, are you okay? Is your blood pressure high again? Sit down first, I'll go get the medicine. The old lady quickly waved her hand. No, I'm just too happy. I'm so happy that I don't know how to describe it. So when I'm excited, I feel a little dizzy. Xia Yunshu frowned. What's the matter? You apologized on the phone. She thought to herself, we've already met. Why are the Jiang family and the Han family still putting on airs? Well, although the woman seemed to want to put on airs, and Jiang Fuyue was indeed outstanding, but there should be a limit to it. In the next second, the old lady said excitedly. Yaya is pregnant. Twins. It's already been 6 months. We've really let her down. Yuan is not a young boy anymore. Why does he have no sense of propriety? Although she said that, the old lady could not hide the excitement in her eyes. Pregnant? Xia Yunzao and Xia Yunshu exclaimed at the same time. The old man's glasses, which were firmly on the bridge of his nose, fell to the floor with a clang. He did not even bother to pick them up. He only looked at his old wife with a trembling voice and eyes full of excitement. Really? I'm going to be a grandfather? Fu Wanshou lifted her chin. Of course. I'm going to be a grandmother too. Xia Yunshu was speechless. She did not have any complaints in her heart. This matter, it seemed that his little Jiao was wrong. The girl had not even married him yet, speaking of which, she did not usually see him being so brave, pregnant before marriage, 1 shot 2 shots. Look at him, if she, Xia Yunshu, was pregnant without a marriage certificate, her attitude might be worse than the Jiang family and the Han family. After Jiang Qinqing transferred to the capital, he quickly adapted to the teaching methods here. He studied and attended classes while being active in the entertainment industry. Now that he had a representative work, he became a new celebrity as soon as he debuted. Now, he was walking the path of an all-round idol. Every time he wanted to give up because he was too tired from studying and working, he would think of Jiang Fuyue. His sister was even more tired than him. She had endured it, so what reason did he have to give up? Therefore, when he heard that his sister was pregnant and was going to be a mother, he felt that she was as strong as a Superman. Our Qinqing is going to be an uncle. Are you happy? Jiang Qinqing was stunned. An uncle? He seemed to have just realized this and was caught off guard. Yes, from now on, you will be the little uncle of the two children. You're an elder. Xianxia's cheeks flushed red and his ears turned red. He was going to be an elder? In the future, there would be two cute little dumplings calling him uncle? Yes. I'm happy. I will teach them well and be a good elder. Haunting came over. Me too. Me too. I'm also an uncle. Big uncle. When will sister you come back? Can we see the babies being born? This question struck a chord in everyone's heart. Digression, I didn't have any inspiration during the day, so I had to wait until the night to think more clearly. It's nearing the end, so please bear with me. If you don't want to wait, you can read it after this month's finale. Bow. Also, I'm looking for an extra. If you want to read it, you can leave a comment in the comments section. In this regard, Jiang Fuyue was very open-minded. Even if she could only give birth on the island in the end, she felt that it was okay. After all, medical equipment and obstetrician were all here. The only regret might be that the child's father could not be by her side. However, Xie Dingyuan had his mission and responsibilities, so Jiang Fuyue did not blame him. She even faintly sympathized with this man. Many things only came once. If you missed it and would never have the chance to make up for it. He should be very sad in his heart, right? Who asked him to sow seeds at the wrong time? Jiang Fuyue thought gloatingly. Professor Jiang. Come in. That. The person scratched his head as if he did not know how to speak. If you have something to say, say it. The internet is down again. I didn't want to disturb you. He glanced at Jiang Fuyue's stomach and was a little embarrassed. But the master checked and found no problem, so. I can only ask you to take a look. Jiang Fuyue got up and walked out. What are you waiting for? Don't you want to fix the internet? Take the toolbox by your feet and let's go. Okay. 40 minutes later, Jiang Fuyue steadily moved down the ladder. After standing still, she took off the safety rope on her body. The circuit was corroded, but it has been fixed. You can try it. There's internet. There's internet. Thank you, Professor Jiang. Please slow down. After the internet was fixed, Jiang Fuyue went to the two popular science lectures and walked around. The villagers listened very carefully. Then, she went to the short video office to see the operation. After a period of hard work, several accounts had become Big V accounts. Little Zhong Constellation was not only full of useful information every episode, but it was also the ultimate gospel of voice and hand control. Fans were very curious about the appearance of Little Zhong, and related topics had rushed to the trending list on TikTok many times. However, Fu Suizhong's intention had always been very clear: don't show your face. Don't show it even if you beat me to death. At the same time, accounts such as Little Shark Collecting Sea, Monkeys Love Climbing Trees, and Amazing Hunter were also steadily gaining fans. Not only that, the villagers gradually learned to use mobile phones. At the beginning, it was 5 yuan a day. Now, someone proposed to buy it from Jiang Fuyue. It's very expensive. I know. Just tell me how much it is. Jiang Fuyue quoted the original price and took out the bill from the shopping mall. The other party looked at him and left in silence. Jiang Fuyue thought that this matter was over. She did not expect that this person would really bring the money the next day. He gritted his teeth and said firmly, "Buy." Everyone was surprised. Where did you get the money? I saved it up. Jiang Fuyue asked him his name. Buying a wild boar. Oh, that's not surprising. Mai is one of the 3 major surnames on the island. Only the direct descendants would name their offspring after animals. Therefore, the person who bought the wild boar was a direct descendant of the buyer. He was indeed much richer than ordinary villagers. Both parties exchanged money and goods. In the end, he bought the wild boar and left with the new phone. Suddenly, he paused and turned back to ask Jiang Fuyue, "How much is your generator?" "And light bulbs, I want to buy them too." Now that he had a cell phone, he naturally needed to charge it. Since there was electricity, why not buy a light bulb to use? Jiang Fuyue waved her hand and quoted the price. According to the market price outside the island, it was not a cent more or less. Oh, she also included installation, mainly to help with the wiring. After buying the wild boar, some villagers who had some money followed suit. Business thinking had begun to take shape. After the island was open to the outside world, it would definitely be more prosperous. Mobile phones were sky-high prices for most villagers. Only a few direct descendants of the three major surnames could afford them. Most ordinary villagers were more interested in generators and light bulbs. Although they were not cheap, at least they were within an affordable range. This time, the electrician in the team was completely busy. He would get a commission of 500 yuan for every household he installed. He did not expect that being trapped on the island, not only would he get a salary on time every month, but he could also earn money. Was there such a good thing in the world? Therefore, he worked harder and harder. In the blink of an eye, it was August. Jiang Fuyue's stomach was like a balloon. At that time, most of the villagers' houses were equipped with electric lights. In the past, only the camp was brightly lit at night. Now, the whole island was dotted with stars. Looking down from a high place, it was shockingly beautiful. Master, you've been standing for a long time. Let's go back? Fu Suizhong looked at the back of the man standing in front of him with his hands behind his back. The wind blew on his thin body, giving him the illusion that he would ascend to immortality at any time. And below the hill where they were was the medical team's temporary house. Among them, the room with 2 pots of irises at the door was Jiang Fuyue's room. Fu Suizhong sighed and swatted a mosquito. Since you think so, why are you hiding from me? You've given me tea leaves and pregnancy prevention medicine. What's the point? Zhongqing said, let's go back. Fu Suizhong followed. Master, why don't we arrange for you to meet tomorrow? Zhongqing still said the same thing. No. With the popularization of electric lights, generators began to be in short supply. When Jiang Fuyue made a big purchase, she chose gasoline, diesel, and solar generators. Among them, gasoline and diesel had been used up, and now they could only rely on solar energy. Fortunately, Duofu was near the equator and had high temperatures all year round, so solar energy resources were very rich. However, it was still difficult to maintain electricity on the entire island. There are 2 ways now. We can either transport it in from outside or develop it on the spot. It was obviously the fastest and most convenient way to transport it in, but the blockade of A and K had not been lifted, so this method was not very feasible. But it's more difficult to develop it on the spot. Gasoline and diesel are all from oil. Do we have to find a mine first? And then mine it on the spot? And then refine it? How hard would it be? It was also unrealistic. After all, they were a group of medical students who didn't know anything about chemical refining. Because everyone's opinions were different, and both methods didn't seem to be feasible, the matter was put on hold. Until, when a group of children was playing by the sea, they found a well that spewed out black oil. They immediately ran to the station to tell Jiang Fuyue. Jiang Fuyue rushed over with her big belly. Good heavens, it's really oil. What did it mean when someone handed her a pillow when she was sleepy? This was it, the seabed was rich in oil resources, but it usually needed to be excavated. It was very rare to see oil spurting out directly like this. Eh? Is this oil? A villager scratched his head. I've seen it many times before. I thought it was a rotten whale. I was afraid that it would explode, so I didn't dare to get close. Jiang Fuyue, exclamation point. Many times? Where is it? Can you remember the place? Yes. I'll take you there. Then, Jiang Fuyue was shocked. The oil resources in Duofu were more abundant than she had imagined. Most importantly, it could produce oil by itself. They didn't even need large equipment. But we don't know how to refine it. One of the team members looked conflicted. Recently, solar power was insufficient. In order to save electricity, they changed from bathing once a day to once every 2 days. After night fell, they tried not to use electrical appliances. Every aspect of their lives was affected, and it was very inconvenient. If they could find a new energy source, then they wouldn't have to live so frugally. However, crude oil was different from gasoline and diesel. Otherwise, why would those chemical factories be built outside? Jiang Fuyue, I have an idea. After returning, she called the electrician and the welder into a room. The next day, the sound of cutting and welding could be heard from inside. Those who had studied chemistry in high school knew that the composition of crude oil was complex. In terms of chemical elements, it was mainly composed of carbon and hydrogen. Many hydrocarbons were collectively known as hydrocarbons. The other parts were sulfur, nitrogen, oxygen, metals, and other impurities. According to the difference in the boiling point of each component in crude oil, the method of distillation could be used to refine straight-run gasoline from crude oil. Generally speaking, gasoline was the first to boil, so the gasoline vapor was the first to be extracted. After the gasoline vapor cooled, it would become pure liquid gasoline. In addition, it could also be refined into kerosene, light and heavy diesel, and various kinds of lubricating oil distillate. This was the so-called first processing of crude oil. After that, some or most of these semi-finished products could be used as raw materials for a second processing. Jiang Fuyue followed the relevant principles and searched for blueprints on the internet. Then, she spent 6 days with 2 masters to make the oil distiller. During this time, she didn't forget to submit an application for mining to her superiors. In the application, she explained in detail the necessity and feasibility of doing so. According to the laws and regulations, individuals were prohibited from mining oil. Once discovered, they would be severely punished. However, special circumstances required special consideration. In the first half of the year when they were stranded on the island, the medical team was about to run out of ammunition and food. Therefore, the higher-up specially approved and allowed them to mine in moderation. Before the official mining and refining, Jiang Fuyue personally organized people to conduct on-site tests. She adjusted the plan and improved the steps many times before finally announcing that it was successful. The next step was to recruit people. Although the scale of the mining was far less than that of a petrochemical plant or an oil refinery, every step needed to be followed up and controlled. There couldn't be any sloppiness. Therefore, the first batch of people was close to 30, and they were all healthy male villagers. Jiang Fuyue taught them step by step, from the detailed steps to the overall operation. Everything was of high standards and high requirements. During this time, some people chose to give up because it was too hard. Jiang Fuyue didn't ask them to stay and quickly picked new people to replace them. Finally, after a month of training, these villagers familiarized themselves with the relevant steps and techniques. Jiang Fuyue let them go and let them do it. However, she had to go to the site every day to inspect it, rain or shine. At the same time, she also trained special safety officers and quality inspectors to ensure safe production and efficient production. The island officially began to refine oil on a large scale. Immediately, the energy problem was solved. Many processed oil products also began to be sold on the island. Later, everyone found out that the villagers who were recruited to refine oil actually had such a high salary, 8,000 yuan a month. After working for a month, they could afford to buy a cell phone and eat pork. This made the other villagers begin to get restless and want to do this job as well. However, they were rejected by Jiang Fuyue. We've already recruited enough people. Please come earlier next time. Seeing that the days were getting more and more promising, and that there was energy, every household began to use electric lights and appliances. However, on a quiet night, there was suddenly a loud noise, and the entire island trembled. What's going on? Is it an earthquake? Run! The house is going to collapse. The team members ran out in horror. Before they could put on more clothes, they saw a red light burning on the surface of the sea not far away with a huge gushing force. The villagers also woke up from their sleep and fled to the flat ground. For a moment, discussions, screams, and the cries of children filled the air. The scene was chaotic. When Jiang Fuyue sensed that something was wrong, she immediately took her computer and ran out. As soon as she went out, she met Lu Weihua. He quickly supported her and ran together. When dawn quietly arrived, the red light on the surface of the sea gradually disappeared, and the entire island stopped shaking. Is this a punishment from God? Will we die? Everyone, listen to me. Just when everyone was at their most panicked and helpless, a calm voice was heard. Everyone looked up and saw Jiang Fuyue, with her belly protruding, standing at the highest point with Lu Weihua's help, holding a big megaphone. Under the morning sun, the sacred light enveloped her body, as if a god had descended. The panic and uneasiness were instantly appeased, and the screams and cries gradually disappeared. This is an underwater volcanic eruption, a common natural phenomenon. According to statistics, there are about 20,000 underwater volcanoes in the world, and more than half of them are in the Pacific Ocean. Many floating islands were formed by volcanic eruptions. Soon, everyone calmed down and no longer panicked. Agata, someone murmured. Then countless villagers began to echo, "It's Agata who came to save us, it's Agata." Fanxing and Fanyi stood in the crowd, their eyes full of emotion. That's right, she was Agata, the guardian of many floating islands. Jiang Fuyue just gave a scientific explanation on the spot, but she didn't expect to receive the admiration of the villagers on the island. She opened her mouth, but she couldn't explain because her throat was so dry that it was smoking. Lu Weihua silently handed her a bottle of water, and she slowly recovered after drinking it. However, was this the end? Not at all. Next, there was a more serious problem that needed to be solved. The center of the volcano was too close to many floating islands, and the powerful impact made the whole island shake violently. The destructive power was no less than a magnitude 7 earthquake, and countless bamboo buildings and mud houses collapsed. Although no one was hurt, their homes were gone, and their belongings were also damaged to varying degrees. Even the base's buildings, which were built with high seismic materials, were on the verge of collapse. What should we do? Where are we going to live now? The team members looked at each other. Most of the villagers couldn't help but cry. In the end, everyone looked at Jiang Fuyue for help. The latter was still pregnant. She was obviously a fragile pregnant woman, but now she was shouldering everyone's expectations. Jiang Fuyue took a deep breath and raised the loudspeaker. A firm voice resounded through the crowd, "If the houses are gone, then we'll build them." Jiang Fuyue designed an overhead frame structure house that was convenient for drainage and moisture-proof according to the geographical and climatic conditions of many floating islands. The inspiration for the overhead structure came from the local bamboo buildings. The frame structure was earthquake-resistant level 8 and wind-resistant level 13, and it saved time and effort. The beam and column components were also easy to be standardized and shaped, and it was convenient to use the assembly integral structure to shorten the construction period. The materials needed to build the house were bricks, sand, stones, soil, cement, steel, and so on. Jiang Fuyue told the method and let the villagers prepare by themselves. Then she personally guided them on how to build the house. A month later, the villagers' new homes were built, and Jiang Fuyue officially entered the stage of nurturing. The fetus, no longer running up and down. The 8-month pregnant belly was already very swollen, and it was very inconvenient for her to move around. Fortunately, the 2 little pigs didn't torment their mother at all. Jiang Fuyue almost never had morning sickness, and all the indicators of her routine prenatal checkup were very good. At the same time, incontinent F. Xie Dingyuan's last vaccine test was a great success. The new virus was conquered, and he could finally apply to return to China. On the helicopter, he took out his phone and turned it on for the first time in half a year. Then he saw countless missed call alerts and a WeChat message from Jiang Fuyue. "Digression, since I've written up to this point, let's have a quiz." Old Xia's first reaction when he saw the WeChat message was, A baffled, B ecstatic, C anxious to return home, D vexed and worried. Answer in the comments section. This time, the electrician in the team was completely busy. Every time he connected electricity to a household, he would get a commission of 500 yuan. He didn't expect to be trapped on the island. Not only did he get a salary on time every month, but he could also earn money. How could there be such a good thing in the world? Therefore, he worked harder and harder. In the blink of an eye, it was August. Jiang Fuyue's belly was as big as a balloon. At that time, most of the villagers' houses were equipped with electric lights. In the past, only the camp was lit up at night. Now, the whole island was dotted with stars. Looking down from above, it was shockingly beautiful. "Master, you've been standing for a long time. Let's go back?" Fu Suizhong looked at the back of the man standing with his hands behind his back. The wind blew on his thin body, giving him the illusion that he would ascend to immortality at any time. And below the hill where they were was the medical team's temporary house. Among them, Jiang Fuyue's room had 2 pots of irises at the door. Fu Suizhong sighed and swatted mosquitoes. Since you think so, why are you hiding from me? You've given me tea leaves and pregnancy prevention medicine. What's the point? Zhongqing said, let's go back. Fu Suizhong followed. Master, why don't you meet tomorrow? Zhongqing still said, no. With the popularization of electric lights, generators began to be in short supply. When Jiang Fuyue made a big purchase, she chose gasoline, diesel, and solar generators. Gasoline and diesel had been used up, so they could only rely on solar energy. Fortunately, Duofu was near the equator and had high temperatures all year round, so solar energy resources were very rich. However, it was still difficult to maintain electricity on the entire island. There are 2 ways now. We can either transport it in from outside or develop it on the spot. It was obviously the fastest and most convenient way to transport it in, but the blockade of A and K hadn't been lifted, so this method wasn't very feasible. But it's harder to develop it on the spot. Gasoline and diesel come from oil. Do we have to find a mine first? Then mine it on the spot? Then refine it? How much effort would that take? It wasn't realistic. After all, they were a group of medical students who didn't know anything about chemical refining. Because everyone had different opinions and neither method seemed feasible, the matter was put on hold. Until, a group of children were playing by the sea when they discovered a well that was spewing out black oil. They immediately ran to the station to inform Jiang Fuyue. Jiang Fuyue, with her big belly, rushed over with some people. Good heavens, it's really petroleum. What did he mean by someone handing him a pillow when he was about to doze off? This was it. The seabed is rich in oil resources, but it usually needs to be excavated. There were very few people who directly spouted such things. Eh? Is this oil? A villager scratched his head. I've seen it many times before, but I thought it was a rotting whale. I was afraid that it would explode, so I didn't dare to approach it. Jiang Fuyue! Exclamation point. Many times? Where is it? Can you remember the place? Yes. I'll take you there. Then, Jiang Fuyue was shocked. Duofu's oil resources were more abundant than she had imagined. Most importantly, it could produce oil by itself, and even large equipment was not required. But we don't know how to refine it. One of the team members looked conflicted. Recently, solar power was insufficient. In order to save electricity, they changed from bathing once a day to once every 2 days. After night fell, they tried not to use electrical appliances. Every aspect of their lives was affected, and it was very inconvenient. If they could find a new energy source, then they would not have to live so frugally. But crude oil, gasoline, and diesel were 2 different things. Otherwise, why would those chemical factories be built outside? Jiang Fuyue, I have an idea. After returning, she called the electrician and the welder to a room. The next day, the sound of cutting and welding could be heard from inside. Those who had studied chemistry in high school knew that the composition of crude oil was complicated. In terms of chemical elements, it was mainly composed of carbon and hydrogen elements and was collectively known as hydrocarbons. The other parts were sulfur, nitrogen, oxygen, and other impurities. According to the difference in the boiling points of the various components in crude oil, using the method of distillation, it was possible to refine straight-run gasoline from crude oil. Generally speaking, gasoline was the first to boil, so the gasoline vapor was the first to be extracted. After the gasoline vapor cooled, it became pure liquid gasoline. In addition, it could also be refined into kerosene, light and heavy diesel, and various lubricating oil fractions. And this was the so-called first processing of crude oil. After that, a portion or most of these semi-finished products could be used as raw materials for a second processing. Jiang Fuyue followed the relevant principles and searched for blueprints on the internet. Then, she spent 6 days with 2 masters to make the oil distiller. During this time, she did not forget to submit an application for mining to the higher-ups, which explained in detail the necessity and feasibility of doing so. According to the laws and regulations, individuals were prohibited from mining oil. Once discovered, they would be severely punished. But special circumstances required special consideration. In the first half of the year when they were stranded on the island, the medical team was almost out of ammunition and food. Under the premise that they were on the verge of running out of supplies, the higher-up specially approved and allowed them to mine in an appropriate amount. Before the official mining and refining, Jiang Fuyue personally organized people to conduct on-site tests. She adjusted the plan many times and improved the steps before finally announcing that it was a success. The next step was to recruit people. Although the scale of the mining was far less than that of the petrochemical factory and oil refinery, every step needed to be followed up and controlled by someone. There could not be any sloppiness. Therefore, the first batch of recruits was close to 30 people, all of whom were healthy male villagers. Jiang Fuyue taught them step by step, from the detailed steps to the overall operation. Everything was of high standards and high requirements. During this time, some people chose to give up because it was too hard. Jiang Fuyue did not ask them to stay and quickly picked new people to replace them. Finally, after a month of training, these villagers familiarized themselves with the relevant steps and techniques. Only then did Jiang Fuyue let them do it. However, she still had to go to the site to inspect every day, rain or shine. At the same time, she also trained specialized safety officers and quality inspectors to ensure safe production and efficient production. The island officially began to refine oil on a large scale. Immediately, the energy problem was solved. A lot of processed oil products also began to be sold on the island. Later, everyone found out that the villagers who were recruited to refine oil actually had a high salary, 8,000 yuan a month. After working for a month, they could afford to buy a mobile phone and eat pork. This made the other villagers start to get restless and want to do this job too. However, they were rejected by Jiang Fuyue. "We've already recruited enough people. Please come earlier next time." Seeing that the days were getting more and more promising, and that there was energy, every household began to use electric lights and appliances. However, on a quiet night, there was suddenly a loud noise, and the entire island shook. "What's going on? Is it an earthquake? Run! The house is going to collapse." The team members ran out in horror. Before they could put on more clothes, they saw a red light burning on the surface of the sea not far away, with a huge gushing force. The villagers also woke up from their sleep and fled to the flat ground. For a moment, there were discussions, screams, and the cries of children. The scene was chaotic. When Jiang Fuyue sensed that something was wrong, she immediately took her computer and ran out. As soon as she went out, she met Lu Weihua. He quickly helped her and ran together. When dawn quietly arrived, the red light on the surface of the sea gradually disappeared, and the entire island stopped shaking. "Is it a punishment from the gods? Will we die?" "Everyone, listen to me." Just when everyone was at their most panicked and helpless, a calm voice came. Everyone looked up and saw Jiang Fuyue, with a big belly, standing at the highest point with the help of Lu Weihua, holding a loudspeaker. Under the morning sun, the sacred light enveloped her, as if a god had descended. The panic and uneasiness were instantly appeased, and the screams and cries gradually disappeared. This is an underwater volcanic eruption, a common natural phenomenon. According to statistics, there are about 20,000 underwater volcanoes in the world, more than half of them in the Pacific Ocean. Many floating islands were formed by volcanic eruptions. Soon, everyone calmed down and no longer panicked. "Agata," someone murmured. Then countless villagers began to echo, "It's Agata who came to save us, it's Agata." Fan Xing and Fan Yi stood in the crowd, their eyes full of emotion. That's right, she was Agata, the guardian of many floating islands. Jiang Fuyue just gave a scientific explanation on the spot, but she didn't expect to be worshipped by the villagers on the island. She opened her mouth, but she couldn't explain because her throat was so dry that it was smoking. Lu Weihua silently handed her a bottle of water, and she slowly recovered after drinking it. However, was it over? Not at all. Next, there was a more serious problem that needed to be solved. The center of the volcano was too close to many floating islands, and the powerful impact made the whole island shake violently. The destructive power was no less than a magnitude 7 earthquake, and countless bamboo buildings and houses collapsed. Although no one was hurt, their homes were gone, and their belongings were also damaged to varying degrees. Even the building, which was made of highly seismic materials, was on the verge of collapse. What should we do? Where are we going to live now? The team members looked at each other. Most of the villagers couldn't help but cry. In the end, everyone looked at Jiang Fuyue for help. The latter was still pregnant with a big belly. She was obviously a fragile pregnant woman, but now she was shouldering everyone's expectations. Jiang Fuyue took a deep breath and raised the loudspeaker. A firm voice resounded through the crowd, "If the house is gone, then build it." According to the geographical and climatic conditions of many floating islands, Jiang Fuyue designed an overhead frame structure that was convenient for drainage and moisture-proof. The inspiration for the overhead structure came from the local bamboo buildings. The frame structure was earthquake-resistant 8 and wind-resistant 13, and it saved time and effort. The beams and columns were also easy to standardize and finalize, and it was convenient to use an assembled integrated structure to shorten the construction period. The materials needed to build the house, bricks, sand, stones, soil, cement, steel bars, and so on, were all taught by Jiang Fuyue and the villagers to prepare them themselves. Then, she personally guided them on how to build the house. A month later, the villagers' new homes were built, and Jiang Fuyue officially entered the pregnancy stage. She no longer had to run up and down. The 8-month pregnant belly was already very swollen, and it was very inconvenient for her to move around. Fortunately, the 2 little pigs didn't torment their mother at all. Jiang Fuyue almost never had morning sickness, and all the indicators of her routine prenatal checkup were very good. At the same time, incontinent F. Xiadingyuan's last vaccine test was a great success. The new virus was conquered, and he could finally apply to return to China. On the helicopter, he took out his phone and turned it on for the first time in half a year. Then, he saw countless missed calls and WeChat messages from Jiang Fuyue. 9:26, Professor Xia. The 2 little pigs are moving, and they're very lively. But they don't seem to be very big because my belly isn't obvious, but they all say that it's very healthy. If only you could touch it, it's really amazing. The 2 little pigs have grown up recently, and they're more active. I suspect that they're fighting because it's too noisy. Sometimes I can't help but think, of all things, why did I dream of 2 little pigs? They're a little noisy today. They're not very obedient today either. Maybe it's because they were frightened by the underwater volcano eruption last night, and they've been quiet since midnight. Do you think they've really become obedient, or are they strategically quiet? It's really interesting, but they're getting bigger and bigger. They're too heavy, and I can't hold them. There are still 2 more months. I hope you can accompany me and the 2 little pigs that day. Professor Xia, are you still not coming back? If you don't come back, we won't wait for you anymore. Xie Dingyuan read all the messages, and his first reaction was confusion. 2 little pigs? And they're quite noisy. Are they Yeya's new pets? Xie Dingyuan couldn't help but pout when he saw the sentence, "They're too heavy, and I can't hold them." It's been more than half a year, and his wife hasn't hugged him yet, but she's hugging 2 pigs first? Professor Xia's heart was bubbling with jealousy. Could it be that he was inferior to the 2 pigs? Thinking of this, he immediately typed, "I'm not happy. Tell me, between me and the 2 pigs, who do you choose?" "You can only choose one." The man paused, and his eyes were tinged with gentleness. He continued to type, "Yeah, I miss you. Day and night, all the time, every minute, every second, I miss you." After 10 minutes, there was still no reply from the other end. Xie Dingyuan couldn't help but frown. Did he really choose the 2 pigs? Coincidentally, Xie Dingyuan went through the message records of his family and friends. He even called home to make sure he was safe, but no one told him that he was going to be a father, and he was going to be the father of 2 children, Huaxia, the Xie family's old house. How is it? What did Yuan say? Is the mission completed? When will he return? Fu Wanqiu stared at Xia Zhendong nervously. The latter put down his phone slowly and pushed the reading glasses on the bridge of his nose. Don't worry, the mission was completed successfully. He's already on the private plane back to China. He'll arrive tomorrow at the latest. Really? Thank God, Ba. He's finally back. Wait, Fu Wanqiu's expression froze. Did you tell Yuan that Yeya is pregnant and is about to give birth? Xie Zhendong froze for 2 seconds. I forgot to say. But since he already got the phone, he'll definitely contact Yaya as soon as possible. Maybe he already knew. That's true. The old lady was relieved. At the same time, on the floating island, the internet was cramped again. Because Jiang Fuyue was pregnant, it was difficult for her to move around, so everyone tacitly agreed not to disturb her with such trivial matters. They directly called the workers to fix it. Unfortunately, the workers' skills were limited. After standing on the ladder for a long time, they still couldn't find the problem. I'm sorry, I'm very ashamed. It's okay, slowly investigate, and you'll eventually find the problem. Digression, because the question was first reaction, the correct answer was A. For the past 2 days, Khan's schedule had been reversed. Today, he would update 1,000 words, and tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock to see the full update. The station was brightly lit. Jiang Fuyue was sent to the delivery room. Is she going to give birth? Is Sister Yu okay? Why did she have a seizure in the middle of the night? God bless her. She must be safe. Everyone put on their clothes and paced back and forth on the flat dam, looking around anxiously. 2 obstetricians had already gone in. At that time, Lu Weihua had heard Jiang Fuyue's voice and brought her out of the room. Then, he had run to call the doctor. At this moment, his hands couldn't help but tremble slightly. Brother, do you want a cigarette to calm down? A colleague came over and patted him on the shoulder. Lu Weihua waved his hand. Thank you, but I don't smoke. Okay, there are only 2 left. I can't bear to smoke them. With that, he put the cigarette box back in his pocket. Lu Weihua glanced at the delivery room and couldn't help but laugh. To be honest, I wasn't even so nervous when my wife gave birth. I can see it. Look at everyone. Who isn't nervous? If they weren't nervous, they wouldn't have stood outside in the cold wind in the middle of the night without sleep. For this year, Jiang Fuyue's existence was both a pillar and a soul for them. It seemed that with her around, any difficulty could be overcome and all problems could be solved. Even if she didn't do anything and just stood there, she could bring them infinite courage and motivation. They couldn't imagine what would happen to the whole team if she collapsed one day. She must be safe. Lu Weihua clenched his fists and exerted force. She will. His colleague bumped his shoulder. Sister Yu is so strong. It's just giving birth to a child. It won't be difficult for her. Soon, the villagers who saw the bright lights at the station also heard the news and gathered. Is she going to give birth? How's the situation? Are the adults and children all right? Men, women, old, and young on the island quickly gathered. Their faces were still sleepy, but their eyes were anxious and worried when they looked at the delivery room. Jiang Fuyue was the support and soul of the medical team. However, to this group of villagers, she was a god and a faith. Great God, please bless Agata. I pray that Agata is safe and that everything goes well. Maiden sincerity begs, in the delivery room. Jiang Fuyue was sweating profusely as she grabbed the handrail with both hands. How is it? The cervix hasn't fully opened yet. Let's wait a little longer. Still have to wait? Jiang Fuyue felt her scalp go numb. She had never thought of herself as someone who was afraid of pain, but at this moment, she was really afraid and in pain. How much longer do we have to wait? It's hard to say. Everyone has different physiques. Some people drive slowly, while others drive quickly. Jiang Fuyue gritted her teeth. Is there any way to speed it up? The doctor thought for 2 seconds. Do you want to come down for a walk? Okay. Jiang Fuyue trembled as she got off the delivery bed. At the same time, Xie Dingyuan finally reached the island. From Jiang Fuyue's WeChat message, he knew that the medical team was stationed in an open space near the dock. He followed the traces on the ground and found a large group of people gathered on the flat dam, looking anxiously in one direction. What are they doing? Lu Weihua, waiting for Professor Jiang to give birth, Before he finished speaking, he turned his head and was speechless. Thank you. Professor? At this moment, the villagers also noticed this unfamiliar face that they had never seen before. Who are you? What do you want to do here at this time? Forget it, let's catch him first. Yellow Salmon was the first to move. He raised his hand, and his brothers rushed up and surrounded Xie Dingyuan. They all looked vigilant and fierce. Yellow Salmon, where did you come from? Xie Dingyuan explained seriously, I'm here to find my wife, Jiang. Ba, where's your wife? Leave Duofu immediately, or don't blame us for being rude. Xie Dingyuan, Jiang Fuyue is. Who? Jiang Fuyue? We don't have this on our island. Wait. Yellow Salmon was stunned. Usually, everyone called her Professor Jiang or Agata, and he almost forgot her real name. Professor Jiang's name was Jiang Fuyue, right? Soon, Lu Weihua, who recovered from his shock, quickly said, Old Yellow, he's Professor Jiang's fiancé, the father of the child. Huh? Yellow Salmon was stunned. Didn't you say that there's a blockade and no one can come to the island? Lu Weihua, now's not the time to worry about this. Oh. Right. Xie Dingyuan's arrival caused quite a commotion. The villagers did not know him, but the medical team knew his relationship with Jiang Fuyue. Professor Xia, I want to go in. Jiang Fuyue was holding her stomach. After walking for 30 minutes, she was tired and sweating. The doctor checked her. You opened 3 fingers. How do you feel now? Pain, about once every 4 or 5 minutes. The doctor nodded. Do you want to eat something? Jiang Fuyue was stunned. Can I eat? Of course. Giving birth is physical work. If you don't eat, how can you exert yourself? Jiang Fuyue, eat. Okay, I'll ask someone to cook 2 chicken in sugar sauce. Wait. Jiang Fuyue, 3. She was hungry. Okay. While waiting, Jiang Fuyue leaned against the wall and took deep breaths to relieve the pain caused by the contractions. When she heard footsteps, she thought the doctor had returned. Why are you so fast? The next second, she suddenly froze. She thought that she was hallucinating because of the pain, so her first reaction was not joy, but confusion. Why did she see Xie Dingyuan here? However, the hug was so real. He touched her back with trembling hands. His body temperature was clear, and his smell was familiar, with a hint of hurry. Professor Xie? Jiang Fuyue asked tentatively. It's me. I'm sorry, yeah. I'm late. Jiang Fuyue was stunned. The next second, she smiled and hugged him back. Her voice was soft and gentle. You're here? The 3 words almost made the man cry. Sister Yu, the eggs are here. I'm afraid that there won't be enough for you, so I asked the kitchen to cook 4. What's going on? When the 2 of them separated, the man turned around. Oh my God. Professor Xie? Xie Dingyuan, thank you for your hard work. No, it's not hard at all. It's my pleasure. Jiang Fuyue ate 4 eggs in sugar sauce. During this time, Xie Dingyuan accompanied her. Are you full? Yes. She nodded. Suddenly, a wave of pain that was even more intense than before swept over her. Jiang Fuyue's entire face was distorted. Jin, it's open to 4 fingers. You can go in and start giving birth. Jiang Fuyue took a deep breath and turned to look at Xie Dingyuan. The latter held her hand tightly and had no intention of letting go. He wanted to accompany her. Go outside and wait for me, Jiang Fuyue said calmly. Yeah? The man's eyes flashed with astonishment. I can. Go outside and wait. No. I want to accompany you. Jiang Fuyue gritted her teeth. Go out and trust me, okay? This has nothing to do with trust. He just wanted to accompany her. He didn't want to miss a second. At this moment, the doctor said, the medical conditions on the island are not as good as outside. Although we have tried our best to make the delivery room sterile, 1 more person means 1 more risk of infection. So, I suggest that you wait outside. In the end, Xie Dingyuan had no choice but to let go. The moment Jiang Fuyue was pushed into the room, the man stood rooted to the ground. His eyes were red, and there were tears in his eyes. In the delivery room, the doctor said, why don't you let Professor Xia accompany you? I can see that he's in pain. Jiang Fuyue smiled gently. It's too embarrassing. I don't want him to see it. Professor Xia won't mind. I mind. Okay. Actually, as professional obstetricians, they didn't recommend men to accompany the delivery. However, there were always some pregnant women who felt that if a man accompanied them into the delivery room and watched the entire process, they would feel more sorry for the woman who worked so hard to give birth to their child in the future. However, the reality was the opposite. Jiang Fuyue didn't think about this. She just wanted to look good and save face. That was all. Sister Yu, we're going to start. Are you ready? Yes. Now listen to my command and adjust your breathing. When I tell you to use more force, use more force. 2 hours later. Jiang Fuyue's face was pale. No, it's too painful, the doctor panicked. What's going on? This shouldn't be. Anesthetic. The dosage is too low. Jiang Fuyue gritted her teeth and trembled as she said this. She was a professional, so the doctor didn't doubt her judgment at all. The cervix is about to open completely. If you add anesthetic now, it was very dangerous. In addition, the conditions were simple and there weren't many professional instruments. Jean. At this moment, another doctor came in with a bowl of black Chinese medicine. Use this. What's this? I don't know. It was brought by the witch doctor. The villagers said it's useful. Nonsense. How can you take medicine at this time? But, there's no other way. Jiang Fuyue stretched out her hand. Give it to me. Sister Yu? Give it to me. I believe in him. From late night to dawn, half of the red sun gradually rose above the sea level. Finally, wah, 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 the cries of 2 babies could be heard one after the other. She gave birth? She gave birth. Thank God. Ba. Xie Dingyuan's knees went soft, and he almost knelt on the ground. Fortunately, Lu Weihua next to him was quick and pulled him up. 2 doctors came out with a baby each and walked to him. Professor Xia, congratulations. You have twins and a son and a daughter. He woke up from his dream and didn't care about the baby at all. He ran inside. Master? Fu Suizhong turned to look at the man who had been standing there all night. He still had the bitter smell of decoction on him. As they were standing in an inconspicuous corner behind the crowd, almost no one noticed them. Fu Suizhong didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that his master seemed to have aged a few years in just one night. His white hair had lost its luster, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes were deeper. But his figure was still straight and upright, like a mountain. Let's go. Don't you want to go in and take a look? As long as she's safe, it doesn't matter whether I see her or not. Oh. He had been watching over her all night, decocting and delivering medicine. When she was finally fine, he left again. Why didn't Fu Suizhong realize that his master was so selfless and great before? Did he take the script of a bitter male supporting role? How pitiful. Don't forget to put away the stove and move it back to the bamboo house. Fu Suizhong. He felt that his 2 seconds of sympathy were not worth it. How the F***ck is this suffering? He was ordering people around. The day Jiang Fuyue gave birth to the twins happened to be October 1st, National Day. Everyone said that these 2 children were of good birth. The news was spread to the Xia family, the Jiang family, and the Han family on the same day. Xie Dingyuan personally informed them. Han Yunru woke up early in the morning and habitually touched her phone. She opened WeChat to take a look. She gave birth. She gave birth. Jantar was woken up by her and sat up. That dish is raw? I'll cook it more. Are you stupid? You only know how to cook. Yaya gave birth to a son and a daughter. They're twins. Really? When? Who said that? Here, Yuan just sent a message and photos. Look, the 2 little guys look exactly the same. Jantar stared at his phone in disbelief. I'm a grandfather? Han Yunru wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. I'm a grandmother too. The most important thing was that Yaya was safe. The first photo was of Jiang Fuyue sleeping peacefully. Then there were photos of the 2 children. They seemed to have been taken casually and were much more sloppy than the photos of the children's mother. The focus was not even right and it was a little blurry. Xia family, they gave birth. They gave birth. Old Madam's excited voice spread throughout the old house. The newspaper in Xia Zhendong's hand fell to the ground, and he did not have time to fix his glasses. Yaya gave birth? Yes. Yuan sent a message just now. Yaya suffered a night of pain. Judging from his tone, he was heartbroken. We're sorry for the little girl. Are the children okay? Hearing about the children, Old Madam smiled. They're fine. They have both a son and a daughter. See, I told you there would be a little princess. Now, pink can come in handy. Yuan also chose pink. Yes, you straight men have the same aesthetic standards. Mom. Xia Yunzhao just entered the house. Why are you so happy? I heard you and Dad's voices from outside. Yaya gave birth. Really? There are photos, but they're a little blurry. I don't know what happened to Xiaojiao, let me see. Io. Two little sweethearts. So cute. The older one is the older one? Yes. The older one is good. He can protect his younger sister when he grows up. Old Master couldn't wait to come up. Why didn't you say there were photos? Let me see. Don't snatch it. Han family. Old Master Han was the same as Han Yunru. Since Jiang Fuyue went to Duofu, the first thing he did when he woke up in the morning was to check the current situation between the two countries and the international situation. Today, as usual, he just got his phone, clang. Han Shen heard the noise and thought that Old Master Han had fallen and hurt himself. He immediately rushed in. Han Ke and Han Heng followed closely behind. Unexpectedly, when they opened the door, they saw Old Master Han holding his phone and trembling all over. Dad, what's wrong? She gave birth. His voice was also trembling. What? Yaya gave birth. She has twins. A pair of little babies. Han Shen, exclamation point. Han Ku, exclamation point. Han Heng. I'm still so young. In the end, I still can't escape the fate of being a granduncle? Get lost. Dad, do you have photos? Yes. Look at how soundly the three of them are sleeping. The four brothers quickly gathered together and surrounded the phone. Their eyes were full of smiles. This was the gentleness of a fierce man. Digression, sister. You unloaded the goods. Tomorrow will be the same time after giving birth. Jiang Fuyue slept for 2 days and 1 night before she woke up. During this time, Xia Dingyuan asked the doctor about her condition several times. The answer was, don't worry, it's really nothing serious. Sister Yu's condition is very good after giving birth. She just didn't wake up because she was too tired. After a few hours, Xia Dingyuan came again. His team members saw his nervousness and couldn't help but sigh. Professor Xia hasn't slept for 3 days, right? I feel that the way he looks at Sister Yu is heartbroken and distressed. He's so pitiful. Do you know what it means to be worried? Professor Xia must love Sister Yu to death. When the children were first carried out of the delivery room, he almost knelt on the ground. It was Dr. Lu who pulled him back. And he didn't even look at the children before he rushed into the delivery room. Sigh, there's no harm if there's no comparison. Back then, my husband followed the children and didn't expect his wife to be in the operating room. I was so angry that I almost fainted. That's why good men belong to others. Speaking of which, how did Professor Xie get on the island? I just saw the news. The blockade is still there and hasn't been lifted. Should we ask the crew members who went on the island together? That's a good idea. Who knows, there might be a new route. Let's go. Jiang Fuyue didn't know how long she had slept. She only felt that it was very sweet and comfortable. When she opened her eyes, the bright sunlight shone into the room. The next second, she was caught off guard by the man's gentle gaze. You're awake? Yes. She smiled slightly. Do you want some water? A little. The man took a glass with a straw in it and brought it to Jiang Fuyue's mouth. The temperature was just right. You can't drink too much. Just moisturize your lips. I know. He reached out to tidy the girl's messy hair by her cheeks. His gaze was gentle and precious. There was also a hint of complexity and a hint of heaviness. Where are the two little pigs? Jiang Fuyue looked around but couldn't find them. The doctor took him for a checkup. Have you seen them? Do they look alike? Is he more like you or me? Jiang Fuyue's eyes were filled with curiosity. After giving birth and knowing that it was a boy and a girl, she fell asleep from exhaustion. That was why he had not seen the two little ones yet. Xie Dingyuan was slightly taken aback, and a trace of embarrassment flashed across his face. Actually, I didn't look very carefully. Jiang Fuyue, finally, the two little ones were sent back. This is Big Brother. His small arms and legs are very strong. The doctor said as he handed it to Jiang Fuyue. She naturally reached out to take it, as if she did not need to learn it at all and was born to be a mother. Looking at the little meatball in her arms, her heart softened. Eh. It was just a little ugly. It was red and wrinkled. This is my younger sister, the doctor said and wanted to hand her over to Xie Dingyuan. Unexpectedly, the man froze and had no intention of taking it. The doctor was slightly taken aback, but on second thought, it was inevitable for a first-time father to be timid, so he understood and put the little one next to their mother's pillow. Jiang Fuyue carried one and then the other. How was the checkup? Don't worry, the two little ones are very healthy. That's good. Although Jiang Fuyue gave birth naturally, twins were more or less harmful to the mother's body. Therefore, Xie Dingyuan insisted that she undergo 45 days of confinement. Fortunately, the weather was warm, so there was no need to worry about catching a cold. During this period, Jiang Fuyue still bathed and washed her hair as usual. However, Xie Dingyuan kept a close eye on her every time. After bathing, she had to change into long-sleeved clothes and trousers as soon as possible and blow-dry her hair. The two children were basically taken care of by him, such as bathing, burping, turning over, changing diapers, and doing all the dirty and tiring work. He did not let Jiang Fuyue touch them at all. Except for breastfeeding, Jiang Fuyue was like an idle person for the rest of the time. Even if she took the initiative to share the burden, Xie Dingyuan would not agree. In the middle of the night, the two children often cried, and he was the one who got up to coax them. From morning to night, he was so busy that his feet did not touch the ground. At first, he was also unfamiliar and unskilled. He could burp the children until they vomited milk and pee on himself. Often, he only cared about the head and not the tail, and his hands and feet were in a mess. If he kept doing this, he would not be Professor Xia. He began to learn professional knowledge and skills from the two obstetricians in the team. Not only did he learn how to take care of the children, but he also learned how to take care of the pregnant woman. Time and time again, clumsy practice and serious summary over and over again. In the end, practice makes perfect and handy. Professor Xia is really amazing. Every day, he would come to me to learn from Jing. When he left, he wrote more than 10 pages in his notebook, from postpartum nursing knowledge to infant early education. We were almost confused by his questions. After Sister Yu gave birth, he was the one who took care of her, right? He did everything himself, no matter how big or small. I used to think that Professor Xia was too cold and definitely did not know how to take care of people. I didn't expect him to be so considerate. Now, Sister Yu's daily diet is set by him. While ensuring the best nutritional combination, he also takes into account Sister Yu's preferences. Before dawn yesterday, I went to the bathroom and saw Professor Xia washing Sister Yu and the two babies' clothes by hand. What is this? Last week, Professor Xia even borrowed a needle and thread from me to sew Sister Yu's buttons. How can there be such an excellent and gentle person in the world? Stop talking. If you continue, I will get a divorce when we go back. You men, don't just listen. Learn from Professor Xia. A good man should be like this. The male doctors were speechless. They kept quiet and did not dare to speak. In addition to looking for ready-made doctors to learn knowledge and skills, Jiang Fuyue also accidentally discovered that Xie Dingyuan had registered a few accounts on parenting forums. When he was free, he would take out his phone and browse the forums to see how other mothers took care of their babies. He agreed with some of the methods, but of course, there were also some that he disagreed with. He simply used a notebook to write down the content that he screened and sorted out. In less than a month, he had written down a full notebook. If it involved some too professional knowledge that even the obstetrician in the team could not answer, Xie Dingyuan would make full use of his external connections to send emails to his friends in the field of expertise to ask for advice. To be honest, the scientists who received the emails were a little confused. They would never have imagined that one day, Xie Dingyuan would ask for advice about maternity and babies. It was very fantastical. Before coming, the Jiang family and the Xie family had prepared a lot of mother and baby supplies. In addition to the most basic children's clothes, milk powder, toilet paper, and diapers, there were also a few parenting guides. Xie Dingyuan flipped through them casually. Jiang Fuyue laughed at him. After a while, will you become a parenting expert? Under the light, the man's ears were flushed, and his eyes were slightly embarrassed. I just want to learn more. To take better care of you and the child. Jiang Fuyue looked at his serious and rigorous look and smiled. You are the best father in the world. Xie Dingyuan also curled his lips. I will work hard. However, Jiang Fuyue always felt that there was something hidden in his eyes, and it was faintly heavy. She wanted to take a closer look, but there was nothing. Was she thinking too much? After 45 days, Jiang Fuyue was finally out of confinement. Due to Xie Dingyuan's dedicated care and her self-discipline, she recovered very well. Professor Jiang gave birth as if she was on vacation. Her figure didn't change, and her face is more rosy. It's good to be young. Your metabolism is fast, your body functions are good, and your recovery ability is amazing. A beauty is a beauty. Giving birth only grows the belly, not the flesh. After a month and a half, the two little guys were no longer as wrinkled as when they were born. Now, their little faces had grown, and their skin was milky white. The siblings had inherited Jiang Fuyue's peach blossom eyes. Their eyelashes were long and dense, and their black eyes were like purple grapes. When they looked at each other, they were innocent and clear, as if the galaxy in the sky had fallen into their eyes. Then, they would reveal a toothless smile, and their hearts would melt. Jiang Fuyue took a few photos and sent them to the group. Yes, after the two little guys were born, the Jiang family, Han family, and Xie family created a large group called Loving Family. Their daily routine was to tease the babies online. Han Qishan, is today's picture of the babies not out yet? I will come back later. Han Heng, waiting online for a wave. Han Ku, waiting, JPG. Fu Wanqiu, Xie Dingyuan is here? Is he here? Why is he late today? Xie Zhendong, can you take a clearer picture? Why are you so perfunctory as a father? It's so blurry every time. Xie Dingyuan is talking about you. Jiang Fuyue, picture, 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 picture. There were 3 pictures in a row, all of which were of the two little guys. Han Qishan, Xie Zhendong, my grandson and granddaughter are cuter than yesterday. Han Heng, Wei is dead. His health bar is empty. Han Qishan, Han Heng, what are you talking about? Get lost. Han Heng, Han Yunru, Yaya is still the best at taking pictures. Jantar, +1, Han Yunru, my grandson and granddaughter are so pretty. Jantar, +1, Han Yunru, of course, my daughter is prettier. Jantar, +1, This couple is really unbearable. Is Jantar a yes man? The most fun for the elders in the group was to take pictures. They couldn't see the real person and couldn't hold the little guys, but looking at the pictures was still good. Jiang Fuyue, we haven't named the 2 kids. Do you have any ideas? Xie Dingyuan shook his head. You worked so hard to give birth to them. You should name them. Me? Then, let's give it a try. Jiang Fuyue started to flip through the dictionary and the book of songs. She had a lot of ideas, and the names were quite beautiful. After all, she was a straight-A student, wasn't she? But she still felt that something was missing. She wrote down a few names on a piece of paper and asked Xie Dingyuan, what about Jean and you? The man nodded. Hugging Jean and holding you, not bad. What about Zan and Qi? Flawless Jade, not bad. Hao and Jiao? Bright moon, beautiful and refined. Jiang Fuyue. Why are you good at all of them? Xie Dingyuan hugged her. Because you give them all good names. Let me see if I ate candy. Why is it so sweet? Jiang Fuyue kissed him. The man paused. It had been 2 months, and the doctor said that they could do it together. Jiang Fuyue wrapped her arms around his neck. The man was slow for a few seconds, and under her suspicious gaze, he began to respond slowly. But he seemed a little unfocused. Jiang Fuyue frowned and bit his lips. She didn't use much strength, but it was definitely not light. Hiss. The man gasped. Yeah. He held the woman's waist with both hands. He didn't cling to her like usual, but there was a hint of rejection. Jiang Fuyue thought that it was an illusion. She took advantage of him and made him retreat. Suddenly, wah, 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 the child cried. At first, it was the sister who was crying, but after a while, the brother also started crying. Xie Dingyuan held her in his arms and took a deep breath. I'll go and take a look at the 2 little ones. After saying that, he quickly got off the bed and ran outside. No matter how she looked at it, it felt like he was running away. Jiang Fuyue was dumbfounded. What was going on? The big bad wolf had become Lu Xiaohui. She couldn't help but look down at her figure. Her waist was still as thin as before, and her legs were still as long as before. Her weight didn't change, but her upper body size had increased. So, why was he hiding? In the end, Jiang Fuyue decided to let the elders take care of the naming. It wasn't that she couldn't think of a name, but she felt that a name that carried the blessing of the elders would be more meaningful. As for which family's elders should come up with the names, it was up to them to discuss and decide. First of all, Han Qishan definitely wouldn't decline. His reason was very good. I'm the oldest. As the grandfather of the 2 children, Xie Zhendong definitely had his own thoughts. Actually, I've already thought about it, he had been thinking about it. Neither side was willing to give in, so there was a stalemate. Fortunately, the group was still harmonious, and there was no quarrel. When Jantar found out, he said, I'm also an elder, right? Why hasn't anyone asked me what names I'm going to give the 2 babies? Han Yunru glanced at him and said, do you know how to get up? Back then, Yaya and Xinxing's names were given by her. When Jantar heard this, he scratched his head and said, that's true, then I won't fight over it. Han Yunru. You have to fight over it first. In the end, the Xie family took a step back. Xie Zhendong, you can get up, I admit defeat. This made Han Qishan very surprised. What? Did the sun rise from the west? This isn't like you. Xie Zhendong sighed. Yaya has worked hard, our family let her down, so we should let you guys go. Humph. At least you have some conscience. Xie Zhendong, get up properly. This is something that will follow my grandchildren for the rest of their lives. If you make it sound bad, I'll settle the score with you. I don't need you to say that. After half a month of deliberation, the names of the 2 children were officially decided. His elder brother, Xianxian. His younger sister, Xian, was 7 years old. Meaning, peace and joy, year after year. Now, he even had a nickname, Nian. Do you like the name your great-grandfather gave you? Hee hee. The little guy kicked his plump little legs that were like lotus roots, and his eyes curved into crescents as he smiled. Jiang Fuyue turned to another little guy. What about you, Sui Sui? Wow. PFFF. Compared to her brother's cuteness, the little sister was not so particular. Her saliva flew everywhere, and her chubby little hands kept grabbing her own feet. I wonder who he looks like, what do you think? Jiang Fuyue looked up at the man beside the cradle. He was staring at the 2 little fellows in a daze and couldn't react for a moment. Professor Xie? What? Jiang Fuyue frowned and stared at him. There's something wrong with you recently. Digression, in the wee hours of the morning, there was an earthquake in Sichuan and Chongqing. I was shaken awake, and the neighborhood behind me was evacuated. I didn't bring my computer, so I couldn't upload my manuscript. I just got home when the elevator started working again. Sorry for the long wait. My stomach is starting to hurt again, it's really terrible, so I'm going to the hospital for a checkup. I hope everything goes well. Amen. The man's eyes flashed. Jiang Fuyue didn't miss his expression. What's wrong? Nothing. Maybe I'm too tired these 2 days. The day before yesterday, Sui Sui suddenly had a fever. Fortunately, Xie Dingyuan found out in time and fed him medicine. He took physical cooling measures and stayed by the bed all night. Finally, the little guy got better. But he didn't expect that Nian Yan's fever would start again after a day. Xie Dingyuan used the same method again. In the end, Nian Yan got better, but he was exhausted. Jiang Fuyue wanted to say something, but suddenly there was a knock on the door. Lu Weihua's voice came from outside. Professor Jiang, are you there? There's a problem with the internet again. Jiang Fuyue, okay, I'll be right there. After she left, Xie Dingyuan breathed a sigh of relief. However, not asking didn't mean that Jiang Fuyue really believed it. Once some things were suspected, there would be flaws everywhere. For example, although Xie Dingyuan took care of the 2 children meticulously, he rarely took the initiative to hug them. Another example was that he sat by the bed for a long time, staring at Nian Yan in a daze. His flickering eyes made it impossible to tell what he was thinking. Another example was that no matter how Jiang Fuyue hinted or even tempted him, he refused to touch her. Every time Jiang Fuyue asked, he always used too tired as an excuse. She wanted to ask, but he refused to communicate. Until, Jiang Fuyue couldn't bear it anymore with the children in her arms. She looked at the silent and calm man in front of her. There are 2 ways. Either you tell me or I'll check. Choose. Yeah, don't say that you're too tired. You don't know how to find another excuse to lie. It's the same trick every time. Xie Dingyuan didn't expect that his attitude would make her care so much, and it seemed that she was angry. Yeah, Jiang Fuyue pursed her lips. She didn't want to talk to him, but in the end, she looked at the man. Say it. Xie Dingyuan sighed softly, I'm sorry, I really didn't expect you to care so much. He swore that he was really in a daze and had stared at the 2 children for too long. Cough, there was also the rejection. Every time I see Nian Yan and Sui Sui, I can't help but think that if I had been more careful or restrained myself from touching you, you wouldn't have had to experience pregnancy and childbirth alone on the island. Jiang Fuyue was stunned for a moment. He was blaming himself, no wonder his gaze was so depressed every time he looked at her. When he looked at the 2 children, his gaze was so deep. He was feeling guilty. But now that things had come to this point, whether it was self-blame or regret, it didn't mean much. Perhaps he knew this, so he didn't say anything, silently suppressing everything in his heart. They wanted to digest themselves. The only thing I'm glad about is that you're on the island, so you don't have to face the rumors from the outside world. Getting pregnant before marriage, to a girl, was a great harm and malice, and it became the best topic of conversation and joke in the eyes of the spectators. And the person who pushed Jiang Fuyue into this situation was none other than him. I'm sorry, but I seem to have done something wrong again, right? After hearing this, Jiang Fuyue was at a loss for a moment. She had never cared about the opinions and comments of the outside world, but unexpectedly, she didn't care, but someone else did. So these days, you've been troubled by this? The man's eyes were deep, and his face was full of annoyance and regret. Yes, how could she forget? When she first met Xie Dingyuan, this person was used to putting himself in the box of the secular world. He was old-fashioned, conservative, and principled. He followed the rules and could be called a moral role model. He had always been self-disciplined and never made mistakes. After they got together, although he had changed a lot, such as no longer counting nutrition when eating, and he wasn't fastidious about cleanliness, some things were deeply ingrained and couldn't be changed easily. For example, cohabitation before marriage, and pregnancy before marriage. Jiang Fuyue smiled, put down the child, approached him, and finally pressed him against the wall. It's not your fault. I was the one who asked for it on your birthday. Xie Dingyuan shook his head. It's not like that. His Adam's apple bobbed, and he seemed to have accepted his fate. I couldn't help it either. But if Jiang Fuyue hadn't taken the initiative, he wouldn't have crossed that line. That was the truth. But even so, the indulgence after that couldn't be faked. He was addicted to it and forgot to restrain himself. He enjoyed it and couldn't extricate himself. In the end, he even let her have a baby. Jiang Fuyue looked at his dejected expression and felt guilty and a little self-loathing. Xie Dingyuan, listen carefully, he looked up absent-mindedly. I don't care what the outside world thinks. I only know that I did what I wanted to do. You didn't force me. Instead, I made you take a step back. Now that she thought about it, Jiang Fuyue even felt that she was a little selfish. Ahem. She had always thought about herself and never considered Xie Dingyuan's thoughts. He was such a restrained person, but because of her, he broke his principles. To him, it was far more difficult to not bear than to endure, and it was far more difficult to bear than not to do. Because compared to resisting the temptation of a soft and fragrant woman, it was harder to give up the bottom line that he had been holding on to for many years. He was passive. Jiang Fuyue wrapped him around her and moved forward. He could have retreated, but in order not to let her down, he forced himself to move forward. Giving birth to a child out of wedlock directly affected his crotch. He sprained his ankle, so the long-hidden cognitive conflict between the two of them finally erupted. Jiang Fuyue didn't care. But he carried a burden every minute and every second as he moved forward. The woman tiptoed closer, and her breath was close to his. I don't regret giving birth to Nian Nian and Sui Sui. You're the child's father, and I'm the child's mother. Even if we broke up before this, I would have given birth to them without hesitation. Choosing to give birth was Jiang Fuyue's love for her children. There's a movie with well-written lines, their eyes met, and Jiang Fuyue enunciated each word clearly. Flowers and plants will die if someone looks at them, and they will also die if no one looks at them. Men are not important to women. Women live their own lives. Since you're here, we'll fall in love. After you're gone, I can continue to love life. Relying on, but not relying on, this was Jiang Fuyue. The man was stunned for a moment. After a while, he slowly said. Men are not important to women? Does that include me? Xie Dingyuan had always known that compared to him being shackled, she was truly free. But he had never thought that he was not important to her. Ugh, Jiang Fuyue panicked. That's not the point. The point is the last sentence. The next second, the man turned the tables and pressed her against the wall. Say it again. Am I important? Jiang Fuyue wanted to laugh. The next second, the man covered her mouth. Her eyes widened. Didn't he not want to touch her? Xie Dingyuan had already hooked up, and his hands were tightly wrapped around the woman's slender waist. He had long been unable to resist her seduction. Her life and death were her own, and his life and death were in her hands. If she wanted him to give birth, he would give birth. If she wanted him to die, he would die. Of course, it would be best if he wanted to die. Xie Dingyuan didn't make it to the end. He restrained himself and took 3 steps back. He couldn't control himself, but he had to restrain himself. Jiang Fuyue felt bad for him. What's wrong? No, condoms. This was also why he didn't dare to touch Jiang Fuyue even though she was flirting with him like that. Okay. Jiang Fuyue nodded and tidied up her slightly messy clothes. Just bear with it. It's been hard on you. Why did he sound like he was gloating? Jiang Fuyue walked towards the cradle. The 2 little pigs kicked the blanket when they fell asleep. Their calves were quite strong. Suddenly, her wrist was grabbed by someone who caught up with her. She turned around and met the man's deep eyes. At this moment, there was a surge of emotions. Jiang Fuyue asked, "What are you doing?" His Adam's apple bobbed, and his voice was low. Yeah, help me." After it was over, Jiang Fuyue's hands were weak and her chest hurt. She didn't put on lipstick, but her lips were tender and beautiful. She changed into clean clothes and went to wash her hands. When she turned around, the man was already sitting by the cradle and looking at the 2 children. His face was still flushed. "Why don't you like to hug them?" Jiang Fuyue walked over. At first, I didn't dare to hug them. Later, I read the parenting guide that I can't hug them too often. I have to let the children get used to the bed and not the parents' hands. He had a lot of excuses. The knot in Xie Dingyuan's heart was untied, and the two of them got along well again. However, he still didn't want to touch Jiang Fuyue. If he couldn't bear it, he would take a cold shower. Jiang Fuyue laughed at him. If we're trapped on the island forever, do you plan to hold it in forever? Not really. Cough. After you're done breastfeeding, Nian and Shueyue will be a little older. By then, Jiang Fuyue's body would have recovered. Even if she was unlucky, at least it wouldn't cause harm to her health. Of course, if possible, Xie Dingyuan didn't want her to suffer the pain of childbirth. It was enough to have Nian and Sui in this life. Jiang Fuyue, that's a good plan, isn't it? Don't you know about the safety period? I know. There are exceptions. It's not safe either. She really had to hand it to him. Hands are better, he said. In fact, both Xie Dingyuan and Jiang Fuyue were actively fighting for the right to leave the island. But every time, the reply he received was, wait a little longer. The naval confrontation between A and K continued, and the blockade line continued to lengthen. 4 months ago, Xie Dingyuan could still pass through sea country and bypass the blockade to get to the island. But now, that route had also been drawn into the blockade zone. Therefore, Xie Dingyuan and the dozen or so crew members he brought were also trapped on the island. Fortunately, Duo Fu's conditions were not as bad as he had imagined. At least there was electricity, and the place was bright and spacious. To be honest, it's a surprise, said a crew member. Previously, I saw the news on the internet that Duo Fu was poor and backward. Duo Fu people were barbaric and uncivilized. Isn't that good? It seems that the rumors are not credible. To be honest, the scenery here is really beautiful. The sea is blue and not polluted at all. A villager walked past a few crew members and heard their conversation. He couldn't help but smile. In the past, they were indeed poor and backward. They were also rude and unreasonable. But all this changed because of Agata's arrival. Life was really good now, there was more and more hope. In the blink of an eye, 2054 had passed. It was February 2055. It had been a whole year since the medical team arrived on the island. On New Year's Eve, the base was decorated with lanterns and streamers. Although we can't go back, we have to make the festival feel good. Yes. We have to have a good New Year on the island. I want to take a video and send it to my family. I want my parents, relatives, and friends to know that I'm safe and happy. I want them not to worry. That makes sense. Help me take a video later. Me too. Me too. After everyone had their reunion dinner, they started to dance around the bonfire. Although they couldn't watch the New Year's gala, they could perform by themselves. Although there were no fireworks at 12 o'clock, they could use an alarm clock to count down. The environment was tough, but the heart couldn't suffer. Jiang Fuyue and Xie Dingyuan each had a baby carriage. They stood at the side and watched everyone laugh and play. The two little pigs in the carriage seemed to be infected by the festive atmosphere. They opened their big eyes and looked around curiously. Her brother's smile reached his eyes, and even the curve of his lips revealed a sense of gentleness. The younger sister was drooling, especially when she saw someone eating skewers. That drool. Tsk, Xie Dingyuan skillfully took out a towel and wiped his precious daughter clean. Another cute and adorable little princess. In order to suit the occasion, Jiang Fuyue changed the two little pigs into bright red one-piece clothes with the word Fu written on it. Socks, hats, and bibs were all a set. At first glance, they looked like two Fua. Jiang Fuyue took out her phone and took a cute photo of the siblings. She then sent it to the group chat. Happy New Year to great-grandpa, grandpa, grandma, grandpa, great-uncle, and the two little uncles. Han Qishan, my little babies are so cute. Let great-grandpa have a kiss. Mua mua. Han Qishan, you have received a transfer of 888888. Xiazhendong, the two little sweethearts have grown up again. Happy New Year. Xiazhendong, you have received a transfer of 999999. Fu Wanxiu, let me see whose little cuties are these? Oh, so they are from our family. Fu Wanxiu, you have received a transfer of 1 million. Jantar, Nian is smiling so obediently. Han Yunru, our Sui is also very cute, okay? Jantar, yes. They are all cute. Be good. Then, Jiang Fuyue received a private message from Han Yunru, let Xie Dingyuan wipe Sue's saliva. Jiang Fuyue didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I wiped it, but it's flowing out again. Han Yunru, then wipe it again. Jiang Fuyue directly handed the chat history to Xie Dingyuan. The latter paused and then quietly took out a saliva towel. In the group chat, Han Shen and the others also came out and praised the two children. Then, it was the New Year's money. Jiang Shaodi sent Jiang Fuyue a private message, Sister, I miss you and my two little nephews. Come back soon, okay? Jiang Fuyue's heart softened. Okay, but you have to promise me that you will study hard, take care of yourself, and take good care of Mom and Dad. Yes, yes. I know. This is the New Year's money for my little nephews. Jiang Qinxing sent 100,000 yuan. This was the limit of what he could allocate. No one knew how long he had been saving it up. Jiang Fuyue accepted it and then specially recorded a video of the two little ones for Jiang Shaodi and sent it to him. In the video, Jiang Fuyue said, You guys have to thank Uncle. Uncle has given you guys your New Year's money. From now on, you guys will be piglets with a small treasury, okay? Watching this video, Jiang Shaodi couldn't help but laugh in his sleep that night. The real turning point came 2 months later, in April. Jiang Fuyue and the others finally saw hope of leaving the island. After half a year of negotiations, A and K finally loosened their stance. Although they didn't remove the blockade, they agreed to allow Huaxia ships onto the island. Note, only onto the island. They weren't allowed to leave the island. They were only allowed in, not out. Even so, it was better than losing contact with the outside world for a long time. When Han Yunru heard the news, she immediately requested to go to the island to visit her daughter and 2 grandchildren, but in the end, Jantar and Jiang Fuyue persuaded her to stay. Jiang Fuyue, Mom, this time it's cargo ships transporting supplies, it's not safe for people to follow. Who knew if A and K would go back on their words? If something went wrong, it wouldn't matter if the goods were lost, but it would be terrible if the people were hurt. For safety reasons, Jiang Fuyue directly refused. She persuaded Han Yunru, ships are allowed to pass now. Although it's only onto the island, I'm sure they'll allow people to leave the island soon. Mom, you stay in the capital, we'll be back soon. Jantar, yes. If you insist on going and something happens on the way, won't you cause trouble for Yaya? Under the persuasion of the father and daughter, Han Yunru finally gave up on the idea of going to the island. On April 10, 12 cargo ships arrived at the Duefu Pier to deliver supplies to the stranded medical team and the villagers. With Jiang Fuyue's efforts, not only did the government approve the 3-year infrastructure development plan for Duefu Island and other official documents, but they also gave policy support and financial support. All in all, now that Duefu was willing to open its doors, it became one of the key construction areas in Huaxia. In just half a month, a large number of supplies were transported to the island, as well as a group of experts. In the next 3 years or even longer, they would be stationed on the island to help Duefu complete its urbanization. One of them was a familiar face. 6? Hee. Sister Yu. He was wearing a work uniform and leading a group of brothers to use a mixer and cement. The mud splashed on his pants, but he didn't care, as if he was already used to it. Yufeng Group participated in the Duefu infrastructure tender and successfully won the tender. As the company's biggest project for the next 3 years, I would like to apply for permanent residency in Duefu. Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. Real estate development? 6 grinned. Not only that, we've also obtained the rights to develop a cross-sea bridge and a cross-sea high-speed railway. Back then, when Jiang Fuyue transferred him to the Yufeng Group, she said, in 5 years, I want you to not only know how to build houses, but also know how to build bridges, roads, and even train tracks. Now that 4 years had passed, he had done it all. Jiang Fuyue, I didn't misjudge you. 6. I didn't follow the wrong person either. If he hadn't met Jiang Fuyue, he would still be a gangster on the streets with Hu Ben, stealing chickens and dogs and accomplishing nothing. Now that there were resources and a large number of talents on the island, the construction work had officially begun. Soon, the experts discovered, The villagers on the island are actually literate? They also use currency to trade. Didn't you say that most of them barter? Was the information wrong? Not only that. They also know basic hygiene. Things like you can't drink unboiled water, you can't eat moldy things, you have to pay attention to hygiene when men and women are in the same room. Oh, right, they also know the law. Consumer rights, fair trade rights, and so on. They just open their mouths and talk about it. I saw that they built a small oil refining factory. The separation and refinement are quite good. They're good at using their phones. They even record videos and make videos to let the audience be more careful. In short, the Duofu that these people saw was completely different from the poor and backward corner in their imagination. At this time, a villager jumped out and said proudly, "Of course. We've listened to popular science lectures and attended literacy classes. Who are you looking down on?" That's right. Agata said that if we keep up with the progress of social civilization, we can also hold up half the sky. The experts were collectively dumbfounded. Agata? Who? Jiang Fuyue. She's our Agata. After coming down, these experts asked the local villagers and found out that Agata meant moon goddess in the Duofu language. She was also the patron saint in the hearts of the Duofu people. Professor Jiang has worked hard. Sure enough, there's nothing in the world that she can't do. She can pick up a pen to write a thesis, and she can let go of her hands to build infrastructure. Awesome. Professor Jiang has already paved the road for us. Next, we must walk it well. Don't let her painstaking efforts go to waste. Understood. It was because they knew how difficult it was to conquer this group of uncivilized villagers that they respected Jiang Fuyue from the bottom of their hearts. The leading urban construction expert even personally brought the blueprints and planning documents to visit Jiang Fuyue to show how much he valued her. He asked her if she had any opinions or suggestions for the future construction of Duofu. What was the top priority and what to do next? Jiang Fuyue didn't hide anything. She told the other party about her observations and understanding of Duofu over the past year and made a suggestion: to put people first, the first thing we need to do is to prevent the villagers from being plagued by diseases. So I personally think that building roads and houses can be put aside for the time being. Let's build the hospital first. In this way, the expert group took the lead in planning the hospital. Next was the school. In the blink of an eye, it was June. The two little guys were more than half a year old. She could crawl, sit, and drink her milk bottle by herself. Their small arms and legs were also beginning to become strong. Especially Sui Sui. One night, when Xia Dingyuan took away her milk bottle, she suddenly swung her small arm and slapped her father in the face. At that time, Xia Dingyuan was dumbfounded. The little guy didn't know what he had done. His grape-like big eyes were filled with resentment towards his father, as if he was silently controlling him. "Stinky Papa, why did you take away my milk bottle?" Maybe it was because Xia Dingyuan's wide-eyed and incredulous look was too funny. After a while, the little girl giggled. She was so innocent and bright that it made people lose all their anger. Naturally, Xia Dingyuan didn't dare to complain to his own daughter, but he turned his head and began to act like a spoiled child to Jiang Fuyue. Yeah, she hit me. Look, it's red." Jiang Fuyue leaned closer. Unexpectedly, it was really red. There was a small palm print. "She's so strong?" The mother was shocked. Xia Dingyuan found an opportunity and began to complain, "You don't know how much she can eat. She can drink a bottle of milk every year. She can drink 3 bottles. If I don't give her milk, she will cry. Also, she has diarrhea 5 or 6 times a day. I thought it was because of her digestive system, so I specially took her to the doctor for a checkup." Do you know what the doctor said? What did he say? The doctor said that she can eat a lot and has good digestion. Not only is there no problem with her digestive system, but her digestive system is also very strong. Jiang Fuyue, now she has learned to swing her arm and hit people. The person she hit was her father. How could this go on? Jiang Fuyue swallowed. Was it really that scary? Soon, she saw it for herself. One day, Jiang Fuyue was breastfeeding Sui Sui, and she held the heavy little guy in her arms. At first, it was a heartwarming scene, but it didn't take long for the little guy to get excited. He kicked his little legs and waved his little chubby hands in the air. Suddenly, he grabbed Jiang Fuyue's hair and pulled, almost sending her mother away on the spot. Not only that, but he also bit her. Jiang Fuyue's scalp and chest hurt. She, who had always been calm and tolerant, couldn't help but exclaim. Xie Dingyuan heard the noise and immediately strode in from outside. He took Sui Sui and looked at Jiang Fuyue with concern. Did he bite you? Jiang Fuyue pulled off her clothes. I'm fine. Sui Sui, who was full, was laughing in his father's arms, revealing a few sharp little teeth. He was very angry, but there was nothing he could do. Xie Dingyuan put her on the crib and played with the toys with her brother. Then he opened the cabinet and took out a tube of ointment and walked to Jiang Fuyue. Put the clothes up. No need, it's not like you haven't seen it before. Why are you so shy? Sure enough, the skin was bitten. Xie Dingyuan's eyes were full of distress. He dipped his finger in the ointment and applied it to the wound gently. He was too calm, which made Jiang Fuyue feel embarrassed. Next time, don't feed Sui Sui directly. Let her use a bottle. Several pacifiers were bitten, let alone humans. Sui Sui, who was snatching her brother's toy, was speechless. Are you polite? In fact, Jiang Fuyue didn't feed the baby herself anymore. Most of the time, she squeezed the milk into the bottle, except today. Unexpectedly, don't you think our daughter is too reckless? She was the best at eating rice, and she was also good at beating people. She could eat and shit, and she was very domineering. Although Xie Dingyuan felt sorry for his wife, he couldn't help but speak up for his daughter. She's still young and doesn't know anything. Did you forget that she slapped you yesterday? Cough, it was just a slap. It's not that serious. Then who was the one who cried out in pain in front of me? Compared to the barbaric Sui Sui, the older brother, Nian Nian was much more gentle. Not only was he well behaved when he drank milk, but he was also calm and had his own way of doing other things. For example, when he's a baby, he's SSS, and he's. Another example was when he was hungry. He didn't even need to make a sound. All he had to do was stare at the milk bottle. The old man instantly understood. He. Because he S's, SS's T. As long as you get close to him, he'll immediately cry. It was as if he had installed a sh*t radar, TTSSTs, he's not. The siblings were polar opposites. Jiang Fuyue replied, I think Nian Nian is like you. Xie Dingyuan, of course. Nian Nian's good side was that he never fought with his sister over food or toys. For example, when his sister snatched his favorite ball of yarn, he just pouted, didn't cry, and didn't make a fuss. Good temper wasn't enough to describe him. He didn't have a temper. The days passed, and it was the end of April in the blink of an eye. As the second batch of cargo ships carrying construction materials arrived, good news came from Xianxia, A and K. Huaxia's ships with special permits were allowed to cross the blockade line. In other words, we can leave the island? Really? It's been more than a year, and we can finally go home. Sob. Are you kidding? Are you sure? Professor Jiang said it himself. How can it be fake? Oh my God. Happiness came so suddenly. I can't take it anymore. Finally, this day is here. I'll go back to my room to pack my things. All the team members were ecstatic and spread the news. Soon, the news spread, and the villagers on the island also knew. Although they were reluctant, they knew that these people were supposed to go home. They were lucky to be able to stay for more than half a year. They couldn't force it. So this time, the villagers were sincerely happy for them. Now that a lot of the country's resources were going to Duefu, their days were more and more promising. The people also felt a sense of security and no longer felt uneasy or panicked because of Jiang Fuyue's departure. They only felt gratitude and blessings. The final departure time was set to be May 5th. Before leaving, with Jiang Fuyue's encouragement and organization, the few TikTok accounts that had been raised for a long time carried out their first live stream of goods. Little Bell Constellation sold sleeping cushions. Little Shark Catching Seafood sold dried seafood. Monkeys Love Climbing advertised Dwafu's mulberry orchid. It could be drunk in water and was essential for health. Magical Hunter, the live stream lasted for 6 hours, and the sales were in the tens of millions. And these things would be brought out of the island by Jiang Fuyue's cargo ships and sent to all parts of the country. May 4th, the day before leaving. Jiang Fuyue once again went to the bamboo house that was surrounded by mountains and water. After the underwater volcano eruption, the bamboo houses on the island had collapsed. Now, they had all been replaced with sturdy frame structures. Only this place was still sturdy. It stood quietly and firmly in place, as if it was the owner of this place. Fu Suizhong, Professor Jiang, why are you here? I want to see Zhongqing. Jiang Fuyue went straight to the point. His eyes flashed. Zhongqing? Who? Don't pretend. I knew from the first time I came that the tea was made by him. Fu Suizhong choked. And on the day I gave birth, the Chinese medicine that was sent to the delivery room was also made by him. Jiang Fuyue bypassed him. On the day they left the island, the sun was shining brightly and the sea was calm. The team members boarded the ship one after another, but without exception, they all turned back to look at the island where they had stayed for a year, as well as the villagers who were sending them off at the dock. You don't say, I'm quite reluctant. Now that Dwafu is open to the public, there will be plenty of opportunities to come again. Yes, I've already promised to bring my parents here for a vacation next year. The villagers stood on the shore and waved to send them off. Goodbye, the team members stood on the deck and replied with tears in their eyes, goodbye. Let's go back. Jiang Fuyue and Xia Dingyuan brought the 2 children onto the ship early in order to avoid such a sad and emotional scene, but unexpectedly, a child rushed onto the ship with 2 newly woven bamboo dragonflies. These are for little brother and sister. After that, he stuffed the bamboo dragonflies into Jiang Fuyue's hands and ran off the ship. He was afraid that the things would be returned if he was a second slower. Goodbye, Agata, thank you, Dwafu will get better and better, and so will we. The ship sailed further and further away, finally disappearing at the intersection of the sea and the sky. The 2 little ones were full of curiosity as it was their first time on a ship. Nian Nian tilted his head and kept looking out of the window. His bright black eyes reflected the vast blue sea, full of exploration and excitement for an unfamiliar environment. Sui Sui was even more exaggerated. His upper body leaned towards the window and he almost fell out of his old father's arms. Xia Dingyuan wiped his sweat, but the little girl laughed heartily and was happy. Why do I feel that Sui Sui has gained weight again? Jiang Fuyue held her son and turned to look at him. It's not a feeling, he really has gained weight. They had weighed him before setting off today, and he was 3 kilograms heavier than last week. Sui Sui frowned as he realized that his parents were talking about him in a bad way. He slapped his old father again with a loud and clear sound. Jiang Fuyue. Let her father carry her in the future. Xia Dingyuan. This is his biological daughter. Yes, biological. Nian Nian buried his head in his mother's fragrant chest. Sister is so scary. The journey was peaceful. At 8 o'clock the next morning, the fleet arrived near the blockade line. Xia Dingyuan immediately contacted his superior, and the other party gave an affirmative answer. Yes, after 3 hours of inspection, the fleet successfully passed the first blockade line. Are we safe? Don't be too happy yet. That was the area sealed off by Country A. Next will be Country K's. Everyone began to feel nervous again. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the blockade line. The inspection procedure this time was much more complicated than in Country A. It took them until the evening before they were allowed to pass. We should be safe now, right? Phew, I think so. My heart was in my throat the whole day. It was too exciting. Mother, we're back. After more than a year, the ship, and the sea of the sea and the sea of the sea of the sea of the sea the team members of the fleet. Taking advantage of the time when the ship was docked for a night, they all applied to disembark from the ship and return to the city. Jiang Fuyue gladly agreed. Be careful. You must return to the ship before midnight. All right. Lu Weihua had boarded the ship here, and now he wanted to apply to get off. You can't leave yet. As one of the members of the fleet, the entire team needs to return to the capital to report to the superiors. Lu Weihua scratched his head. But I joined halfway. Did he need to report to the superiors? Jiang Fuyue, I've already submitted your application documents to the superiors before we came to the island, so you're an official member of the fleet. Jiang Fuyue had led the entire medical team to the rescue of Duofu, and they would definitely be rewarded when they returned. Promotion and salary were not important. More importantly, such glory was a form of affirmation and motivation for a medical staff. Although Lu Weihua was not a person who was greedy for vanity, he still could not help but feel a sense of loss after being excluded. But he did not expect that Jiang Fuyue had already arranged everything for him. Lu Weihua was happy and flattered at the same time. What did he do to deserve this? How could he make the professor worry? The man in his 30s or 40s was so excited that he could not speak. Jiang Fuyue patted him on the shoulder. You did well. This is the honor you deserve. When Lu Weihua turned to leave, he was so excited that his hands and feet trembled. Xie Dingyuan, is he the person you told the superiors about last night? Yes. In fact, Lu Weihua's application was not approved when he first came to the island. A few months later, under Jiang Fuyue's efforts, the superiors gave him the status of a temporary member of the fleet. However, member of the fleet was not member of the fleet. The difference of one word made a world of difference. The captain, the boatman, the cook, and the electrician could all be classified as members of the fleet, but a member was only a part of the medical team, so Lu Weihua was indeed a member of the fleet at first. During this time, Jiang Fuyue had been applying to the superiors, and she finally received a positive answer last night. Why? He's the one who holds the torch for everyone. We can't let him freeze to death in the snow. Xie Dingyuan smiled, as if he was not surprised to hear such an answer. Because she was Jiang Fuyue. Everyone got off the boat to embrace the city's nightlife that they had not seen for a long time. Jiang Fuyue and Xie Dingyuan stayed on the boat. It was not that they did not want to go, but that they could not go with the two little guys. After drinking 2 bottles of milk, Sui Sui fell asleep contentedly. His little mouth was still sucking like a pacifier. Xie Dingyuan, he's really become a little pig. Nian Nian only drank half a bottle. He yawned and obediently fell asleep. At that time it was already 11 p.m. Because the boat was too big, the voices on the dock could not be heard at all. Everything was so quiet and tranquil. Jiang Fuyue and Xie Dingyuan had already washed up and were ready to lie down. Just then, there was the sound of deliberately soft footsteps. After 2 minutes, there was the sound of falling and fighting on the deck, accompanied by screams from time to time. Jiang Fuyue and Xie Dingyuan looked at each other. Soon, the men in black came in with 6 tall, strong, and barbaric men. The men in black were the bodyguards that Jiang Fuyue had brought with her when she first came to the island. Professor Jiang, this group of people sneaked onto the boat with knives and were caught red-handed by our brothers. As he said that, he broke the man's arm, and the knife fell to the ground. It was a long knife that was specially used to cut watermelons. The blade was sharp, and if it fell on a person, there would definitely be blood. Xie Dingyuan, what do you want? Seeing that the men did not say anything, he gave the bodyguard a look. The latter did not know what to do, but with a backhand, he made the other party cry out in pain. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. It turned out that this group of people was sent by Fu Sijuan. He demanded that they cripple Jiang Fuyue's arms and legs, turning her into a complete cripple. In return, they would give her 1 million yuan in cash. They wanted to buy her limbs with just 1 million yuan? Fu Sijuan was as stingy and petty as always. Xie Dingyuan took out his phone and was about to call the police, but he was stopped by Jiang Fuyue ? He looked at her inquisitively. Don't call the police for the time being. I need these people. Okay. When the team members returned to the ship at 12 o'clock, everything had already returned to its calm state. Professor Jiang, we're back. This is supper for you and Professor Xia. You must eat it while it's hot. Jiang Fuyue, thank you. Everyone, rest early. We still have to set off early tomorrow morning. Okay. At 6 o'clock the next morning, the fleet set sail on time. After another 2 days, they finally reached the shore again. This time, they stopped directly at the Imperial Pier. The old leader personally came to pick them up and gave them flowers. Thank you for your hard work. Not at all. It's what we should do. Even the chefs and workers were not left behind. The leader, you're also heroes. The chefs and workers smiled honestly and shyly. They actually had a part in it. Everyone held a bouquet of flowers. Dozens of people stood at the pier to take a group photo. With a click, the scene froze. Little did they know that years later, this photo would become valuable information for research on the history of floating islands and Jiang Fuyue's personal life. After the relevant quarantine procedures, the goods shipped back from the island would be delivered by professionals. The process was relatively long, but when they were selling the goods live, they had made it clear in advance that they should not take photos if they minded. The buyers of TikTok were more friendly and understood. Other than the goods, the rest of the things on the boat could not be touched for the time being. They would be sealed and processed. At the pier, everyone left one after another. Xie Dingyuan drove Jiang Fuyue and the 2 children home at the Han residence. Han Yunru and Jantar came over from home early in the morning and looked anxiously at the entrance from time to time. Why aren't they here yet? It's been more than 20 minutes. Jantar, don't worry, I saw on the news that the boat has safely docked at the pier. They should be here soon. Before he could finish, the sound of a car engine came from outside the villa. Han Qishan's eyes lit up. They're here, they're here. Then, he rushed out of the villa as if he was flying. Han Shen, Han Ku, and Han Heng, the 3 great warriors, naturally did not want to be left behind and chased after them. On the other hand, Jantar and Han Yunru were slower by half a beat and only chased after them when they realized what was going on. Jiang Fuyue and Xie Dingyuan got out of the car, each carrying a baby in their arms. When she saw her family, Jiang Fuyue smiled, Dad, Mom, Grandpa, Uncle, I'm back. That sentence almost made Jantar cry. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Han Yunru could no longer hold back her tears. Yeah. She rushed forward and wanted to hug her daughter, but Jiang Fuyue still had Nian in her arms, so there was no way she could do it. Han Qishan first glanced at his granddaughter. When he saw that Jiang Fuyue's complexion was good, he was relieved. Then, his gaze fell on the little guy in his arms. Nian opened his big black eyes and looked curiously at the white-haired grandfather in front of him. The 2 of them looked at each other for a whole half a minute. Let great-grandpa guess. This must be our little Nian, right? Wah, perhaps because he heard his name, Nian instantly became excited. Han Qishan tentatively reached out his hand. Come, little Nian, let great-grandpa hug you, okay? The little guy did not understand, but he was very familiar with this gesture. He tilted his head and thought for a while, then turned to look at his mother. Then, he smiled and jumped into the old man's arms. Instantly, Han Qishan was overjoyed. Io, who is this soft little cutie? Why is he so obedient? Does Nian like great-grandpa? Wha? He replied in a cute voice. Han Qishan wished he could dig out his heart and give it to him. On the other side, Xie Dingyuan was holding Sui, who was looking at great-grandpa Han Shen. His black and bright eyes did not show the slightest bit of fear. Han Shen looked at the beautiful little girl in front of him. His hands were itching. He negotiated with Xie Dingyuan. Can you let me hug you for a while? Xie Dingyuan did not object. He only said, ask Sui. Han Shen reached out to the little guy. However, Sui snorted, turned his head away proudly, and buried his head in his father's chest. Han Shen was confused. At this moment, Han Heng took out a crystal key ring from somewhere and gently shook it in Sui's ear. The jingling sound successfully attracted the little girl's attention. She turned her head and blinked curiously. Han Heng smiled like a wolf trying to kidnap Little Red Riding Hood. Do you want it? Let me hug you and I'll give it to you. After that, he reached out his hand. The little girl decisively threw herself into his arms. Han Heng, who had succeeded in holding the baby, smirked at his big brother. See? Learn from him. Han Shen was speechless. Unfortunately, the happiness did not last for more than half a minute. Sui Sui, who had not been able to grab the key ring, got angry. With a smack, his little chubby hand directly hit Han Heng's face. The man was stunned. After a while, he reacted. Little darling, do you know that you are hitting a handsome face that is insured and worth more than 100 million yuan? Sui Sui, who had already grabbed the key ring and was about to gnaw on it, did not even look at him. Han Heng was speechless. Me? Han Shen laughed. Ha 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 ha. Han Ke thought for a moment and silently took out a sapphire-studded tie clip from his trouser pocket. It was a collectible that he had just bought this morning. This thing should be better than a key ring, right? As it turned out, it was true. When Sui Sui saw the tie clip, she instantly threw away the key ring, vividly showing her fickleness and liking the new and disliking the old. She immediately stretched out her chubby little hands towards Han Ke happily. Wah, wah, Han Heng stomped his feet angrily. What are you doing? Are you trying to snatch the child? Han Ke said, everyone has a share. You have already held it for 3 minutes and 42 seconds. It's my turn. I haven't held it enough yet. Go to the side and wait. What kind of cute little thing was this? It was soft, squishy, and even knew how to slap him. Yes, even if he was beaten, Han Heng would be happy. But Sui Sui would not do it. Before she could get the blue, glowing, and sparkling thing, Han Heng pressed her little hand back again and again. Sui Sui was angry. Smack, 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 she swung her little arms and hit him a few times in a row. Then, wah, 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 she wailed loudly. Han Heng was dumbfounded by the beating. Xie Dingyuan was about to remind her, but it was too late. But this was also good. Some lessons had to be experienced personally to leave a deep impression. Oh, little darling, don't cry. Let second uncle hold you. Han Ke took the opportunity to snatch the little girl. Sui Sui got the tie clip as she wished. She immediately stopped crying and lowered her head to play with it. Han Heng thought, with such acting skills, are you really not considering being a child star? In the evening, in the Han family's dining room. Today's meal was the most sumptuous one Jiang Fuyue had eaten in more than a year. For a moment, it was as if she had returned to the past. The table was filled with her favorite dishes. That night, Jiang Fuyue and her parents stayed over at the Han family's house. Xie Dingyuan also stayed because she had to take care of the 2 little guys. In the middle of the night, Han Yunru was awakened by Sui Sui's crying. She glanced at Jan Tar, who was sleeping soundly, put on her coat, and went out to check. As soon as she walked to the door, she saw Xie Dingyuan skillfully soaking milk for Sui Sui, testing the temperature, and feeding it to the little guy. As long as there was milk, the little girl immediately stopped crying and focused on drinking the milk. In the other crib, Nian Nian was still sleeping soundly. However, Xie Dingyuan still checked her son's diaper while her daughter was drinking milk. It was fresh and dry. After tucking Nian Nian in, Xie Dingyuan noticed Han Yunru standing at the door. Auntie? Why are you up? Did Sui Sui wake you up? Han Yunru walked in and looked at Nian Nian, who was sleeping soundly. Then, she looked at Sui Sui, who was drinking milk quietly and moving his little feet happily. I heard the noise and came out to take a look. Why are you taking care of the 2 children? Where's Yaya? She's sleeping. I heard from Yaya that you took care of the children more after they were born. Yaya has it hard. She has to breastfeed the 2 little guys, and Sui Sui is restless. I can't help much, so I can only do more in other aspects. Han Yunru was silent for a moment. Originally, I didn't agree with Yaya giving birth out of wedlock. This society is too harsh on women. Even with her status and achievements today, it's inevitable that the outside world will criticize her in this aspect. Of course, Yaya may not care, but as her mother, I can't not worry about her. Xie Dingyuan looked down and said in a hoarse voice, it's my fault. I'm sorry, however, Han Yunru changed the topic. Seeing that you're working hard for Yaya and the 2 children, I'm relieved. As long as Yaya is happy, why should we care about what the outside world thinks? They are nothing more than jealous people. Early the next morning, Jiang Fuyue was woken up by Xie Dingyuan. What time is it? 7 in the morning. What are you doing? Is there a meeting? But why did she have the impression that the report would be the day after tomorrow? Xie Dingyuan, I have something to do. Jiang Fuyue, question mark. In a daze, she changed into the white shirt that the man had already prepared. The embroidered doll collar was decorated with a string of beautiful tassels. It was simple but not monotonous. It was very suitable when paired with a lake blue embroidered half-length dress. Her pair of high heels made her look even taller and slender. Jiang Fuyue was still in a daze when Xie Dingyuan brought her into the car. Where are we going? What are you doing? The man looked straight ahead. You'll know when we get there. 20 minutes later, when the black Mercedes-Benz stopped in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Jiang Fuyue was still in a daze. We're here. Do what? Xie Dingyuan unfastened his seat belt and turned to look at her. What do you think we're doing at the Civil Affairs Bureau? I didn't bring my household register. The man took it out like magic. Jiang Fuyue was surprised. Where did you get it? I stole it. Do you believe that my dad will break your legs? He grinned. It's okay, I have mother-in-law to protect me. Jiang Fuyue finally reacted. My mom gave it to you? Yes. When? Last night. Why didn't I know? Cough. It's a secret. Xie Dingyuan handed the household register to her and looked solemn. Yeah, I'll give you the choice. Are you willing to marry me and put my household register in the same household register as yours? Jiang Fuyue's eyes moved slightly. If I say no, what are you going to do? Then I can only be a non-staff member and take care of you and the child. Don't worry, I'll be hardworking and selfless. I won't ask for anything in return. He looked so wronged. So pitiful. Jiang Fuyue couldn't help but laugh out loud. A male nanny? Xie Dingyuan's eyes lit up. No problem. But it has to be a live-in type. Professor Xia, how can you show your face if you really become a nanny? I don't care. What's face? It's not as important as his wife and child, Xie Dingyuan. Whether or not I have that paper, I'm going to rely on you for the rest of my life. Jiang Fuyue took the household register and smiled. Let's go. Huh? Aren't you going to get your marriage certificate? Hurry up, we'll have to line up if we're late. Xie Dingyuan, exclamation point. 20 minutes later, the two of them came out with 2 red booklets in their hands. Jiang Fuyue, Professor Xia, please bear with me for the rest of your life. Xie Dingyuan, Professor Jiang, please bear with me for the rest of your life. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. At the Han residence. When Old Master Han learned that the two of them were going to get their marriage certificate today, he happily led the whole family to start making preparations. Han Shen had a bad feeling. Dad, what are you doing? Hee. When Jiang Fuyue and Xie Dingyuan opened the door, Xiao Meng, who had a festive red flower on its head, ran towards them while wagging its tail. Woof, woof, woof. At the same time, the 3 uncles suddenly appeared. They opened a couplet, the first line, red plum blossoms spit out their fragrance and become a couple. The second line, green willows smile and one heart forever. The horizontal line, flowers are full and the moon is full. Then, Jiang Chenxing and Han Ting, the 2 young men, appeared, each holding a bouquet of red roses. One for their sister and the other for their brother-in-law. Xie Dingyuan and Jiang Fuyue stood rooted to the ground and were both stunned. When the roses were stuffed into their hands, they looked at each other helplessly. Jiang Fuyue, did you arrange this? Xie Dingyuan, definitely not. Just then, Chief Planner Han Qishan made a grand entrance, pushing a 2-seater pram. Nian Yan and Sui Sui sat in the pram, looking around curiously. Dang, are you surprised? Are you surprised? Jiang Fuyue. Surprise. Xie Dingyuan. Surprise. Just like that, under the witness of the whole family, the two walked hand in hand along the stone path full of falling petals. They would continue to walk like this in the future, regardless of wind or rain, lightning or thunder, from black hair to white hair, holding hands, growing old together, never leaving each other, Han Qishan squatted down and looked at the two little sweethearts in the pram through a hazy gauze curtain. Little Nian Nian, little Sui Sui, your biological father has finally made it. Nian Nian's reaction was flat. Woo, Sui Sui was much more excited. She clapped her hands and kicked her legs. Ah. Yeah. Ma, Papa, she actually managed to pronounce the words Mom and Dad. Han Qishan seemed to have discovered a new continent. Sui Sui can call out to people. Really? Let me see, a group of people immediately gathered around. Han Qishan, little sweetheart, say one more. Han Yunru guided her. Mom, she said, pointing at Jiang Fuyue, then continued, Dad, and then pointed at Xie Dingyuan. The little girl's big eyes turned intelligently, but she didn't say anything. Han Shen, Dad, are you sure you heard it clearly? Han Qishan's face suddenly darkened. I'm not that old yet. Han Heng whispered, this has nothing to do with your eyes, it's your ears. Before he finished speaking, he was rewarded with goosebumps. Ouch. Ouch. Nonsense. Grandpa Shen made a dignified gesture, as if he could hit him again at any time. Wow, everyone's attention was attracted by Han Heng. Sui Sui found that no one was looking at her. How could this be? Ma, Baba, listen. Did you scream? That's true, our Sui Sui can say Mom and Dad now. That's amazing. Sui Sui waved her little hands excitedly, perhaps because she could hear the compliment. Wow. Ma, Baba. You're shouting more and more clearly. Everyone couldn't help but look at Nian Nian. Didn't the twins have some sort of common sense? Since Sui Sui already knew how to call them father and mother, Nian Nian should be able to do the same, right? With this thought in mind, everyone racked their brains to coax him to speak. In the end, little Nian Nian calmly raised his eyelids and swept his gaze across the crowd. The way he looked at them was as if he was looking at a bunch of idiots. She felt insulted. In the end, Nian Nian didn't say anything. He calmly played with his fingers. This pair of siblings, one was as quiet as water, while the other was as lively as waves. As they grew older, their appearances began to show obvious differences. If one didn't mention it, one wouldn't have known that they were twins. After collecting the marriage certificate, she still had to make a trip to the Xie family. The next day, when Xie Dingyuan and Jiang Fuyue arrived at the old house with the two children, the house was already crowded with people. The 7 sisters all came with their families. Xie Yunzao said, our little Nian Nian and little Sui Sui are so cute. Xie Yunxiang said, they're just like their parents. How can they not be cute? Don't you think so, little Sui Sui? Xie Yunxiu said, Nian Nian looked so much like Ah Yuan when he was a child. The aunts surrounded the two children and couldn't bear to let them go. But in the end, the two little guys went into the arms of their grandparents first. Xie Zhendong looked emotional and touched little Sui Sui's hand. His eyes were full of excitement and treasure. Fu Wanqiu's eyes turned red. The moment her tears fell, Nian Nian reached out and caught them. Then he gently touched her wrinkled face. It was as if he was comforting her. The old lady's heart suddenly melted like cotton candy. After lunch, Jiang Fuyue was called upstairs by Fu Wanqiu. The old lady held her hand and pushed a jade bracelet to her. This was given to me by Ah Yuan's grandmother when I got married. It was said that my grandmother passed it down to my mother. Now I'm giving it to you. I hope you and Ah Yuan will be happy for the rest of your life. Thank you. Good girl, you've suffered. The Xie family is sorry for you. We'll always be grateful to you. Not only because Jiang Fuyue gave birth to Nian Nian and Sui Sui, but more importantly, she made Ah Yuan live like a human being. After leaving the old house, Jiang Fuyue asked Xie Dingyuan to take the children home first. Where are you going? Jiang Fuyue didn't hide it. To see Mingxin. Some things should be settled. In the evening, at the Lu family's house. This was the first time Jiang Fuyue stepped into the house in her life, and it would also be the last time. She didn't talk nonsense and directly took out the evidence of the murder. Fu. Sijuan's face was pale, but Lu Mingxin was as calm as stagnant water. Jiang Fuyue said. I didn't call the police. Now all the evidence is here. I'll leave it to you. After that, she got up and left without any reluctance. Fu Sijuan screamed at her back. Lu Mingyue, stop. I know it's you. Even if you change your appearance, I'll be able to recognize you at a glance. 20 years ago, I killed you once. Now, I can kill you a second time. I won't let you sow discord between Ah Shen and me. He's my son. He doesn't need you to be good to him. He'll slowly become stronger and take back everything that belongs to him. You turned him into a docile sheep. He has no ambition and lost his fighting spirit. You're too vicious. Just wait and see. I'll definitely turn him back into a lion. I'll break your bones and skin you. The woman's voice was sharp and her expression was twisted. Mom, that's enough, Lu Mingxin said calmly. Mingxin. Don't believe her. Don't believe her. She's trying to sow discord between us. She wants to destroy the relationship between mother and son. Lu Mingxin smiled coldly. Do we still have feelings for each other? As early as 20 years ago, the moment Lu Mingyue died, it was completely broken. Ha ha ha. You blame me? It's been 20 years. She's already back, and you're still blaming me? In these 20 years, there's never been a moment when I didn't hate the fact that half of your blood flows in my body. I can't help but wonder why you're my mother. Fu Sijuan's body swayed slightly, and her lips trembled. You. What do you mean? Isn't it obvious enough? I hate being your son. When you used me to hurt my sister, I didn't have a mother like you anymore. Lu Mingxin picked up the folder on the table. Everyone should pay for their own actions. I'll hand these things over to the police. No. Mingxin. You can't do this. I'm your biological mother. How can I not be compared to Lu Mingyue, who's only half your blood? The woman rushed forward and grabbed his sleeve, trying to snatch the folder from his hand. Lu Mingxin brushed her aside as if he was sweeping away a speck of dust. 20 years ago, it was my cowardice and ignorance that caused my sister's death. Now, I won't make the same mistake twice. You unfilial son. Are you going to send me to prison with your own hands? You'll be struck by lightning. Then let it be. I'm not afraid. In this life, he wanted to clear all obstacles for his sister. This was what he owed her. Fu Sijuan knew her son too well. He had already made up his mind to send her to prison. What should she do? You can't hand me over to the police. They'll definitely interrogate me. When that happens, Jiang Fuyue will also be implicated. Her identity can't be hidden anymore. Identity? What identity? She's Lu Mingyue. I don't know what kind of evil method she used to borrow a corpse. Do you have evidence? Lu Mingxin interrupted her. Fu Sijuan was stunned. If you want to be sent to a mental hospital, you can talk nonsense. You. Lu Mingxin raised his phone and strode away. Hello, 110? I want to call the police. Fu Sijuan screamed and fell to the ground. Unfilial son. Unfilial son. Jiang Fuyue only found out a week later that Lu Mingxin had called the police. Fu Sijuan would be prosecuted for intentional homicide. At that moment, Jiang Fuyue was standing in front of the mirror, tidying up her black academic robe. Yes, she was going to attend the graduation ceremony. After returning from the island, she had spent half a month revising and finishing all the subjects for her 3rd and 4th years. Finally, she was going to graduate with everyone in July. 10 o'clock in the morning, in the auditorium. As the MC, Huafan Jin appeared on the stage in a lake blue gown. Her partner was Li Chen. The young man was dressed in a suit and stood tall. Time flies. 4 years in university go by in the blink of an eye. I can still remember the scene when I first enrolled, but now, I'm already here to graduate. In the past 4 years, we've witnessed the magnificent transformation of Ming University, from a no-name university that no one thought highly of to a superclass key undergraduate university, from an unremarkable academic achievement to a fruitful one, from a weak faculty to an abundance of talents, and we've even built the Endless Tower and obtained a number of national research projects. The development of our society is also flourishing. Not only that, but Ming University's international and domestic rankings have also reached new highs. For Ming University to be where it is today, first of all, I would like to thank everyone present. It is our combined efforts that have made it better and better. Secondly, I would like to thank the principal, professors, and teachers. Lastly, I would like to thank a special person. Perhaps you don't have as many chances to see her on campus as you do on television, newspapers, and magazines, but she has become a kind of spirit, a kind of motivation that inspires us to move forward. Next, let's welcome the graduate representative, Xianxia. As soon as she finished speaking, there was a thunderous applause from below the stage. Xianxia slowly walked onto the stage in her black academic robe. Ming University's emblem was printed on her chest. Her appearance caused everyone to boil with excitement. School leaders, professors, teachers, and students present, good morning. The girl stood on the stage, calm and collected, and spoke tirelessly. At that moment, she seemed to be glowing. Xie Dingyuan sat below the stage. Like the people around him, he was stunned. Focus, gaze, infatuation, yearning, adoration. All kinds of emotions intertwined and surged in his eyes. This was his moon. After the graduation ceremony ended, the leaders and professors left one after another. The students formed groups of 2s and 3s and began to take pictures in various corners of the campus. Hua Fanjin held Xianxua's hand. At this moment, she had changed out of her dress and put on her scholar's gown and hat. Sister Yu, I want to take a picture with you. Okay. Xianxua readily agreed. The two of them stood side by side and smiled at the camera at the same time. Li Chen hesitated for a while before finally saying, I want to take a picture with you too. Is that okay? He asked cautiously. Sure. Xianxua smiled and waved her hand. And us? At some point in time, Liang Jingzhou, Gu Huayu, and Qing Lian had all appeared. Their eyes were bright and filled with anticipation. This time, Lu Sisi and Sun Xiaoqiao could no longer sit still. Why could boys do it? They were Sister Yu's roommates. Soon, the commotion attracted many people. Xianxua instantly became a hot commodity. Everyone wanted to rub off on her. However, at this moment, Xie Dingyuan squeezed into the crowd and walked straight to the front. Xianxua was confused. Why was this person here? Someone in the crowd teased, Professor Xia, you want to take a picture with Sister Yu too? Are you snatching it from everyone? Don't snatch it. You can take it anytime. Let us have the chance. Ha 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 ha. Instantly, there was a roar of laughter. Xie Dingyuan smiled slightly. Sorry, everyone. Can I borrow your Sister Yu for a while? As he spoke, he magically took out a bouquet of flowers from behind him and stuffed it into Xianxua's hands. Then, he took out a red crystal box. Xianxua was stunned. She didn't know what he was going to do. However, the crowd exclaimed. After Rebirth, I'm All the Big Boss's White Moonlight chapters will continue to be updated on the new website. There will be no advertisements on the website. Please bookmark and recommend the new website. After Rebirth, I'm All the Big Boss's White Moonlight. Please bookmark, After Rebirth, I'm All the Big Boss's White Moonlight. Out of everyone's expectations, Xie Dingyuan did not open the box. Instead, he handed the box directly to Xianxua, his expression solemn and his eyes full of anticipation. Xianxua seemed to have guessed something and opened the box slowly, only to see a ring reflecting a sharp metallic light under the sunlight. It was not as dazzling as the hexagonal diamond, but it had the brazenness and roughness of steel. It was a man's ring. When Xie Dingyuan proposed, the two of them could not help but talk about their future plans. They agreed that when Xianxua chose a suitable man's ring, they would register their marriage and hold their wedding. Now, they had already registered their marriage. However, Xianxua seemed to have forgotten about the wedding. Xie Dingyuan was visibly anxious. I've chosen the man's ring. His Adam's apple bobbed slightly, and there was a hint of nervousness in his anticipation. Are you willing? Everyone was a little confused. Why is it a man's ring? Willing to what? This doesn't look like a proposal. He didn't even kneel on one knee, he knelt a long time ago. There are pictures online. Amidst the whispers, Xianxua nodded and said, okay. It was time for the wedding. When the news of their wedding spread back to the Xia and Han families, the elders were overjoyed. Han Qishan said, "We'll do it. We have to do it. Our family's Nanan's marriage, how could it be resolved so quietly? We have to make it look grand." Regarding this, Xianxia agreed with his point of view. Which woman doesn't want a romantic wedding? Han Yunru nodded. Mom is right. If Yuan didn't take the initiative to mention it, with Yeya's personality, who knows how long she would have delayed it. On the day of the graduation ceremony, Xia Dingyuan took out a man's ring and asked Jiang Fuyue if she was willing. Photos were taken by the students and posted online. After careful analysis, the netizens finally came to a conclusion. Professor Xia not only prepared Sister Yu's wedding ring early, but also arranged for his own man's ring. He was humbly asking for her hand in marriage. Isn't it me who's the mountain? If it's me, I'll be the mountain. Professor Xia is too brave. I'm Professor Xia. I can't wait to marry Sister Yu. She's such a good wife. The sooner I marry her, the sooner I'll be at ease. I can foresee Professor Xia's future status in the family. I'll finish the 99 steps, and you only need to take one step forward. This is too romantic. I always thought that Professor Xia would be the stronger one, but I didn't expect. I just want to say, Professor Xia, you have good taste. Our moon goddess is worth it. Jantar sat by the side and listened to his wife and mother-in-law, deep in thought. It turned out that weddings were so important. When the two elders of the Xia family found out, they were even more excited. The old man slammed his walking stick on the floor. Do it. It must be done. The old lady nodded. That's right. We have to make it big. Xia Dingyuan was the current head of the Xia family, and Jiang Fuyue was the matriarch of the Xia family. Their status and reality didn't allow them to keep a low profile. That night, the old man and the old lady got together to discuss the wedding plan. They were worried that their ideas might be outdated and couldn't keep up with the times, so they called Xia Yunzao and Xia Yunshu to come back. They also called their other daughters, but they had something to do and couldn't leave. They would only come back to the old house the next morning. Xia Yunzao glanced at Xia Yunshu, who came in at the same time as her. You're here too? Xia Yunshu raised her chin and couldn't help but snort. Why? You can come, but I can't. I thought you didn't like Jiang Fuyue? Why are you rushing over? Xia Yunzao deliberately mocked her. Sister, please. It's a matter of the past. Can you not mention it? Xia Yunshu's face darkened. If Yeya hears it, it'll affect our relationship. Yeya. You're calling her more and more affectionate now. Xia Yunshu coughed. If you all call her that, then I can't be unsociable, right? Yes, yes, yes. You're the most sociable. Xia Yunshu, of course. Let's go. Mom and Dad are still waiting for us to discuss. Hey. Why are you running? How old are you? Ever since Xia Yunshu went to Ming University to study for a master's degree in luxury goods appraisal, her attitude toward Jiang Fuyue had changed more than just a 180-degree change. There were a few times when Xia Yunzao heard her calling her classmates, and she blurted out Sister Yu or Moon Goddess. Good heavens, at that time, Xia Yunzao was extremely shocked. How old was she? How old was Jiang Fuyue? She didn't know how to call her sister. Until, Xia Yunzao went to Ming University to study a garden design course. She then knew why. In the eyes of Ming University's students, and Ming University's professors, the three words Jiang Fuyue were, in the words of the internet, YYDS, forever God. She had already become a symbol and a spirit. She was remembered by the university and respected by the teachers and students. In an environment where everyone called her Sister Yu, it was really hard not to be led astray. Anyway, in less than a month, Xia Yunzao couldn't help but blurt out Sister Yu when she spoke. At that moment, even she herself was stunned. Then, she sincerely apologized to Xia Yunshu in her heart. That night, the lights in a room on the second floor of the Xia family's old house were on. The next day, the old madam took out the first version of the wedding plan. Then, she sent it to the Han family without stopping. Back then, Han Qishan didn't even put in so much effort for his and Xianxia's wedding. Now, he seemed to be making up for it. Not only did he read every word seriously, he even printed it out and used a pen of different colors to make very detailed marks and comments before sending it back to the Xia family. Then, the second version of the wedding plan was born. Then, it was revised and communicated. The elders of the two families were enthusiastic and excited. Xie Dingyuan and Jiang Fuyue, the bride and groom, were relaxed. During this period, Jiang Fuyue and Xie Dingyuan started new research projects and even set up a new experimental team. Xie Dingyuan asked Jiang Fuyue if she didn't like the arrangement of the family. If she didn't like it, she should tell him. He would communicate with the elders of the two families. This way, if there was any dissatisfaction, he could bear it alone. Jiang Fuyue immediately expressed her opinion. No, I like it very much. Only a fool would reject such an opportunity to be lazy. How could she not like it? She didn't want to love it too much. Okay, the man smiled dotingly. He was also happy to see that the elders of the two families were willing to take care of it. On the 16th of August, the second day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, the wedding was held as scheduled. Before dawn, Jiang Fuyue was woken up by Huafanjin, Xianxia, Lu Sisi, Jiang Han, and Gameng. They were all bridesmaids. Sister Yu, wake up. It's time to get your makeup done. Jiang Fuyue opened her eyes. What time is it now? 4:30. What's going on? Huafanjin said. The bride's makeup is very time-consuming. We also have to hide the wedding shoes. We have to practice how to block the way. Anyway, we're busy. That's right. Xianxia nodded. Cooperate with us, Auntie Jiang Han said. I feel weird when you call me that. The 5 of them had moved in 2 days ago. They were discussing the wedding plan and helping to decorate the bridal room. They were even more tired than the bride. Jiang Fuyue immediately obeyed. She got up and washed up. Downstairs, Jantar had already prepared breakfast for the group of young ladies. Jiang Han couldn't help but eat 2 more bowls of noodles. After eating, she scratched her face embarrassedly. I'll go brush my teeth again. The smell of scallions, ginger, and garlic was a little strong. Jiang Fuyue was also full. Next was the 2-hour makeup process. Qingji hired the top styling team in the industry. Jantar even specially emptied the villa's entertainment area and turned it into a temporary makeup room for the bride and bridesmaids to do their makeup at the same time. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Jiang Fuyue, who had finished her makeup and changed into a bright red dragon and phoenix dress, was beautiful beyond compare. She was just standing there casually, but the impact was enough to be fatal. Jiang Han said, Awei is dead. Gameng said, Sister Yu is too beautiful? Huafanjin said, to be honest, I want to be the groom. Lu Sisi agreed softly. I want to too. Xianxia swallowed. My uncle must have accumulated 8 lifetimes worth of good fortune. Jiang Fuyue stared at her reflection in the mirror. She was wearing a phoenix coronet and a red gown. At the same time, the wedding team also set off from the Xia family's old mansion. The Rolls-Royce Phantom took the lead, followed by Cullinan, McLaren, Panamera, Maserati. The level of luxury was breathtaking. As soon as they set off, the effect was enough to blow up the street. Who's marrying a wife? Why is it so glamorous? The Xia family. They're rich. Is it Professor Xia and Professor Jiang? Yes. No matter how glamorous it is, it's not too much. They should have this kind of grandeur for the country and the people. Tisk. Isn't it too extravagant? It's not hard and simple at all. What hard and simple? That's the situation of the previous generation. Our country has developed to this day so that these people who have contributed to the country can be decent and rich. This is the big picture. Don't spout nonsense if you don't understand. Yes, Professor Xia comes from a good family, and Sister Yu's family is not bad either. Why can't they have a more glamorous wedding? This is a once-in-a-lifetime event. Those noisy people can crawl now. We didn't spend your money, so why do you have so much to say? At 10 o'clock in the morning, the wedding team arrived at the Jiang family's mansion. At that time, Jantar, Han Yunru, Jiang Qinqing, the four great generals of the Han family, Han Ting, Qin Yuanshan, and Shi Qingji were all there. Xie Dingyuan and the groomsmen, Shen Qiannan, Zhong Xiang, Ming Wei, and Xin Jiuxiao, got out of the car and entered the mansion. Originally, only Shen Qiannan was Xie Dingyuan's groomsman. However, because there were too many bridesmaids, they had to find a few groomsmen. At this time, Zhong Xiang jumped out and said he could do it. Xie Dingyuan said, "No. Don't think that he didn't know what this brat was thinking about Jiyu." Although it was all in the past, there was nothing wrong with being cautious. However, Zhong Xiang said, "Sun Xiaoqiao can be the bridesmaid, so why can't I be the groomsman?" That didn't seem wrong. Then, Ming Wei and Sun Jiuxiao also joined in the fun. "If Brother An can do it, so can we." "Right, uncle? You can't favor one and discriminate against the other." Xie Dingyuan was speechless. Just like that, the groomsmen were finalized. Back to the present, Xie Dingyuan led the groomsmen to ask the elders in the living room and teased the two little guys in the stroller. Nian Nian and Sui Sui were wearing red outfits. Even their mouthpieces were red and embroidered with the word happiness. When Sui Sui saw Xie Dingyuan, his eyes lit up and he stretched out his chubby arms. "Daddy. Hug." Fu Wanqiu said, "Io, little darling, your dad doesn't have time to hug you now. Let grandma hug you." Failing to be hugged, Sui Sui pouted. Fortunately, grandma's hug smelled good and she was satisfied, so she didn't cry or make a fuss. She just kept giggling. Nian Nian was quieter. He still didn't know how to speak, anyway, no one in the family had heard him speak. Compared to his sister's cleverness, he was unbelievably calm. However, his eyes were filled with excitement, especially when Xie Dingyuan was wearing a red groom's robe. It was very different from his usual attire. Old Master Xia coughed lightly. "All right, let's go up and pick up the bride. Don't miss the auspicious hour." "Okay." Xie Dingyuan's eyes lit up. He had wanted to go up for a long time, cough. His father-in-law and the four great generals of the Han family were watching. If he was too impatient, he would easily be disliked, on the second floor. Hua Fanjin and Sun Xiaoqiao were holding on to the doorframe and suddenly became excited. "They're up. They're up. Did you hide the embroidered shoes well?" Jiang Han, Gemeng, and Lu Sisi exchanged glances. "Don't worry. We can't even find them." Shen Qiannan took the lead and led the three juniors to block the door. Bang! 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 "We're here to pick up the bride. Open the door." Hua Fanjin said, "No. It's not that easy to marry Sister Yu." "Yes." The rest of the bridesmaids agreed in unison. Shen Qiannan was not surprised at all. He immediately launched a red packet attack. Come, come, come. Ladies, this is a small token of our appreciation. Please accept it." As he spoke, the red packets were pushed through the door from below. The five of them quickly divided up the red packets. "Can we open it now?" "Of course not," Shen Qiannan was speechless. He pushed more red packets. In the end, he stuffed all the red packets into the door. "This should be fine, right?" Hua Fanjin said, "Professor Shen, do you think money is omnipotent?" Jiang Han was the most right to speak. "We don't lack money." Sun Xiaoqiao pecked at the rice like a little chick. "Yes, yes." Shen Qiannan felt a headache coming on. He looked at the juniors for help. Zhong Xiang was speechless. "Huh?" Xin Jiuxiao said, I've never been married. I don't know." Ming Wei said, "Well, it's my first time being a groomsman. I don't have any experience." Shen Qiannan said, "Why are you so useless at such a critical moment?" At this moment, Hua Fanjin's voice came from inside. "It's not impossible for us to open the door." Shen Qiannan felt hopeful. "What are your conditions?" "Just state them." No matter how many red packets there were, he would get them. Jiang Han cleared his throat. "Money is not important. Knowledge is power. So, we have a few simple questions here. We'll open the door only if you answer them correctly." "Okay, whatever questions you have." He was a professor at Q University. What questions did he not know? Jiang Han asked. What sister Yu's first official paper? Shen Qiannan smiled. Physical study of bacterial movement, analysis from the perspective of space biology and condensed matter physics. It was published on the front page of Physical Review Letters, issue 872. He happened to have read it and remembered it. Jiang Han said, correct. Next question. Hua Fanjin asked, when is Sister Yu's birthday? This, Shen Qiannan began to scratch his head. Zhongxiang suddenly said, December 6th, Hua Fanjin said, correct. Next question. Xin Chaqiao asked, which one of the following certificates does Sister Yu not have? Level 1 Pricing Engineer, Level 1 Fire Engineer, Level 1 Structural Engineer, Level 1 Architect, Certified Public Accountant. Xin Jiuxiao said, Certified Public Accountant. Hehe, I was browsing Weibo yesterday and happened to see a blogger listing the certificates that Auntie had obtained over the years. Xin Chaqiao said, not bad, Jiuxiao. Correct. Next question. Lu Sisi said, Sister Yu's favorite color. Mingwei, it's your turn. Shen Qiannan signaled with his eyes. Mingwei scratched his ears and cheeks. He caught a glimpse of Brother Ang's mouth moving and understood. Purple. Xie Dingyuan, who was standing at the back, saw this scene and said nothing. His eyes darkened, but in the end, he smiled in relief. It was okay to think about it. After all, the moon was already his. There would always be people who would look up at the moon and yearn for it. Well, he just had to get used to it. However, he still felt jealous. Gumeng said, last question. Tell me what Sister Yu likes to eat and what she doesn't like to eat. This, old Xia, it's your turn. Xie Dingyuan didn't even need to think. My wife likes coriander, hot pot, and desserts. She doesn't like corn, fatty meat, and konjac. Correct. Shen Qiannan said, we got all the questions right. Hurry up and open the door. The bridesmaids looked at each other and held the door handle. Just as they were hesitating, the door handle was pushed down. Seeing this, Shen Qiannan immediately took the lead and rushed in. Xie Dingyuan walked to the bedside and looked at Jiang Fuyue, who was wearing a red phoenix gown. His eyes were filled with gentleness and amazement. Yeah, I'm here. Jiang Fuyue looked up through the tassels of the phoenix coronet. When she saw Xie Dingyuan's similarly festive attire, she couldn't help but smile. The man reached out to carry his bride, but the next second, Hua Fanjin stopped him. Jiang Han immediately stood over and blocked his view with his fat body. Professor Xia, Sister Yu hasn't put on her shoes yet. Can you help her find them? Shen Qiannan immediately led the other 3 groomsmen to look for the shoes. Xin Jiuxiao said, nothing? Mingwei said, I didn't find anything either. Zhongxiang was like a monkey jumping in the sky. He searched the entire room from top to bottom and then spread his hands. Nothing. Shen Qiannan tried to negotiate with Hua Fanjin. Don't be like this, pretty girl. Take out the shoes and we'll all be happy. No way. Rules are rules. We have to find it first. It's boring to take it out. But, you should at least provide some clues, right? How long will it take to find it if we keep searching like this? There's no need for that, Xie Dingyuan suddenly said as his gaze fell on Jiang Fuyue. The latter raised an eyebrow at him. The next second, the man stepped forward and picked up the woman. Her wedding dress fluttered and her jewelry jingled. Hey, why are you? Hua Fanjin and the others couldn't stop him in time and could only watch as Jiang Fuyue was picked up. Then, a pair of embroidered shoes was revealed. Xie Dingyuan smiled. Didn't we find it? Hua Fanjin, exclamation point. Shen Qiannan gave him a thumbs up. Good job. In the living room downstairs, Jiang Fuyue and Xie Dingyuan knelt down side by side. Hua Fanjin and Jiang Han served tea to Jantar and Han Yunru who were sitting on the sofa. Xie Dingyuan said, Dad, have some tea. Jiang Fuyue said, Mom, have some tea. Jantar took the tea and drank it. He then handed over the prepared red packet. Treat Yaya well in the future. Xie Dingyuan said, Don't worry, I will. Han Yunru touched her daughter's hand reluctantly, tears welling up in her eyes. Be happy. Yes. But if you're wronged, we can't stand it. We'll stand up for you. And us. The four brothers of the Han family immediately said. And me. And me. Jiang Qinqing jumped out and puffed out his chest. He was a man now. He was going to be the pillar of the family and support his sister. Jiang Fuyue smiled. Okay. After the tea ceremony, Jiang Fuyue went out with Jiang Fuyue on his back. It wasn't a long walk, but he deliberately walked slowly. Sister. He sounded like he was about to cry. Are you happy now? Jiang Fuyue's back. She was a little girl with a broad back and She smiled and said, I'm very happy. Then you must be happy forever. Okay. Jiang Shaodi sniffed. Otherwise, I'll beat my brother-in-law up. Okay. It's. When Jiang Qinqing put Jiang Fuyue in the car and started the engine, he suddenly grabbed the door and refused to close it. His tears fell without warning. Everyone was stunned, including Jantar and Han Yunru who were sending their daughter off. But no one knew that before Jiang Qinqing burst, Jantar had also turned around and secretly wiped his tears. Sister, I can't bear to leave you. His brother-in-law was crying so hard that Xie Dingyuan didn't dare to go forward. Jiang Fuyue looked at him stubbornly standing by the car door. It was as if she saw the little boy with an apron and a spatula. He was also a crybaby and his eyes turned red easily. She reached out to wipe his tears. You're a man now. Why are you still crying? I don't want to, but I can't help it. In the end, Han Yunru went forward and comforted him. She then closed the door and motioned for Shen Qiannan to drive. The wedding procession slowly drove away and headed to the hotel. Everyone's attention was on Jiang Shaodi who was crying like a silly dog. No one noticed that there was a man in his 40s in the crowd. His eyes were red and tears were rolling down his cheeks. Lu Mingshan looked at the wedding car in the distance, and a sob escaped from his throat. He actually envied Jiang Qinqing. He could carry her on his back and cry so righteously. Eh? Boss Lu? Why are your eyes red? It's the wind. Oh. The man nodded but he couldn't help but wonder. Wasn't Lu Mingshan a guest of the Xia family? Why was he at the bride's house, strange, Hilton Hotel? For this grand wedding, the whole place was booked and closed for the day. The star-themed dome used the latest holographic projection technology to house the entire Milky Way. The hall was dreamlike. It was as if they had traveled to a sci-fi movie. At 11:50 p.m., all the guests were seated. Someone glanced at the VIP area. The Xie family and the Han family were all present. The Zhong family, the Lin family, the Ming family, and the Tsin family, who were related to the Xie family by marriage, were also present. Although the Yu family didn't have a close relationship with the Xie and Han families, they also sent their new heir to congratulate them. However, he wasn't qualified to sit in the VIP area. Is he called Yu Jiaza? I've never heard of him before. This kid is really ruthless. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to stand out from the bunch of illegitimate children. Who's the woman beside him? I think she's his sister. Her name is Yu Kaisen? Eh? Why is the Lu family here too? And Lu Mingshan is here in person. The most important thing was that he was sitting in the VIP area. Is he sitting in the wrong seat? Why is he sitting with the bride? Maybe he's sitting in the wrong seat. I've never heard of him having any relationship with the Jiang family. Thus, the 8 great families of the imperial city were gathered here. And they were all core members. Not only that, many people from Linhui also came. Ling Qingzhou, Yi Hanqing, Jiang Guohui, and the teachers of Linan First High School, Su Jing, Meng Zhijian, Yu Wenzhou, and even Zhao Taijun came. Compared to the teachers, there were even more classmates. Wan Xiutong, Lin Qiao, Sun Qing, Eci, and Lu Bowen. These were all her high school classmates. There were also her friends who had participated in the Olympic Games with Jiang Fuyue. Guo Zidong, Chen Qing, Tan Chiasu, Wei Kongjue, Fang Canyang, Gao Xiaoming, and Huang Hui. Her college classmates were Li Chen, Liang Jingzhou, Gu Huayu, and Qing Lian. Fu Qingjiao was now a member of Jiang Fuyue's experimental team. Moreover, his girlfriend, Huafan Jin, had reminded him several times, so he naturally came as well. Lin Shimo sat in the VIP area and bumped into Xianxia, who was the groomsman. "Let me interview you. How are you feeling now?" "What do you mean?" "The girl I used to miss has become my aunt. Now, I have to force a smile and be the groomsman." "Which eye of yours saw me forcing a smile?" "Both of my eyes saw it." "Get lost. I've already let it go." "You're still holding on to the past. Bro, you're too narrow-minded, okay?" Lin Shimo was speechless. Zhongxiang snorted. "I don't want to talk to you. I'm going to look for ECI." Lin Shimo was confused. Did he have another dog? When Zhongxiang came to the table with their high school classmates, there were no seats left. He squeezed himself to EC's side. "What are you doing here?" As the man's nephew, Zhongxiang was not only sitting in the VIP area, but he was also the only VIP area. Zhongxiang said, "I'm here to see you, and my old classmates." ECI said, "I called Ling Xian. Do you think he'll come today?" "I'm not sure. He's a lofty person and doesn't want to lose face. Moreover, his feelings for Jiang Fuyue were deeper than anyone else's. If Jiang Fuyue's confession to him back then was true, then it was equivalent to him personally rejecting a girl that he couldn't get. TSK, Zhongxiang thought to himself that he had finally found someone who was more miserable than him. ECI curled her lips, gloating. After talking about the young ones, there were also the old ones. There was a table in the VIP area that could be said to be the MVP: Su Kaiqing, Old Peter, Shen Wenjiao, Mingyu, Xiaoshan, Zhou Jingqi, Jia Xing. They were either scientists in the industry or principals of famous schools. Huh? Who's sitting at the innermost table on the girl's side? I don't know, what about you? Let me see. The next second, someone began to gasp. Yi Qianji? Sun Huaishan? These two seniors are still here. Oh my god. Trust me, there will be a frenzy in the world of feng shui tomorrow. Yufeng Group's Lu Jinzhong is here too? What? Yufeng Group? Was it the Imperial Wind Group that was rumored to be exceedingly powerful and wealthy? Who's sitting next to Lu Jinzhong? Xing Yonghua. His nickname is Hu Ben. He's now in charge of Camp A and a series of underground forces under the Yufeng Group. What about the other one? The original 6 from Yufeng Group. He just got the development rights of Duofu not long ago. He's a proper businessman. Not only that. I also saw Star Moon Entertainment's boss, Wu Qian, and KT's chief designer, Jiang Ku. Oh my god. These people that we usually can't invite are all here. And they were guests of the girl's side. Therefore, Jiang Fuyue was far more complicated than what the outside world thought. The Xie family didn't marry a daughter-in-law. They married a golden goose with a huge network of connections. Who wasn't jealous? Who wasn't jealous? Too jealous. At 12 o'clock sharp, the groom, Xie Dingyuan, appeared on the stage amidst the melodious wedding march. At the end of the red carpet, the door opened. Under Janter's escort, Jiang Fuyue, dressed in a white veil, walked towards him step by step. Xie Dingyuan looked at the girl walking towards him. At that moment, tears flashed in his eyes. Finally, he married the girl he loved. At this moment, his heart and eyes were filled with her. The man couldn't help but walk forward. He didn't care about revealing his eagerness and joy. He even wanted to announce it to the whole world. Finally, he carefully took her from Janter's arms. Yeah, you're so beautiful today, you're also very handsome. The two looked at each other and smiled, just like they had done countless times before. There was no godfather or noisy host for the wedding. Amidst the slow and affectionate music, Xie Dingyuan slowly opened his mouth. No one knows how long I've been looking forward to this moment. I've been longing for this moment. Yeah, thank you for appearing in my life. Thank you for being willing to accept me after I made a rude and arrogant mistake. Thank you for your silent understanding, wordless support, and selfless sacrifice. I love you and will always be loyal to you. Life or death contract, I'll hold your hand and accompany you till the end of our days. Will you marry me? Jiang Fuyue looked into his eyes and made a promise that would last for the rest of her life. I'm willing. Thunderous applause sounded at the scene. Sui, who was in Fu Wanshou's arms, clapped his little hands excitedly. Nian, who was in Han Yunru's arms, looked at the stage quietly. Suddenly, his eyes curved into crescents. Shouldn't the groom kiss the bride now? Shen Qiannan led the crowd. Yes, kiss her. Kiss her. Xie Dingyuan slowly moved closer. Jiang Fuyue smiled. Lifting the white veil, the man's warm lips fell on the woman's smooth forehead. Shen Qiannan said, "Hey. Why are you only kissing her forehead? This is not like you, old Xia. Get lost, I won't show you." Petty. Xie Dingyuan pulled Jiang Fuyue into his arms and hugged her tightly. Yeah, I love you. Xie Dingyuan, I may not love you as much as you love me, but I'll work hard. Okay. Not far away, the cameraman pressed the shutter and captured this beautiful scene forever. In 2220, when the future generation studied the legendary scientist couple, Xie Dingyuan and Jiang Fuyue, they summarized their lives into 4 hugs. And every hug was evidenced by historical photos. The first hug, in the epidemic area of Continent F, Professor Xia hugged his lover and the little girl infected with the Shunkfold virus in his arms amidst the smoke. This was love and righteousness. The second hug, at the Nobel Prize in Medicine award ceremony, the two of them received the award and hugged each other happily. This was knowledge and achievement. The third hug, at the wedding ceremony, Professor Xia was dressed in a suit and leather shoes. Professor Jiang was dressed in a white veil. The two of them hugged each other tightly. This was a promise to each other. The fourth hug, when Professor Jiang was 50 years old, the couple won the Nobel Prize in Chemistry at the same time. They became the first couple in history to win the Nobel Prize twice. At the banquet, Professor Xia, whose sideburns were slightly white, hugged his charming wife and danced together. As time passed, they were still as romantic as ever. This was companionship and glory. Actually, there was a fifth hug. 2 urns were placed side by side, covered with a bright red national flag. This was not abandoning each other and staying together in life and death. End of text. This was a promise to each other. The fourth hug, when Professor Jiang was 50 years old, the couple won the Nobel Prize again. They won the Nobel Prize at the same time and became the first couple in history to win the Nobel Prize twice. At the banquet, Professor Xia, who had white sideburns, hugged his charming wife and danced together. Time flew by, but they were still romantic. This was companionship and glory. Actually, there was a fifth hug. 2 urns were placed side by side, covered with a bright red national flag. This was not abandoning each other and staying together in life and death. 939 Yuanyue side story. In the first year of their marriage, Jiang Fuyue and Xie Dingyuan formed their own experimental teams. They both had national research projects in their hands. Xie Dingyuan's main base was still in history biology. Occasionally, he would borrow Q University's laboratory. Speaking of history biology, they had started to move from Linhui a few years ago. Now, their main business and key laboratories had all been moved to the imperial capital. Jiang Fuyue's activities were in Ming University. Not only was there her personal laboratory, but it was also backed by the rich interdisciplinary resources of the Endless Building. It could be said to be a blessed place. As the leader of the project, they were also the soul of the team. The two of them shone in their respective fields and positions, and their results were remarkable. However, they were really busy, especially when the analysis report was about to be released at the end of the phased experiment. The two of them simply lived in the laboratory. They often did not go home for 10 days to half a month. When the two of them were done, they realized that Nian and Sui had grown a lot taller. They could run and jump and could even eat by themselves with a spoon. Only then did the two of them realize that they had missed the growth of their children. This definitely could not go on, so the two of them agreed that no matter how busy they were, they had to be home before 11 o'clock every day. The working time was compressed, but the workload did not change. The two of them could only improve their efficiency. Even the entire team began to operate efficiently. That year, Jiang Fuyue and Xie Dingyuan's published papers reached a record high. There was also a popular saying in the academic circle, never compete with Xie Dingyuan and Jiang Fuyue, you can't catch up. However, there were still countless master's students who wanted to join their team. In the same year, Jiang Fuyue entered Q University to study chemistry as a graduate student. Zhou Jingqi finally realized his dream of poaching Jiang Fuyue to his school. It was said that on the day of the postgraduate admission, he personally stood in front of Q University's gate, welcoming and sending off the students. He was as happy as a child. Unfortunately, Jiang Fuyue had a fever that day, so she asked for leave from the Academic Affairs Office and delayed her registration by 3 days. Zhou Jingqi? In the second year of their marriage, Jiang Fuyue completed her master's program at an astonishing speed and was hired by Q University as a professor. I won't be starting classes for the time being, but I have to lead the laboratory and team here. Xie Dingyuan, on the other hand, pioneered a new field of cell recombination for history biology, focusing on the study of human organ cloning. This year, the two of them still maintained the habit of reaching home before 11 o'clock. Occasionally, if they really couldn't leave and needed to be late, they would call in advance to inform him. In the first half of the year, Jiang Fuyue was busy with her new project and thesis. Xie Dingyuan was relatively free, so he drove to Ming University at 10 o'clock every night to pick her up. Most of the time, he even brought Nian and Sui with him. Jiang Fuyue could hear the little girl's cheerful voice calling mommy from afar. Yes, only Sui's voice was heard. Nian was 3 years old, but he still hadn't spoken yet. The two of them took him to the hospital for a checkup, and the results showed that everything was normal. Nian's vocal cords were very good, and there were no problems with his learning ability. As for why he didn't speak, the doctor, maybe he just doesn't want to. The two of them, after that, Xie Dingyuan and Jiang Fuyue left him alone. In the second half of the year, Xie Dingyuan started to get busy. Jiang Fuyue followed suit and drove to pick him up whenever she was free. Today's Duofu was far from what it was when they left the island 3 years ago. Thanks to the support of national policies and the efforts of the villagers on the island, Duofu had become a famous tourist destination in China. The blue unpolluted water, the simple and enthusiastic villagers, the picturesque bamboo buildings, the mysterious and ancient local customs, and a large number of exquisite handmade products, all of these amazed tourists from all over the world. Last year, Duofu was voted as the tourist destination most wanted to visit. According to the latest survey data released by the Tourism Bureau this year, the tourism industry of Duofu accounted for 80% of the island's profit last year. The remaining 20% came from the rising shipping industry, real estate, and new media. Riding on this momentum, the villagers started to do small businesses. Some opened local specialty shops, some sold the island's specialty snacks, some were land guides, and some were shipping goods. In short, every family found a way to make money that suited them, and their lives were getting better day by day. With the increase of the average income of the villagers, the originally arrogant 3 surname families slowly put down their arrogance. As a result, the brand of high and low and the caste system gradually faded in the belief of the villagers, and the change of thinking and liberation was truly completed. In addition to the rapid development of tourism on the island, the improvement of education and medical care was obvious to all. 3 years ago, the first elementary school in Duofu was built and named Moon 1 Small. In the past 2 years, Moon 2 Small, Moon 3 Small, Moon 1 Middle, and Moon 2 Middle were built one after another. The children of Duofu could also enjoy the compulsory education policy. In the past 2 years, Fan Yi had successfully obtained a graduation certificate and a degree certificate from Imperial Normal University. 3 months ago, she gave up the recommendation for a postgraduate at Imperial Normal University and returned to Duofu resolutely. Now, she was a teacher on staff at Moon 1 Middle School. Due to the lack of teachers, she needed to take math, physics, chemistry, and biology classes for the entire grade. The medical conditions on the island were also constantly improving. So far, 2 large general hospitals had been built, as well as several community health centers. Many tourists couldn't help but ask, why are there moon-shaped sculptures in the hospital and school? Every time this happened, the villagers would close their eyes devoutly and make a prayer gesture. Because the moon goddess, Agata, gave us all this. Xie Dingyuan and Jiang Fuyue lived on the island with their 2 children for half a month. The slow pace of life allowed the couple to break free from the fatigue of work. Nian and Sui climbed trees to fish, went fishing in the sea, and ran crazily on the beach, having a lot of fun. I seem to have been here before, Nian Nian said seriously with a serious face. Xie Dingyuan and Jiang Fuyue were stunned. Because this was the first time the little guy spoke, Xie Dingyuan took a deep breath and calmed down. You have influence over this place? Nian Nian nodded. Can you tell me more about it? Nian Nian walked to a certain point on the beach, then stood still and looked at the sea level. He seemed to feel that something was wrong, so he squatted down and looked again. It was still wrong. Finally, he reached out his hands to Xie Dingyuan. Although his expression was very serious, his voice was still childish. Daddy, can you hug me? Tutanayoff. Nian Nian, Nian 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 Nian. When Nian Nian looked over again, his eyes lit up. That's it. He pointed at the sea. Xie Dingyuan vaguely remembered that when the two children were only a few months old, he had held them like this and looked at the sea. You still remember? The man's eyes flashed with shock. Yes. Nian Nian nodded affirmatively. Xie Dingyuan and Jiang Fuyue looked at each other. When Nian Nian looked over again, his eyes lit up. That's it. He pointed to the sea. Xie Dingyuan vaguely remembered that when the two little ones were only a few months old, he held them like this and looked at the sea. You still remember? The man's eyes flashed with shock. Yes. Nian Nian nodded affirmatively. Xie Dingyuan and Jiang Fuyue looked at each other. 941 Abyss Moon Story 3. The day before leaving the island, Jiang Fuyue went to the bamboo house alone. With the continuous development of the island, there were changes here. Not only was there water and electricity, but there was also a network connection. A refrigerator, a color TV, an air conditioner, a gas stove, a washing machine, they were all used. The only thing that didn't change was the surrounding mountains and rivers and the garden full of herbs. There was also a large screen at the entrance. Professor Jiang? Fu Suizhong's eyes widened when he saw the person. He was sitting in front of a desk recording a video, and there were crystal dice on the table for astrology. Today, Small Bell Constellation was the leading star among the constellation bloggers, and the advertising price started from 6 figures. Fu Suizhong made money, but he didn't forget to repay Duofu. All the desks in Moonlight Second Middle School were donated by him. It was strange that now that Duofu was open, many villagers chose to go outside the island to see the world, but Fu Suizhong never thought about it. It was as if he was satisfied with just guarding the bamboo house. Long time no see. I'm looking for Zhongqing. Jiang Fuyue didn't beat around the bush, and went straight to the point. Fu Suizhong shrugged. Then I really can't do anything. Master left the island with the cargo ship half a month ago and didn't say how long he would be gone. Before he left, he only told me to look after the house and not forget to take care of the herb garden. Then how can I contact him? You can't contact him. He didn't bring his phone. Jiang Fuyue frowned. Finally, she asked Fu Suizhong for a pen and paper, and left a letter. Please help me pass it to him. Okay. Watching Jiang Fuyue leave, Fu Suizhong put the letter aside and continued to finish the video. After he finished, he took out the incense and paper money that he had prepared beforehand. Then, he took the letter and walked to the herb garden. Master, you guessed right. She really came back to see you. A cool breeze blew past, and the candlelight flickered. The letter was swallowed up by the flames, leaving behind a pile of ashes. In the 4th year of their marriage, the two of them were still busy. Xie Dingyuan was infected during a chemical experiment and his life was in danger. When Jiang Fuyue arrived at the hospital, the lights in the emergency room were on. A group of people were waiting outside. There were colleagues, students, and leaders. She couldn't hear any words of consolation. Her ears were ringing and her eyes were glazed over. Halfway through, the doctor issued 2 notices of critical illness. At that moment, his brain seemed to have stopped thinking, and even his heartbeat gradually weakened. Everything around him was fading and fading away. Jiang Fuyue's eyes only started moving again when the emergency lights went off and everyone around her was crying tears of joy. She laughed along with him. A month later, Xie Dingyuan was discharged from the hospital. At this time, Jiang Fuyue made a decision. She wanted to study clinical medicine. No one knew how scared and helpless Xie Dingyuan was when his life was hanging by a thread in the operating room. Instead of putting his family's life in the hands of the doctor, it was better to put it in her hands, let her personally go into battle with the Grim Reaper. In December of the same year, Jiang Fuyue participated in the clinical medicine postgraduate examination at B University. In the end, she was admitted to B University's medical school with the best results in the written examination. At that time, she was already a postdoc in chemistry at Q University. It was difficult to start from scratch, but she was even more afraid of being helpless when her loved one's life was hanging by a thread. In the 5th year of their marriage, Xie Dingyuan decided to reduce his work and focus on his family. Jiang Fuyue completed the 3-year clinical medicine postgraduate course in a year. You're still young and have a long way to go. She shouldn't be trapped by her family and children. The sky was her home. Jiang Fuyue pursed her lips. You make it sound like you're very old. I don't think so. Xie Dingyuan chuckled. I just want to spend time with my children. Liar. How could Jiang Fuyue not know his intentions? As Nian Nian and Sui Shui grew up, one of them would have to make a compromise between work and family. They would have to focus on the latter to support the family and take up the responsibility of educating their children. Xie Dingyuan obviously wanted to sacrifice himself to fulfill her wish. Jiang Fuyue said, I don't agree. What? You want to argue with a patient like me? Come on. You've already recovered. She had just given him a checkup this morning. The man laughed. Then just take it that I want to slack off, okay? Why are you the only one slacking off? I want it too. That won't do. Professor Jiang is now the pillar of the family. My 2 children and I still have to rely on you for food. Don't give me that. Jiang Fuyue glared at him. Well, it's decided then. No, who's with you? Sui Shui seems to be calling me. Let's go upstairs and take a look. After saying that, he slipped away. Jiang Fuyue, just like that, after Xie Dingyuan handed over the project to the right person, he lived a leisurely life of taking care of his wife and children. He continued to manage history biology, but most of the time, he worked from home. In addition to taking care of the education of the 2 children, Xie Dingyuan also specially hired a professional chef to teach at home. After a week of learning, he found that the chef was good at Cantonese cuisine, which was more sweet and not suitable for their family. When Jantar found out, he personally came to Xie Dingyuan's house and taught him step by step. This spoon has to be held like this to make it look good. Try it. Han Yunru occasionally came to teach Xie Dingyuan how to make desserts. Yaya and Nian Nian both like desserts, but Sui Sui doesn't like sweets. 2 months later, not only was Xie Dingyuan able to cook 3 decent meals a day, she was also able to make desserts with ease. Nian Nian said, it's delicious. Sui Sui, Daddy, you're so awesome. Do you know how to do everything? Xie Dingyuan, who was good at cooking, quickly captured the 2 little ones' stomachs and became the best daddy in the world. Regarding Xie Dingyuan's semi-retirement, many people felt that it was a pity. Even the leaders had tried to talk to him several times. In the end, he became anxious and blurted out. What's the point of doing this? Xie Dingyuan retorted, how is it meaningless? Being a good wife to Professor Jiang and letting her devote herself to scientific research without any worries, I am also contributing to the cause of science. It's just that she uses experimental equipment while I use pots and pans. The leaders. They couldn't refute. In the 6th year of their marriage, Xie Dingyuan took good care of Jiang Fuyue and the 2 children. He even took time to complete 2 projects. Although the number of projects was not as high as the previous few years, and the progress was not fast enough, the quality was surprisingly high. It was also in this year that 7-year-old Nian Nian and Sui Sui started elementary school. A month later, Nian Nian passed the exam and skipped to the 3rd grade. Sui Sui was selected for the provincial youth figure skating team and took the first step in her sports career. In the 7th year of their marriage, Jiang Fuyue completed all the medical master's courses at B University. She exceeded the SCI thesis quota and began to work in the hospital department. In the same year, she completed the world's first ischemic heart transplant and it was a great success. This was the first time ischemic organ transplant technology was used in the field of heart transplantation, after the application of liver and kidney transplants. The blood flow was not interrupted throughout the surgery, and the heart did not stop beating. It made a huge contribution to the advancement of organ transplant technology. Jiang Fuyue was also recommended for a doctorate because of this. In this year, Xie Dingyuan mainly focused on the two children. He guided Nianyan's divergent thinking and gradually built a knowledge framework, imperceptibly cultivating his rigorous academic spirit. In order to avoid personal cognitive gaps and educational limitations, Xie Dingyuan also asked his teacher, Shenwen Zhao, who was now almost 80 years old, to teach Nianyan. After the old man and the little guy spent an afternoon together, his old eyes lit up. "I like this kid. Very interesting. Why couldn't Xianxia, that unfilial son, give birth to him? What's the use of having him?" After that, Mr. Shen often taught Nianyan, sometimes face-to-face, sometimes directly through holographic video calls. Nianyan also liked this knowledgeable and kind old man very much. On Suisui's side, Xie Dingyuan did not seem to be so skillful. After all, he did not know anything about figure skating. But this did not prevent him from giving the best to his beloved daughter. First, he hired a professional figure skating coach to guide Suisui. Then, he hired a nutritionist to adjust the little girl's eating habits. Finally, he personally took her to watch figure skating competitions in China and abroad. Although Xie Dingyuan's focus was on the two children, he did not neglect his wife. Almost every day, he would drive her to pick her up from work, cook her favorite dishes, and occasionally create a little surprise to spice up the dull days. The two of them often went out on dates and showed off their affection. The 7-year itch did not happen to them. In the 8th year of their marriage, Jiang Fuyue was given an opportunity to study abroad. She did not agree immediately. Instead, she first asked for Xie Dingyuan's opinion. It was respect, and also trust. The man knew that the opportunity was rare, so he chose to support her unconditionally. In this way, Jiang Fuyue began her life of studying abroad. At the same time, she had to take care of the research projects in her hands. She was very busy. Naturally, the couple did not have much time to talk on the phone. This year, Xie Dingyuan was alone in China to take care of the children. However, as long as Jiang Fuyue had more than 3 days off, he would fly over to accompany her. As the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder. Their love was still fresh. In the 9th year of their marriage, Jiang Fuyue returned to China and brought back the world's most advanced cardiac surgery technology. It was also this year that she graduated with her medical doctorate. Xie Dingyuan attended the graduation ceremony and gave her a bouquet of fiery red roses and a passionate kiss. At that time, Jiang Fuyue was 31 years old, and Xie Dingyuan was 40 years old. As time passed, the romance and affection in their bones did not change. 2 months later, Jiang Fuyue was hired by B University as a visiting professor and accepted the invitation to work in B University's affiliated hospital. During her tenure, she was famous in the hospital for being a research fanatic. SCI was nothing to her, and CNS was also very successful. Q University's principal, Zhou Jingqi, was furious. He scolded Jia Xing, "Shameless! How dare you steal my student? Look, Professor Jiang hasn't come to Q University to give lectures for months." B University's principal, Jia Xing, smiled and said, "Sorry, Professor Jiang is now a professor at B University, so Q University wants to monopolize her? Dream on, even Ming University doesn't dare to be so domineering." "How dare you?" Zhou Jingqi was speechless. "Are you polite?" On October 1st, Nianyan and Suisui celebrated their 10th birthday together. The Han family and Xia family came to celebrate the two little guys' birthdays. "It's the first time our two little babies are celebrating their 10th birthday. We have to make it lively and throw a good party." Nianyan invited his classmates, and Suisui invited his teammates. The former was all boys, and they were all taller and stronger than him. After asking, he found out that they were second-year high school students. Why are second-year high school students classmates with Nianyan? After a few glasses of red wine, Han Heng was half-drunk and didn't have enough brain power to think. Because Nianyan is a second-year high school student this year. So stupid. Hiss. Our little Nianyan skipped a grade again? Yes. Suisui's guests were all beautiful young girls with soft figures and cute shy expressions. She was now the big sister in the team and had the power to rally people. On the 10th year of their marriage, on their wedding anniversary, Jiang Fuyue received a gift from Xie Dingyuan as expected. It was a perfectly cut diamond, and a surgery order from the hospital. Ligation? What are you doing? Jiang Fuyue was shocked and angry. 2 months ago, she had symptoms such as retching and drowsiness. Xie Dingyuan thought she was pregnant and went to the hospital for a checkup. She was fine. Although it was a false alarm, this made the man make up his mind. It's enough to have Nian Nian and Sui Sui in this life. I want to leave the rest of my time and passion to you. Yeah, happy anniversary. Our next 10 years are coming. End of Yuanyue chapter. Sui Sui was a girl who loved to eat. She had been like this since she was young. Grandma said that she took after her uncle. However, Sui Sui felt that it was great to take after her uncle. Her uncle was the nation's idol and a top superstar. Jiang Chenxing also doted on this niece to the bone. On her first birthday, he gave her Tiffany Cartier when she was 2 years old. When she was 3 years old, he directly collected the classic BKC from Hermes, and all of them were rare leather. Han Heng looked at it and clicked his tongue. This is the limit. Let's see what you're going to give her when she's 4 years old. On the day she turned 4, Jiang Chenxing gave her a house. Let's use it as a warehouse for our little Sui Sui to store clothes and bags, okay? The 4-year-old girl didn't know about luxury goods. Just because it was a gift from her favorite uncle, she clapped her hands happily and jumped around with laughter. Okay, at that moment, the same peach blossom eyes of the niece and uncle were black and bright, full of light. In the next few years, high heels, perfume, cosmetics, jewelry. Jiang Chenxing gave her everything, not only on her birthday, but also on normal days. The niece and uncle often got together. Ahem, to be precise, they went behind Jantar and Han Yunru's backs to look for food all over the country. The most ridiculous time was when Jiang Chenxing directly chartered a plane to take Sui Sui to Jie Province in order to eat the freshest and most authentic autumn crab from Yangqing Lake. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, they even went to Linhui to have fun. Han Yunru woke up early in the morning and couldn't find Sui Sui. She was so anxious that she walked around the house. Finally, she saw the note Jiang Chenxing left behind. He didn't say that he was going to eat. He only said that he had 5 days off and was going on a trip with Sui Sui. Han Yunru didn't think much of it and kept it a secret. The niece and uncle were really bold. They did it again and again until Han Yunru found out that Sui Sui had gained 5 kilograms in a month. Then, Jiang Chenxing was scolded and kicked out of the house. Sui Sui looked guilty. Uncle, I'm sorry. Jiang Chenxing winked at her. Experience is accumulated from repeated failures. Let's be more careful next time. We definitely won't be discovered. Sui Sui's eyes lit up. Okay. For the sake of food, he really went all out. The little girl's memories before she was 12 years old were all about eating and playing. She was carefree and even felt that she was the happiest baby in the world. Compared to her brother, she had to follow a different teacher every day, attend different classes, do different homework, and think about different problems. Sometimes, when he talked to her father, she couldn't understand a single word. Whenever that happened, she would happily finish her meal. There was food and drink, so much joy. However, her brother was also very happy. She could feel it. Grandma said that this was a telepathy unique to twins. Sui Sui thought that her brother should be as happy in class as she was when she was eating. The only thing that was more difficult was the training of the provincial team. That's right. When Xianxia was 10 years old, she was selected for the provincial figure skating team and officially became a figure skater. Although she had to train every day and would be very tired after every training, she liked skating. She heard from her mother that when she was led by her father past the skating rink, she stared straight inside and refused to leave. Her father had no choice but to sign her up on the spot. When she was 7 years old, she was chosen by the initiation coach and joined the provincial figure skating team. 3 years later, she was chosen by the coach of the provincial team. After 3 visits, her parents were finally convinced. Actually, it wasn't considered convincing because her parents had asked her before making the decision. Her parents only agreed because she said that she wanted to go. Because, whatever Sui Sui wants to do, Mom will support it. Dad will support it too. When she was 15 years old, Sui Sui felt like she was in love. After Rebirth, I am the white moonlight of all the big bosses. Chapters will continue to be updated in the new bookstore. There are no advertisements on the website. Please bookmark and recommend the new bookstore. After Rebirth, I am the white moonlight of all the big bosses. Please bookmark. After Rebirth, I am the white moonlight of all the big bosses. The new bookstore is the fastest. They were dating, right? Xianxia would bring her breakfast every day, fetch hot water for her between classes, and take over her duties after school. They took the same route home and often ran and threw shot put together during PE classes. When she went to the provincial team for training, he would take the initiative to send her there and then leave quietly. At first, Xianxia was confused. They had been deskmates for so long, so why did he suddenly seem like a different person? Since she couldn't figure it out, she didn't want to think about it anymore. Xianxia chose to ask directly, Xianxia, what are you doing? I'm wooing you, can't you tell? The young man still looked cold, but his ears were secretly red. Xianxia froze on the spot like a frightened deer. That night, she went back to her room without eating. Han Yunru and Jantar looked at each other. Something was wrong. Sweet and sour pork ribs, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and stewed scallops with vermicelli were all her favorites, but she only ate 2 mouthfuls today. Jantar asked, did the coach scold her again? Han Yunru said, no way. Didn't she just get the gold medal in the preliminaries? That's strange. Was she bullied by her classmates at school? Han Yunru's mouth twitched. With Xianxia's strength, she can easily knock down boys. Who would dare to bully her? Jantar scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. You're right, Han Yunru got up. Eat your food, I'll go take a look. Jiang Fuyue and Xia Dingyuan had gone abroad with the team for 2 months. Nian Yan was also on the list, so Han Yunru and Jantar had been taking care of Xianxia during this time. Knock, 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 Han Yunru said, good girl, can I come in? Xianxia said, Grandma, please come in. Why are you unhappy today? Did something happen at school? Xianxia paused for a moment, a little troubled and nervous. Grandma, can I fall in love early? Han Yunru's eyes widened. Fall in love early? A male classmate likes you? Did he confess to you? Xianxia, exclamation point. It's over. Within half an hour, she received an international call from Xia Dingyuan. Dad. Xianxia held the phone carefully. Are you in love? His tone was very calm. But Xianxia heard the undercurrent in it and immediately denied, no. Then why are you suddenly asking about puppy love? Just. Xianxia rolled his eyes. Speak the truth. I think, someone confessed to me? Xianxia? Xianxia was shocked. Dad, how did you know? Xia Dingyuan did not answer. He only asked, do you like him? I don't know. Can I like him? There was a long silence on the other end. It's your freedom to like or hate. Even as your parents, I can't stop you. But Xianxia, Dad hopes that you will think carefully before you make any decision and protect yourself well. Xianxia didn't quite understand. What she didn't know was that this night, there was an old father who couldn't sleep at all. Sadness, anger, and worry all turned into tranquility in the end. When the child grew up, this day would come sooner or later. To parents, growing up was the process of watching their child gradually grow further and further away. Even though they were reluctant, they had to let go. In the second semester of the second year of high school, Xianxia accepted Xianxia. Speaking of which, the two of them were somewhat related. They were 2 whole generations apart. Xianxia was adopted by the main family from the side branch and was adopted under Zhong Cheng's name. Strictly speaking, he was of the same generation as Zhong Xiang. Even Zhong Xiang had to call him little uncle, and Xianxia called Zhong Xiang uncle. Wasn't this a mess? Fortunately, Zhong Xiang was now in charge of the Zhong family. He had always been casual about trifles. Of course, the Xie family also knew about Zhong Sun's identity. It was just that Xianxia liked him, so they didn't care. In the 3rd year of high school, Xianxia missed a lot of cultural classes because of training. It was Xianxia who helped her make up for it bit by bit, using countless days and nights of hard work. When the college entrance examination results came out, the two of them were admitted to Ming University at the same time. Xianxia became the top scorer in one fell swoop, at that time, Ming University was already one of the top 3 universities in the country. It even surpassed Q University and B University in the world, becoming the top university in continent Y. Xianxia majored in computer engineering and technology. As Sui was specially recruited for sports, she was directly assigned to the School of Economics and Management to study finance. In her second year of university, Sui performed outstandingly in the World Championships. She won 3 gold medals in women's singles, pairs, and ice dancing. As expected, she qualified for the Winter Olympics. The next year, on February 20th, the Winter Olympics opened in country E's capital. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that February was Xianxia's world. This girl, who had just turned 20, danced on the ice. Her lithe figure and graceful dance moves made her look like a dark horse that had broken through the encirclement, stunning the world. Sui won 3 gold medals in women's singles, pairs, and ice dancing at the Winter Olympics that year. She jumped to first place in the world. In the audience seats of every competition, the camera would sweep past a handsome figure. He was wearing a t-shirt with a picture of the two of them and a baseball cap. He held a banner in his hand that read, "Sui is the best." All the best, Sui. During the television broadcast, the audience teased him as a fanatical bootlicker. In the end, they found out that he was Xianxia's real boyfriend. The two of them had been in high school for 2 years and university for 3 years. They had been in a long-distance relationship for 5 years. Audience, the clown is me, needless to say. Country, you owe me another boyfriend. Ming University students reporting for duty. These two are the famous immortal couple in our school. Speaking of which, where did the Xianxia come from? Such a beauty suddenly appeared in the skating competition this year. 3 gold medals. F***ck. I wouldn't even dare to dream about it. Her boyfriend is also handsome. He's so young and he's already wearing Patek Philippe. His family must be very rich. They're all people with backgrounds. Don't ask. If you ask, he's a super second-generation heir. This time, the netizens' gossipy souls were completely ignited. In less than an hour, Sui's identity was exposed. Then, Zhongsun's identity couldn't be hidden anymore. F***ck, F***ck, she's actually Professor Xia and Professor Zhong's beloved daughter. I was dumbfounded. No wonder she's so beautiful. Both her parents are great beauties. It doesn't make sense that her daughter would be ugly. I admire her. The parents contribute to the motherland through research, and the daughter wins glory for the country in the Olympics. What kind of family is this? So, after the moon goddess, we have the ice queen. The fans are crying. They're throwing flowers like crazy. In the next 5 years, Sui won the Grand Prix of figure skating, the World Championships, the 4 Continents Figure Skating Championships, and the Olympic gold medal. She was called the world's #1 figure skater. Sui made a mistake in the middle of her last single-season ice dance event. Although she won the gold medal in the end, she didn't even stand on the podium. She was rushed to the hospital for treatment because of a broken leg. In the end, Jiang Fuyue personally performed the surgery to prevent her from being disabled. A year later, Sui retired. She became the first person in Huaxia's history to achieve the Grand Slam. She also set a strong record of only winning gold medals as long as she participated in competitions. At her retirement ceremony, she said, "I'm grateful to my parents for the respect, understanding, investment, and sacrifice they gave me on this path. I'm even more grateful to them for teaching me to love my country and to fight for it." Below the stage, Zhongsun gazed at the sparkling Sui. No matter how many years had passed, she was still as dazzling as the stars in his eyes. The man touched the ring box in his pocket, clenched the red rose in his hand, got up, and walked step by step toward his girl. End of Sui's chapter. Digression. Our Sui has also found a knight who will silently protect and accompany her. My name is Little Pomelo. Because I was born during the pomelo ripening season. I have a gentle and virtuous mother, and a great scientist father. But my favorite person is my grandmother. My grandmother is also an amazing scientist. Everyone calls her Professor Jiang. Grandpa would also call her that occasionally. Every time this happened, Grandma would always reply, "Thank you, Professor. You didn't expect it, right?" My grandfather is also a scientist. I often hear my grandfather and grandmother's names in the news, and even those scientific magazines that I don't understand have their works. There are many reasons why I like my grandmother. First of all, my grandmother is very beautiful and loves cleanliness. Every time I jump into my grandmother's arms, there will be a smell of oranges. I've seen photos of my grandmother when she was young, you can find them on the internet. She's even prettier than celebrities. It's said that my grandfather drank all the vinegar in Sifong City. Secondly, my grandmother is very smart, she can play the most difficult version of the TYT board game, solve the problems with asterisks in the workbooks, and make all kinds of handmade Luban locks, General's case, as well as all kinds of modern building models. Oh, right, whether it's Huarong Dao, Monopoly, Script Kill, or Escape Room, my grandmother will always be the MVP. On the day of the parents' open house, I took my grandmother with me, and then, we won almost all the prizes, making the little fatty at the same table cry. My grandmother also loves me a lot, she said, I'm her little sweetheart, one look will make her heart sweet, I think. It must be because my grandfather is too strict and doesn't allow my grandmother to eat sweets, that's why she likes to hug me so much. Because I'm sweet, it can satisfy her cravings. Other than my grandmother, I also love my grandfather a lot. First of all, it's because my grandfather is super handsome and cool, especially when he wears a suit, he's like a domineering CEO from a TV show. But after 3 seconds, he would go to my grandmother and ask her to help him tie his tie or fix his collar. Anyway, there are always so many reasons whenever this happens. My grandmother would say no, no, and unwilling, but her hands were very honest. She would tie a beautiful knot, then adjust it until it was square, and finally use her palm to open up all the wrinkles. Okay, Professor Xia. Thank you for your hard work, Professor Jiang. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. At that moment, as a bystander, I felt like I was hit by happiness, the corners of my mouth unconsciously raised. It was also then that I realized that not every couple in the world was as loving as my grandparents. For example, her father would never act coquettishly and ask her mother to tie his tie for him. Her mother would also never look at her father helplessly and dotingly, as if she was looking at a child. If one had to describe it in one word, it would be, they treated each other with respect. After that, I was very confused for a long time. If it wasn't for love like my grandparents, then why did they get married? Dad patted my head and sighed. He said, there are many kinds of love. Not all kinds of love are like your grandparents, who have the same outstanding appearance, the same level of intelligence, and the perfect soul. I asked, what about you and your mother? Dad smiled faintly. We met the right person at the right time, and gradually became compatible with each other as we interacted with each other day after day and year after year. I didn't understand, but I still nodded. Dad returned to the laboratory and continued his work. I think he loved my mother, loved me, and loved the experimental equipment, the analytical data, and the papers. If it was really as difficult as my father said, why were my auntie and uncle so loving like my grandparents? In the future, I would also be able to find a boy like my grandparents and my auntie, right? But when I met my first love and broke up with him half a year later, I realized that love wasn't simple, and it wasn't as sweet and loving as my grandparents showed. When I was in my 3rd year, I dated my 4th boyfriend. He was my father's student, a rising star in the physics world. I expected him to have the romance of a scientist, just like how my grandfather would use holographic AI projection technology to give my grandmother a spaceship on their wedding anniversary. Unfortunately, he vividly displayed the silence and dullness of a scientist, and the rigidity and stubbornness of a straight man. So, this relationship only lasted for 2 months. Even when he said that he wanted to break up, he was so calm and rational, like a cold, emotionless machine. At that moment, I suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, and there was only one thought in my mind, fortunately, we broke up, it was just a waste of time for people who weren't suitable to get together. It turned out that suitable was so difficult. When I was in my 4th year, I dated a programmer boyfriend. He was 1.8 meters tall, not very handsome, but not ugly either. He was one of the graduates of my uncle's company's genius plan. He came from a famous school and had outstanding ability. But this relationship only lasted for half a year. The reason for the breakup was that he worked too much overtime, and every time I called, he wouldn't come out. When I said break up, although I was a bit melancholy, I wasn't sad. My auntie said, "Silly girl, you've never loved, how can you be sad, what is love?" I didn't understand, but I knew that I might never find someone who loved me the way my grandfather loved my grandmother. Yes, my grandfather loved my grandmother. Since I was young, I always saw my grandfather coaxing my grandmother, spoiling her, giving in to her, and holding her in the palm of his hand like a treasure. Of course, my grandmother loved my grandfather, but I always felt that she didn't love him as much. Until, the year I graduated, there was an outbreak of the 3S virus in continent F. Because of its high transmission rate and high fatality rate, the infected people's bodies were stiff and twitching, accompanied by symptoms of bloodlust and eating raw meat, just like the zombies in the movies. This disease was also called zombie disease by the locals. Xianxia immediately sent a team of virology experts to continent F. But 2 months later, the number of deaths didn't decrease, and the virus wasn't effectively controlled. It was still infecting ordinary people on a large scale. My grandfather was in danger and rushed to the front line of the epidemic at the age of 90. On the day he left, my grandmother went to the airport to see him off. The two hugged and said goodbye, but there were no tears. She always had a smile on her face. "Professor Xia, come back soon." "Yes, sir." But this time, my grandfather didn't make the appointment. Because he was old, his immune system was weak, and he worked day and night. In the end, he was infected by the virus and fell on the lab table, never to wake up again. That night, my grandmother received a call. It took 1 minute and 8 seconds for her to hang up. She only said one sentence, "Okay, I understand." I saw tears in my grandmother's eyes, but they didn't fall. The next day, my grandmother got on a flight to continent F. Before she left, she smiled at my father and auntie. She patted my head and said, "Be good." After leaving these words, she went into the cabin without looking back. Soon, the loud sound of the propellers rotating could be heard. It gradually faded away and disappeared. 3 months later, the vaccine was developed and the virus was completely conquered. But along with the good news came the bad news of my grandmother's death. She didn't get infected and didn't die suddenly. On the night of the successful development of the vaccine, she hugged my grandfather's urn and fell asleep as usual. She stopped breathing in her sleep. According to the medical staff who were present at the time, Professor Jiang passed away peacefully. His face was rosy, his eyes were peaceful, and there was a faint smile on his lips. I knew that my grandmother must have felt bad for my grandfather, so she accompanied him. Before she left, she said, "Be good." It wasn't a farewell, but, her last words, she had known and made the decision long ago. At that moment, I knew I was wrong. My grandmother's love for my grandfather was no less than my grandfather's love for her. Half a month later, 2 urns draped in the national flag were carried off the plane. Outside the airport, countless people sent them off with tears in their eyes. In the end, the 2 urns were buried together with the national flag in the national cemetery. I knelt in front of my grandparents' tombstones. It was as if I could see the 2 of them sitting on the swing in the garden outside the villa. Swaying gently, my grandparents smiled at each other under the setting sun. This is the story of my grandparents. My name is Joan Bewley, and I have a twin brother named Xiabuki. My grandfather gave us our names. Thank you for listening. End of the article. The story has ended. Thank you for following this series. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.